right. It did the thing where it goes kind of like in Satisfactory, but in real life, lost power there, everybody. I don't know what's up with that. Of course, I didn't get to take a break because when I took a break, then the power went off, and then I had to come back and fix it to make the stream work again. Because it's really hard to do 6 platforms at the same time, everybody, and get back to it. But we're going to play some Satisfactory, everybody. Let's just go ahead and switch over. Let's go. Just like a normal stream, everybody. Right off the rails it goes. Big time. Let me go ahead and make sure I got everything going over here. Again, I had to reset all 6 chats back up again, reset everything, put a part 2 on everything on YouTube and whatnot, and all the other platforms, and then I had to recheck all the chats are working and stuff. Thanks to the ones in the chat. Now, here's the good news, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and give you a bunch of caps for the last retweets. And then you can get double retweets today because you can follow the new link and retweet and heart the stream again and get double the retweet caps today. Thanks also for, because when it goes off the rails, everybody, you benefit. You get the bonus, and there's some for putting ones in the chat, everybody. Now let's try this again because that sucks. Just as I got off stream, boom, power went off. I was like, oh. This is my everyday, everybody. Everyday Kismet solving problems. Always some sort of something that I have to fix. This is my life, everybody. The big roller coaster, up and down and up and down. But all you can do is just fix the problem and move on, everybody. I can't say why, how come that happened or whatnot. I'm not going to worry about it. That's not my problem. My problem is to stream and have fun. So let's try this again. We're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream, which of course is not working. Hold on, I got to reset that as well. Let me see if I can get that reset. I got workarounds for all of this, everybody. Give it a second. So good at what I do. So good at what I do. Remember, I don't make this stuff, everybody. I just use it. So if it breaks, don't blame me. All right, so let's try this again. We're going to go ahead and give you guys some caps for playing some words on stream. I saw you guys doing it. I saw it in the chat. I had to get on my phone and use my cell service instead of the Wi-Fi because all my power went out, which is annoying, everybody. It's annoying because it really screws my stream over because sometimes I lose a lot of viewers. Sometimes it messes it up, and then my stream is really awkward after that where, I have a lot more technical problems. But, it's something beyond my power to fix. So, I got it. It's back up and working now. I think it's working. Okay, so now we're really going to take a break, everybody. Sorry about that. Again, nothing I can do about it. I literally got up, boom, power went off. Sucks. Okay, so here we go again. Okay, we're starting the thing, taking a break, and I'll be back. I'm back, everybody. Actually got a break that time. Walked around a little bit. Let's see how we doing over here. Let's see if I can help you guys with this puzzle. Ooh, S is the bad letter. Okay. Oh, look, you got 5 more. Everybody, you get all 5 of those. I'll give you 5,000 caps right now. Let's see if you can make it happen. Oh, it's going to be tough at the end. Let's see. It's just Kev. Tab making it happen. Sergeant coming in, helping out. You got it though. You got it though. Good job, everybody. Let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of kids caps right there in the chat for crushing that. Again, sorry for those technical difficulties there, but you know how it goes. This stream always is going off the rails, up and down and up and down. Always something a Kismet has to fix. All right, let's get back to it. Now, what we were doing was we were aligning. We just learned how to align our foundations to our well pressurizer here. So pretty awesome. I wonder if I could go ahead and just make, oh, or I could accidentally put one up there. I didn't want to put there. There we go. If I could just make these actually go over the pressurizer thingies. Again, never tried this before, everybody. I never tried to actually put stuff over the top. You absolutely can. But they sink down in there, though. Can do it on that one, but that one, oh, there it was. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, you got to aim at the thing down here. I see. Oops. Aim at the thing down here, and then we would want to rotate it. And the pipe's like down in the thing. So we could maybe do maybe a little lowering of the foundations there. Maybe something like that. Alrighty. What we got over here? Well, we know we can't put it up on top like you can, like the pressurizer. But this... this will go ahead and put like this. And then, how many of these we have in total? That's a good question. Like this. Turn this around this way. Now we're trying to extract our nitrogen here. So we're extracting this gas here. And there we go. Okay, any other nodes that might be hiding here somewhere? Mm-hmm. 2 nodes there. We should take these out just in case. Take a look. I don't think so. I think these are all the side nodes. Put that back. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, 6, 7. So there's 7 total nodes off the pressurizer. And we'll go ahead and run our power. Oh, why is that? That shouldn't be that. Number 1 should be there. Right up like that. There we go. Get that pressurizer going. Then what we want to see is how much is coming out of each one of these pressurizer things over here. So we can put that over here in our spreadsheet, our resource extraction spreadsheet. So I'm going to make this one number 12. So this is 120, 120, 120 there. Go around, make sure these are all the same. Yes, 120 across those. This one 120 as well. Then this, we need to do this again. Crank that up. Yeah. Okay, now it only goes to 600, just like in fluids. So we're going to go ahead and start with the central line here, kind of something like this. Let's go ahead and put these out here first. See how that looks. Yeah. I think I want it up just a little bit. Yeah. Let's use our thing here. We'll lift that up a bit. Yeah, better. Get rid of these ones in the bottom. I don't keep them if I don't need them, so I just take them out. Like so, and then we'll do this. And that. And we'll live with that. Something along these lines. Alrighty, and then we'll go ahead and use our pipe. We'll get this centered like that. And I think what we'll do is move this over just a little bit. Something like that. Maybe start over here first. And then run this back to here. And then just cut that over to there. This one can go a little bit more, middle mouse button, that one. Get a little bit more square with the foundation, something like that. And then we'll go ahead and run that into there. So that's 240. And that is not straight. Yeah, that's all not straight. Ah. Not straight, don't like it. Try that again. Run that way down there. There we go. All right. And then this to here. Throw that on there. And this one can rotate. Like this. Hold down Control to somewhat line it up. Now, this is going to be on awkward offsets, so best to just do that. Actually, on this, we could just do this. Just run this as a single line to there now. There we go. So 120, 120, 240, 360 over here. And again, we're going to try to get it up there from down here. We should probably go up there and figure out our wall thing. Bring our wall down to run that along. Up we go. And again, thanks for the ones in the chat, everybody. I can't remember if I gave you some caps. You know, I'll give you some more. Thanks, everybody, for hanging through the technical difficulty. Remember, anytime I do go offline like that, suddenly, I'm always working to come back onto the stream, so I will be back as soon as possible. I do have technical problems from time to time. Most people do. When you're doing something as complex as keeping this kind of stuff going. Okay, where is our thing right here? So what we want to do is bring that up. So we're going to go ahead and start ourselves a nice wall. And which side is our input side? This side. And so the part at the top is part of the world grid. And then the part down here is basically gridded to that over there. We want to be on the outside. So we want to go ahead, maybe back this up now. Maybe do a... Move this back by 1, 2. Look at where this is at. And then say same thing here. 1, 2. We'll bring this down. Nice 90 there. We'll go ahead and add a we'll add a junction on that side. On this side. And that in there. This one needs to turn around. And that into there. Okay. And we got a tree in the way. Tree relocation services. Right there. I could just take the chainsaw to it, but better just to get it out of my face there. All right, this is where I just kind of run it up a wall. And now what I do is I can go ahead and use this wall to transition from this foundation. I could just bring that down and use, you know, the world grid. But I do like to do this kind of thing, which is really fun to try to maximize all that. Again, let's double check all of our things. We got 3 there, 3 here, that's 6, that's 7. So that's 7 total nodes. And so this, I would just say it's a normal node. Yeah, normal over here. Yes, it's overclocked. What was this other one for? I forgot what the first one was for now. One is coarse, north, and pure, and P and F. Oh, production or factory. That's what that stands for. I think I wrote it somewhere. PF equals production or factory. All right, this is going to be factory, so this will be an F. Right there. This is nitrogen. Yeah, how much is this? 2100 is what it says it's putting out. Nitrogen. Nitrogen, the extractors, MK1, because that's really all that is. Needed 2100. We need all of it. Let's see, 250%. Yeah, I'm just filling in my spreadsheet over here for later. Total output should be 120 times 9, which is weird that's not 120 times 10. Kind of makes me feel like I'm missing a connection somewhere. I don't think I missed one. Doesn't look like it. So the total output of these is more than the belt can handle. So the calculation would be 120 times 9, which would be 1080. 1080 total output, even though it says 2100 in here. Well, resource well potential is right there, but let's cut it down and see if it actually has an effect on this. Doesn't look like it. Let's go ahead and extend this out a little bit. Get ourselves a fluid buffer, which is also a gas buffer. Put that there. Have this, oops, other way. And that there, and then have a separate output into the gas buffer, so I can start to backlog that nitrogen. There we go. I'll look at the net input here. Yeah, right around 600. Okay, so this is going to be too much to have this many on the same line. So we're going to need 2 separate lines. And we have 9 nodes, so we cut it in half, it would be 4. Basically 4.5, but we would do 4 on one and say 5 on the other. So 1, 2, 3, wait, no, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 5 into this one. And then we'll go ahead and do another one over here. like this. So I can come up and go into there. And this would need to come around the back. Something like this. And I should come in there like 480. Let's put a pump on it. Actually, let's do it over here. So we're trying to get our nitrogen gas going, and this is going to help us progress to the next stage of the game. We're going to put this on the side. Like this. Like that. Okay, so this will be one over here. And we'll get that nicely lined up. There we go. And then this one. No. Through the thing here. There we go. Yeah, that should not be that. Be this. Yes. Don't like that. Like this. And under there. There we go. All right. And then this here, same thing. Turn around the right way. Now we're off to the races. All right. Up here we go. Okay, we gotta connect this into... Oh, this is going to be our power line eventually. We need a temporary line to get me up higher. A little too high. Run that underneath there nice and clean. Like this, and then over to here. Don't need this anymore. And we don't need the one down there anymore, because now it's coming across the thing, going across here, and down this. I could have actually started with this, but it's kind of fun to do the zip line thing. I find very few uses for the zip line thing, but it is fun from time to time. All right, took that out. And so now our connectors can go down to there. It's all connected. We've got that filling up. This. And we're just going to overclock the heck out of that. Because why not? Already maxed. Just dawned me. Yeah, this one's doing good. This one's at like 700. Know how that's possible. How is that? Okay, now it's at 300. Okay, yes. Now it's showing properly. All right, 300. 300. Okay, yes. Now we got more problems. It's showing it at its higher rate. That's what I've been kind of waiting for it to kick in so we can see the higher rate. Okay, so we got these two and these two, and then we have two more over there. Now we essentially have 4 of these that we're going to need eventually. Yeah, we'll probably just go with 3. These are all 300 now. Yes, let's just take this one out. Take all this. Don't need that much. That's a lot. This. Something like that. Take this out. Put this here. Like this. And like that. We should get up to speed. Okay, now we got problems. Take all that back out. We gotta move this over just a bit. Let's just do the pipe supports like this. It's gonna make that way easier. Okay. Now we should take this one. Actually, let's do this a different way. Let's do this an easier way. Yeah, I like that better. Okay. So this is going to go this way. Man, I can't wait for the straight things. It's going to be awesome. There. Hopefully they'll get that in by the time while I'm still doing this playthrough. Take that out. And just run that there and that into there. Okay, much better. And basically what we're doing is just figuring out the logistics of how we're going to run the pipes so that they're not clipping over everything. And we'll put this in, and frankly, I'll put that in too. And then this one's going to come this way. Let's go ahead and bring this out like that. Line that up and then go 1, 2 back, and then that'll give us the 90. Give us our 90 corner. All right, we got that one there. This one's really easy. That one just goes right to there. And now we have all of that together. Now that's actually going to be a lot more. That's 300 times 6. So 300 times 6 is 1800. Okay, so now we're extracting 1800 of that out of there. And now we're really clocking it. All right. Makes me want to do three separate things. Sneezing. Right here. Okay. Now, took all that out, did all that there. Now, one of the things I do, everybody, is I put the pump here to keep it from backpedaling. It pushes it forward. You don't necessarily need pumps for gas, because gas just float on its own. It's not like water or fluids. But we'll get to that in a bit here. Let's try to get these all in here. That's not what I'm actually looking for. Put this on 0. Then up here we go. And I'm a big fan of when in doubt, add a pump. It's not working. Now gas, in theory, should rise. In theory. We'll see how it works out in actual practice. Right here, and then this is now going to be in my way. That is a bummer. Oh wait, that was just temporary. Oh, great. Thought I put them on the side. All right, you can see I'm just running 1, and then I'm using the 1 to align to the things. I could just as easily run the other ones, but just using it as an alignment function. And then we have a problem. We get up here that we have too many pipes. So even if I put them double in here, that would be 1,200 going in there. And then I could try to double run them out, but it just doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way where, you know, you put 2 pipes in there and it goes in at 600 and 600. It just doesn't work that way anymore, which sucks, which is a huge bummer. But what I can do is I can do this, because this will make... Oh, I took the power out. Uh-oh, going down. Going down. Oh, no. That's not good. How do we get back up? Ladder. That's how we get up. Luckily, I got one right here. Always have the ladder at the ready. Never know when you might need it. All right. So let's add, let's say we just do 3 of these. Like so. Honestly, we could just have separate trains for this. We don't need to use our oil trains. Yeah, we just have separate trains that go to this and then go to the other station. It's going to slow down our trains. But we can just take all this out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have these as separate trains. And, or just a single separate train. I think probably 1 train will be enough. Like that. And then it will come and pick up all of that, which is going to be a lot. That's a lot of nitrogen gas, everybody. And I always overclock all my stuff because it's so worth it every time. All right, there we go. So now we will... First, get our power reconnected over on this side. Let's just run this out. And we got a connector back there, and we can just take out the end of that. We'll revamp that here in a moment. We want to run this over here, and then reconnect that across. Check our power. Power's still not on. Ah, we missed a gap. Yeah, always check that power's on before you jump off the side. that was almost us going whee all the way to the bottom. But here's the thing about your hover thing, by the way, is if you're already hovering, you can actually just spin the little things, pressing the space bar to keep yourself from falling to your death. We definitely want to take our block signal out of the middle of that. But there we go. Okay, we reestablished our power. We reestablished that. We thought that through a little bit better. And then we're going to go ahead and get this all the way to the top. I like to go right to the top edge. Oop, right to the top edge like this. Like this. Don't want to do it, huh? All right. What's the problem here? Go. There we go. Okay. 53rd time is a charm. Take out our ladder now. There we go. Just do all 3 of these at once. And this one's going to go there. That one's going to go there. That one's going to go there. Alrighty. That first one's just going to start up and get it going. So you can use a valve, or you can use a pump to keep the to take on the direction of something. So say you have fluids coming out of there and you want to stop the fluids from backlogging back into this thing. You just put your pump right there, or a valve to keep it from backlogging. This way it'll just go in that one direction and be useful in that direction. Want to see all of our things separating. Oh yeah, now we good. Now we good. So when in doubt, put in a pump, even though pumps are really for fluids. But you can see that it has 0 head lift and it's getting all the way to the top. So you don't necessarily need the pump. But again, I try to keep it from backflowing. And then I also go look and see if it's having an effect on the thing. Because all these systems work really squirrely, everybody, especially fluids. Fluids are very squirrely in the way that they work. So I just used that to push that forward to see if it affected the stuff. Because they changed a lot of stuff in the 1.0 update, especially with fluids and things. But it seems to be working better now. This could be way better done right here. This really needs to be reworked. Yeah, and sometimes I'm just designing as I'm going. And so I get a general idea of what I want, and then I'll say, okay, well, what if I did this? That'd probably make that a little better. And so on. Take that out over there. And we'll go ahead, put that over there and run that in there. And there we go. That's a lot of gas, everybody. I seriously doubt I'm going to need that much right now, but there we go. Double pumping into there. This is coming out of here and going up there. There we go. Maybe make that even nicer by bringing this back just a bit. Something more like this. And run that back to there. Just to, you know, kind of make it so it's not that kind of weird turn things going on there. Really want to flip this on the other side. I could turn that sideways and run the other one, but I think it'll be fine. That should be fine, because these act as pumps here, everybody. These are extractors. They actually act as pumps, and since I overclocked it, it went from 120 to 300, and that's why it is doing that. Let me catch up on the chat here. Thought P is for power. No, P is for production, F is for factory. And then the other ones, C is for coarse, N is for normal, and P is for pure. Yes, F is for factory. This is for factory use. My other ones are for power use. And that's all really you need to know about your nodes, everybody. Is your node for factory, or is your node for your power? And if it's for your power, you don't want those nodes to ever go off. You don't want those nodes that are extracting and keep your power going. You don't want those off ever. And your factory nodes, those can go off. That doesn't matter. Just turn your factory node off, GG's. Now, of course, some pieces are part of your power, right? So say you're extracting this and then you're going to make uranium rods. Well, uranium rods is part of your power production. So that would be considered part of power production. And then maybe you're making uranium rods for some other reason, maybe to run in the awesome sink. That would can be considered part of the factory part of your thing. I highly recommend splitting that so that when you are managing the overall power of what you're doing, which you'll see me do right now, that you'll have a real good control over that coming down there. So again, you can control it from your factory. You don't have to come over here and control it over here. So let's go ahead and put this right here. Now, see, this is my main power line coming down here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to switch that to here. And then B is going to go down here. And then this is going to be called this name over here, and this is again a nitrogen at 3 lines of nitrogen. There we go. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, everybody, I do have a spreadsheet that I do create right here. Now, you can do this online. You have websites for it as well, but I love doing it myself, everybody. It's very much fun. to go in and use the old spreadsheet. Now down here at the bottom, you can see I just have massive amount of tabs from all the years I've been, all the games I've played. And I put them all down there for your guys' reference. Remember, it's totally for free. You can go check it out right over there. You can't modify mine, but you can go in and copy paste it and make your own tables, whatnot. And so what I'm doing is I'm noding each of the line. You can see here it's factory node as opposed to a power node. And this is just a normal node for this. And that's what I'm typing off here to my other monitor as well. Now what it does, oh, I forgot to show you that part. What it does, I can get it over here. Oh, undo. What it does is it makes the name for me right here. So it tells me that this is node number 12. It has 1800 nitrogen. That's a factory node. It's overclocked and it's a normal node right there. So I'm just going to copy that name out of that spreadsheet because it just does that for me. And then I can go to my power switch and just type that name right there. And I know exactly what's going on with that node. And I can turn that on. And then what I can also do is go to my circuit breaker priority and say, you know, this is not that high priority. I'll put in priority group 4. And you can see all my power nodes are priority 1. They're the highest priority of everything. So if I need to turn things on and off, I can do that very easily by just clicking on here. Now, why you can't just click the off button or the on button right here and it turns everything on and off? I don't know. I don't make the game. I just wonder why they make weird choices like that. Why have this up here if you can't actually press the on off? I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe they were going to do that or are going to do that at some point. We'll see. But there we go. So that's how you do your nitrogen. And that's pretty fun, everybody. That's a lot of nitrogen right there. That is a tremendous amount. That's about as much as we need for a very, very long time. That's 1800 nitrogen as well. Gases need pumps? No, I just answered that question. Halfway Gaming, sup. What's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Thank you for coming in with the raid. I appreciate it. Don't worry about Halfway Gaming. It's a thought that counts, bro. It's a thought that counts. Thank you for coming in, showing the love. I appreciate it greatly. Clicking on off works for you. I don't know. Weird. Doesn't work for me. I don't know. Maybe just my bad luck. I don't know. It's just my bad luck. I thought it did. I don't know. Maybe spacebar. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I got to reinstall my Satisfactory. I don't know. It's something weird. But basically, what you want to do is set up your priority of your thing. Maybe it's a Steam versus Epic Game Store thing. That might be a thing. That might be a thing. But yeah, you can see I can't click it where I'm clicking it multiple times, right-clicking it, left-clicking it. It does not turn it on or off. Must be a bug on mine. Might be the Steam version. All right, so nitrogen gas going up there. Nitrogen gas being combined and going up there. And we have a lot of backlog nitrogen gas. Very nice. All right, and this should be going into these containers at the top. Now, I like to put the storages there, and then I also like to put the storages on the other end, so I have a double backlog of this nitrogen gas. Now, I think this is just going to be a single train, and its job is just to use the existing track to get there and get back again. Now, I'm showing you how to do a little bit more advanced train stuff. Normally, I never need these advanced trains. I just use push-pull trains, and they go and they bring it back and forth and back and forth. And usually one train's enough. It depends on the distance that it needs to travel. If it's really close like this is a perfect push-pull train. Everybody goes there, drops it out, put it back. You're only going to have the one train. You can have multiple trains, even with push-pull trains, by the way, because you can just make a turnout where you go out. It has a signal that says, hey, someone's on that track. It lets the other one go by, and then it goes on. You can do a lot more advanced stuff. You can use your signals and all of that other fun stuff as well, and do all your routing and whatnot. All right, plenty of nitrogen gas to be used, and that is full as well. All right, so we have a massive amount of nitrogen gas there. Okay. From none to way too much. All right, we're heading back over here. Oh, we should run our back line. Let's go ahead and use our blueprint to run our back line here. Okay, we don't need any of this anymore. We can take all of that out. And I like to push it up by 2. That's just me. And we'll go ahead and use our blueprints. Now, we made blueprints of foundation of a turnaround for the train. right over here. And so we're going to go ahead and just nudge that over, hit H, and then just kind of line that up by nudging that just like that. And we've already got our perfect little circle there. Now, the foundations won't match up perfectly, and that's okay, because what you can do is just hit G to limit your foundations and to run around like this, like so. And then you can just go ahead and put your foundations back in again. You can either zoop them in or have a blueprint. This one's a little bit longer than my blueprint here, so I'm just going to zoop these in. Like that. Okay, and then now we're going back again. We want to go ahead and try to miss the pipes here, and we'll probably fill in the rest of this too, because why not? We could have used pipe holes, but the pipe holes have been acting really funky, and I'm not really digging it, so we're going to go without that. Okay. Then on the way back, we're going to need some track, and we want to line up our track first, and we're going to go along this here, and so we'll say about, let's go up by 1. Most annoying thing about these tracks is sometimes you can't rotate them. Like you hit the scroll wheel, doesn't let you rotate how that starts, which is very odd, but such is the way it goes. Okay, then we're going to run this back, and again, we can just go back and merge it into the current track. But, you know, again, in real life, it would be very costly. Probably back even further. It'd be very costly to build a overpass. But you can see here, we can try to cut into this, or we can try to snap to this. Now, it has to do with the curve right now, by the way, which is why that is acting weird like that. What we wanted to do is actually go up over the track, right? Up over the top of it here. And that's pretty easy to do, because on this particular track, we're going to do something a little different than what we've been doing, where we've been running it down like this. We want to maximize the use of our foundations. And so we're going to just go ahead and move this over just a bit. Let's say like that. And we're going to run it right down the center of the foundations. Like this. Back just a little bit so it ends up there. What that's going to do is allow us to make a bridge over. So first thing we want to do is figure out the height of our trains. So as our trains go by here, we're just going to have a wall. Let's say right here. And then we'll put in some foundations. And see if our train crashes. Let's go. Let's play some chicken with the train. So in theory, it's fine, but it's actually touching that part on the underside. So I'm going to go ahead and put this up like this. Now, the reason why I have my trains up like this, by the way, is so they don't have to go up and down. This is going to be one of the few trains that's actually going to go up and down. And I do that just for fun. Just for fun, just to show you, you know, elevation and all of that stuff. You're going to see the train slowing down and all of that. But we'll go ahead and put some ramps in. Now, again, your ramp angle is vitally important when you're doing your track. Because when you're running your track up and down at an angle, you're going to see what happens, everybody. It gets super awkward, and it does that thing like that. So you want to go ahead and move your track back or forward to try to fix that. The best way to fix it is actually to put a flat piece. Whenever you're doing angles like up or down or curves, it's best to do the straight piece first, and then you can come down and you can try to match it to that lower side. And of course, it's sometimes hard to see because I'm looking at this. That definitely needs to come forward a little bit more. So we'll middle mouse button over there. Totally not what I wanted to do, but whatever. And then again, you're trying to get that angle to match up. It's really awkward. And the fact that they didn't think that through, how to fix that angle. This is weird because I didn't want to actually start there. I was trying to start back here, but whatever. This thing's flipped. That's what's annoying about it. Got to flip back the other way. All right, so let's back up, let's say by 2. This needs to back up a little bit. Say back here. And it gives you this really weird lift-off arch. But, you know, actually that's a pretty decent arch for the train itself, but it's not going along your tracks, and that sucks, or along your lifter thing there. So what you do is you just keep fuddling with it until you get it the way you want it. You just keep backing it up or moving it forward or doing whatever you need to do. Just using our smaller segments here. And just keep fooling around with that. Maybe back more. That's too far. This side's too far. Move that back by 2 by that edge. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Not exactly where I want to be. Let's move it a little bit closer. What you're trying to do is find the perfect middle spot between those two. I kind of like the way it was before as well. We can just go in and try to do this at the end. Let's do that. I think I like that a little better. To try to get that to arc the whole thing. So we're going to try to arc it up from the top. Yes. Hate how this thing is reversed. There we go. Okay, so edge, 1, 2, 1, 2, back. Now watch the Backseat Gaming in the chat, everybody. Part of the fun is trying to figure it all out along the way. What's the purpose of this game? To save the planet. Save planet Earth. There you go. Now you know. Save all your people back home. Now, if you want to know what the true reason you play this game, it's a factory builder. That's why they call it Satisfactory. That's the point of this game. Is that you're building giant factories, extracting resources, and trying to save the planet by building this giant space station up here. So there you go. Now you know. And it is an incredibly great game, everybody. This is a 12 out of 10 game. Absolutely. Not kidding either. Incredibly great game. All right, man, I got to master my angles again here. It doesn't like it when you do that. Yes, we'll find that perfect angle. We'll keep working on it. Just like a half step. Like a half step that you have to take. Usually it's like you're trying to hit the top and the bottom. I don't like the clipping. See, I just don't like the way that this thing works on ramps. We'll get it. Call fuddling with it. Keep fuddling with it till you get the way you want it. I don't like the way that that's going. So again, it's just like a half step back. Something like that. Then we'll bring this forward and see what it gives us. Yeah, it's getting there, but not enough that I like it. Then usually what you want to do is you want to do the front side and the back side. And we'll go half step. Ah. Not centered. Yeah, it doesn't let me click it. It's something like that. And see, that's a lot less on the thing. We're getting there. Maybe this one's a little bit further than half step. I feel it's easier to do the straight segments than this one. All right, so half step, one step back from that, one step back from that. We're just going to keep walking it till we get it the way we want it. Oh. Full step back there. Dang this thing. I think this got to go back forward by one. And again, if you feel the need to backseat game, watch out or my mods will ban you. If I'm asking you how to do it, I'll say, chat, tell me how to do it. But if I'm not asking you, don't tell me. So there you go. There we go. Over here. We'll get it. Man, it does not want to do that. I feel like I might need to reinstall my version of Satisfactory. Both my things are apparently not working, and then now my stuff is not working here. And normally you snap two straight pieces together, and that usually works. This game really could work with a thing. Too steep. Keep fuddling with it. Two back from the edge. So two back works. But you got this big angle. But I could move this up. But then it's just going to go through there. See, look, now it's supported. Ah, it didn't center it. So close. So close. Jeez, mouse? This mouse is out of control. Out of control today. You can just say that's supporting it. I don't like it that much, but I like it enough. I know there's a way to do that. Let's just back this up as I've done it before. Okay, so what we're trying to do is get this to go over these other tracks. I do not like to interrupt other tracks. This way these can flow freely in both directions. And then what you want to do is have your track come down and around and end up matching up back into your track here. So again, one of the things you can do is use your signals to basically cut the line, cut how your tracks are. So you want that to come down and end up over here. Let's give it a good amount of space. For the train to go by. Let's say here. So we're going to go ahead and do a really awkward spin here. And see how we're looking. All right, so we're going to have to go out a bit to get that to come back. Yes. This is going to be tricky. That might be a little close. That's possible, but I don't like it, but that's definitely possible. It might be, again, it might be a bit close. Let's go out this way. And then we'll bring this down much nicer. So along this edge. Out here. And once we do that, we can take this out. And we can bring that back. Like that. Okay. And then we need a signal to prevent it from... make sure your signals are going in the right direction, everybody. That'll really mess you up. I'm going to take this out. So whenever you're going into a curve, you want to have it here so it'll stop in case the train's coming back this way. So your trains won't crash into each other. Same thing here. Do we need a railway signal here? Probably not, actually. Probably don't need one here because it's just going to switch track, go right or go straight. And there's no other trains coming from that direction. And we're just eliminating the cross over here because then it's going to cross. It's like you can make a decision and then just eliminate the need to switch track all your trains or stop your trains from going back and forth. In real life, making a bridge is expensive. But in game, you can just make one if you got the resources, no big deal. Again, very often do I just leave out the supports, but kind of feel like seeing what I can do with just some basic supports for now, and then we'll come back. Well, actually, we could try out our other supports too. Let's just take all these out. Let's just say supports. What the problem with supports is they take a long time, and 99% of the time you're going to change them. You're going to move them around, do them again. I have played a playthrough before where I was just doing supports as I was coming along, as I was building stuff, and boy, it was absolutely annoying. It was super annoying. You know what? These can't connect to each other. I forgot. Yeah. Yeah, these can't snap to each other. All right, we'll use our beam supports then. Let's take this out. And we'll just do something. Again, this is just burning up my time, which mostly irrelevant, but something like that. And there you go. Well, that looks decent. To hold that in there, and now we want to try out our train. Okay, so we need another train. Number 6 here. And when you're driving your train, by the way, you can go like this. And you can actually turn the, switch the thing. So you're coming along, you can switch it, see? One way or the other way. So I can actually switch it so I go this way. Like this. Oh no, we do need this. We do need the thing going into the track. So that it knows it can keep going. So it doesn't think this is part of that track. Yes. We do need the switch. We need the switch right there. The reason why you want to do that is so you can see that this is a separate track. Why is it not showing me my colors of my tracks now? Awesome. See, this should have a color to it. Oh, that's because I haven't finished the track down here, too. All right. And then we're only going to have one train, so you don't necessarily need block signals down here. But we'll put one in anyway. It's a good habit. Down there, and then this back this way. Down this edge. And over there. Nope. Yeah, unnecessary. I was right the first time. Unnecessary. The reason why it's unnecessary is because that train never goes this way. The train goes straight. So the straight track should be... It's weird, it's not its own color, but that straight track should be its own color versus this over here, which would be a different color. Again, maybe my game is weirder than everybody else's. All right, let's go ahead and just take the train through, see what happens. Now, the reason why I don't like to use elevations is what you're going to see right now. Here we go. So we get the loot, we turn around, and why I put my trains up really high like this. It is fun to run them down low, though. So I'm going 120 right now. Now I went down to about 100. And then on the way down, you gain a little bit. So it's not so bad on that one. But you can see that I passed through there and can go along here. Now, there's another train in my way. I can ram into it, or I can try to brake in time. We'll see. There we go. Now, because I'm on this particular track, the other train is also waiting for this train to come through. And we'll probably put another block signal back there so it can come up behind this one. And when it just loops through the station, it can then come forward as well. Because most likely this one is going to end up waiting right here. And it's going to be 3 cars long, so it's going to be a little bit ways back here behind it. And I usually give it a little extra space. It's okay. Right back over here. And see that you can see that this now is its own segment. There we go. Between here and this over here. And we really should fix the segments in here too. I'm a big fan of having just a single segment so you don't get little mini segments. Just going to ghost ride that for a second. And again, this is all one piece in theory, but I like to actually make it its own full segment. And then that should then give us its proper color. See, and then you can see the whole segment is a single thing, which is awesome. Because this is smaller segments here, but still, it should this should all be the same color. This green that's going down. Let's take it out and see if we add it back in, if it goes back to green. Let's see. Yeah, see, it's just that's a redraw issue. That's a redraw issue there, coming through there. All right, now this one should come up and stop. And again, you can see the train is long enough where if the next one comes along, it'll stop there. And this one is currently blocking the station. So let's get in the station here and move out of the station so it can then move into the station like that. All right, and as this one's rolling down the road, now, another fun thing you can do is actually have it go under the train, which is also fun. And then you see me switch the signal, and then I'm just going to ghost ride it. In fact, I kind of feel like maybe we should run it under. Let's run it under. That's going to be fun. Right here. Now, the height of the train is about 3 of these high, so we want to go down here and basically do the same thing, but this time we're going to put it on the sides, because obviously the train's going to be going through there. 2, 3, there we go. And let's do one underneath here for even more fun. And we'll see the difference. Dee. Take all that out. Take this out. All that out. Very nice. Like it. Okay, so we want to go ahead and back up about 3 from that edge, maybe even a little bit more, because this is going to have to dip way down in here. I think that should be one more. Oh, it's just a one little edge back. All right, so we'll move this one back by just the little edge. We'll put the little edge over here instead of on the other side, so we'll just go back just a little bit. Then that should come down and match up right there beautifully. Very nice. Okay. Check out all this other stuff. Over here. Run this back. Stay to there. Run that under. And we'll fool around with supports later. Then same thing over here. So we want to think about what the drop is, how long it's going to drop, and that if the train is going to hit the edge of the foundation. Now, if it hits the edge of the foundation, it doesn't care. The game doesn't care. Only you care, usually. I care. I care if it hits my foundations. But really, the game doesn't care. It's like, okay, you're good. And then we're going to go ahead and see if we can just do a nice turn and come straight up. And we can take all this out. Again, I really, underpasses are usually, I think, a bit more sexy than overpasses, but that's just my opinion. So we'll go ahead and run that like that. Now we're going to use the same principle that we usually do. This is the corner piece, and then we want this to end up about 2 back, usually right there. So we're going to go ahead and actually bring this forward now. Bring this down. And we'll say, okay, this is our corner, and then we'll go 2 back here to here. And then when we go around the corner like this, it'll straighten out like that. Look pretty good. But same thing here. 1 and then 2 back. We're going to start the rail here. And then eventually we'll have that go up. We'll just go ahead and put it by 2 for now. Something like that. And then 1, 2, 3 forward. Bring this up here somewhere. See how we're looking. Let's say something like that. To get on that edge. Ooh, that's actually looking really good. All right, I like that. And then we put in our corner. Because that's really easy now that you got that down. Again, I feel down usually looks a lot better than up. And it's also cooler. That's much cooler when it goes down in there like that. All right. Oh, and we got to connect our track over here. Now we have to reevaluate where we're connecting this as well, because that's not going to just connect over there. So we'll go and we'll connect it up a bit here. Again, remember, you can just cut these tracks by simply putting down this. That looks pretty good. Now, again, I would just take out all the little segments now. Just do yourself a solid and run yourself a nice long segment. I don't think it's going to reach. And we'll say there, there. Run long segments there when they're, especially when they're merging. Okay, that's looking sexy, sexy. I like it, I like it. Okay, now which way do we do this? We did this going in, yes. Going in, and we need our block signal actually to be back here to prevent the trains from crashing into each other. So, we'll put it over here. Right there. Keep that, even if it's on like a smaller track, the 2 tracks, even though they don't, even though the 2 trains are not actually on the same track, if they're close enough, they'll crash into each other. So you want to keep it before it starts to get close to the other track. You want to keep it stopped. It's going to stop on this incline, which is not a good thing for trains, by the way. In real life, stopping on an incline makes it more difficult for it to get momentum. All right, we're getting somewhere now. We're getting it going. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, the old Vault van life project. I'm working on that right now. That's a project we're going to be working on for a while. We're trying to build a van, so build out a van, a little vault in a van, and then I'm going to travel in real life, everybody. Take you guys along with me virtually to all the gaming locations, like, say, in Fallout, we would go to the White Spring, or whatever the real life name of it is, and take you guys along in the journey. This is an idea I had about 8 years ago. Oh my God, that works so beautifully. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, so we got that done. Now, we got to make some modifications to this track. Should we put the train station on the track or have it where it goes off the track, kind of like it does over there? So it can go and use the same tracks, but then splits off. That's a much better idea. Check us out, backing up on the tracks. Yeah, splitting off the tracks, I think, is a better idea. Okay, let's just take this completely off the track right now so that my oil stuff can run. Okay, so here's what we should do. We should have this coming here. So we're doing advanced stuff now, everybody, how to get in and off tracks and back and forth and all of that stuff. And then we could have it go this way, turn around, go under, and then come back up on the right side. And basically just use the track for those small segments. Now, the other thing that we could do is just not use these tracks at all. Since we're going under and over and all of that, we can just eliminate the tracks altogether. And we can also do crossing tracks and whatnot. But we're trying to combine tracks. I'm just showing you a little bit about track combining and what happens when you go up and when you go down with tracks and stuff of that nature. I could just... Whoa, hello. Okay, we're riding on the train. I could just make it a complete separate thing. I could make it up higher, the whole entire foundations and the way the train runs, just on a whole nother level up above or down below as well. But we're just trying to integrate a little bit of fun here into using our current tracks and showing you about switch tracks and eventually pass signals and all that other stuff. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and just have a little bit of fun with it, and we'll have that train use a little bit of this track for funsies. And I kind of feel like right here would be a good spot where the return is. So let's go ahead and let's see. We're going to use a 3-track here. So blueprint snap over there. Yeah, let's just give ourselves a little bit of room. And so we'll do that, and then we'll use our 5-track foundations there and there. And then we're going to have this come down, and again, so this is where the part is. You go back by 1, and then you go back by 2 more like this. So this is where your track's going to be. And then you'd want this to go here and then 2 forward, end up right there as well. So the way to fix that is just simply to put a thing there, a block signal, cut that, and then now you can just merge that right in there. And then you actually want your block signal back here, though, so in case there's a train that's there on the way back, but you don't, it's not going to matter because I'm going to make the train go under and come back. So this is only going this way, see, and then going that way. There's no point in which they actually have to stop for each other. Only if the train is coming down the track, the other one will stop and then let it go through. And I'll need to put a block signal there. So basically what I'm doing is I'm setting the oil trains as the priority trains. So if there's an oil train on those tracks, it will wait for the oil train to come by, get to the next block signal, and then it will come down the track. Otherwise, it will not come down the track. Otherwise, it'll stay over there and wait until it's available. Or it'll actually wait right here on this edge. Until that track is available, then it will go ahead and get on that track. But we'll need to make sure that that area can be available. And the train's not going to just, it's not from there all the way to way back over there that thing is, monopolized. But if it sees an oncoming train, it's going to basically prioritize the oil train. Okay, so we need another station over here to drop this off. And again, I could just run a pipe, everybody. I could just run it underneath there and it'd be just fine. But building stations is fun. And the trains in this game are super fun. Okay, right down the middle here is where we're going to go. So we'll go there, and then we will do our fuel. Do we want our fuel left or right? We're going to go right, right, and right. Okay, and then we'll lock in our track here. Okay. So this is going to be our nitrogen drop off here, and then we need our turnaround. And we'll get a couple rows of foundations out here in the front. I like to have a couple rows because then you can just do the small segment to connect it. It's a little easier to line up as well. But you could put it right there if you want. But the turnaround part here is really super awkward. Again, I wish they really work on these the way that the curves work in the tracks. I'd also like it if they took this tool that they have right now and made that into a foundation tool. And what you could do is have half foundations and full foundations. All you have to do is make it into a rectangle. A wider rectangle or a shorter rectangle. Then what you could do is you could do what you do with the track tool, right? You could make curves. That's right. So if you did this and then you did that, it would then take that shape and make it into a curve, which means you can make foundations curved. And of course, they have mods for that and a whole bunch of other stuff, but I shouldn't have to install mods. It should be part of the main game. So if I wanted to make say, a thing that followed this track and I was, say, in the center, I could just make the foundations do the same thing that the track is doing. Because they already have the technology, they just need to change the shape. Right? The shape of the tracks is this shape that you see here in its profile. Right? That's the shape, and then it's just taking it and extruding that shape. And then actually it does some really cool smart things where it does adds on these little side shapes here as well every so often. But if you could do that, you could make a simple rectangle and make it where it does basically the same thing, but it just is a foundation. And then be able to change its materials as well, and then boom, you would have an instant ability to round your foundations. I know Kismet knows all about it over here, but I'm all about it. Again, they already have the technology, they already have the power to do it. It's just taking the time to do it. They got to decide to do it or not do it. It's their game, they can do whatever they want, but I'm just saying it would be awesome. I would really like it. All right, that time we're going to use the 5, and then we'll add the 6th one there. And then, all right, going back the same direction. Way out here. And then, once again, we're going to just hang off the side. Hang off the side here and run the walls. 1, 2, 3. Right over here. Ah, not centered. Close, but not perfect. That's fun. All right, now we want it to end up right about there, so we'll bring this forward. And over here. Then we just curve that one into that one. Now, one of the problems with doing a curve into a curve, everybody, or into a down thing, sometimes you get this little thing that does that. I'm much more of a fan of not doing it that way, of doing a straight one first, even if it's just like 2 blocks, and then you do the curve. Because you don't want any of that stuff, because it slows your train down. I don't want any of that crap. I just want the trains to, run and not run into each other. All right, now we're going to do along the edge here. Again, when it comes to this train here, we're going to need to have it back by 2. So it really, actually, this one needs to go forward just a little bit. In fact, we'll go ahead and put one that's right like this. And then we'll take this one, now that we put that there, and then we can just connect this. to that one. And now it's got that one-piece segment there that will connect right to there, and it's exactly where we want it to be when we turn the corner. And then again, back by, this is your corner piece, and 1, 2 back, and you're going to start right here. And I don't know how far I want this to go underground. Let's say, or down here, let's say there. And then you can just put in your beautiful curve. I always fill in the corners with foundations in case you jump off the train or whatever it is you're doing. Right there. And then same thing again. We could probably just have this go around the corner. Go forward by a couple. And then start to make its way up. As well. The way to tell what your minimum distance is just put a whole bunch of foundations in a row like this. And then take this and try to run it up here and then run it back until it says, okay, you're good. Like that. You can take this one out. And there we go. All right, so this one is now going to run down here and eventually merge into that. We'll run it straight first. And then merge back in over there. Again, watch that block signal. And I don't know why it just kind of funky the way those things work. They just like, you gotta screw with them to get them to work. Okay, everybody, we did some underpasses, we did some overpasses, we're doing some more advanced block signals and whatnot. Now, we definitely need a block signal back here, so that whole segment over there is separate from this whole segment over here. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and put a block signal back here to basically let this train come out of there. Otherwise, this train will never come out of there, everybody. It'll never come out of there. It'll be stuck down there for sure. Come on. So awkward. So awkward. Okay, so if this train makes it out of here and it gets on the track here, this will be all the same segment. See the green segment? Those will all be the same segment. Now, again, it doesn't show me the things, but I can tell you those are the same segments. All I have to do is do this. Like this again. And then it will color it properly. Tell you what, it's different segments there. And whatnot. All right. The whole thing should be colored all the way down. See if I take this segment out and I add it back in again. Over there. Wait for it to fill in. Okay, now it's got it colored all the way down. Again, these are some of the glitches they still need to work on in the game. But okay, now we need to name this one some stuff. Train's coming at me. And we're going to call this one over here Nitro Drop Off. There we go. And of course, we want to make sure that it does unload. This is something I sometimes forget. Make sure to tell it to unload. Otherwise, it thinks it's loading from both of them and it just goes around in a circle, does nothing. That sucks when that happens. Okay, and you can see we also got another train over there. We're doing some stuff. All right, let's get this on the track. Head back this way, and this will be the last time this train actually goes on this part of the track because it's going to go on the outside of the track before. Now, we'll find out if all of our block signals are working properly. We got to switch the thing. Because I always take a ride on it first, especially when it's a small track like this, just to get a feel for it and see if I like it. Now, it might be functional, but do I like it? That's the toughest part. Whether you like it or not. All right, the way that it drives, the way that it turns, is it going at full speed? It goes a little bit faster when it goes down, just like when you're riding a ride at like Disneyland or whatever. And then here... And then I'm going to hit D when I get close here to track switch. There we go. Now I'm going to go this way. Drop the nitro off. A real cool thing is when this train just like happens to be going back when the other train goes over the top. That's going to be really cool. Or another train is coming down parallel to where it is. And we actually need like a path signal back there, but we'll work on that. Oh, I forgot to switch the thing. My bad. No problem. Just take that out, run back. All right, we got some things we need to work on. Let's go back over this way. Put that down. Okay, now this one needs some cars. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. And we'll run this up here. And we're going to stop it just outside the station. And we're going to double check this is all working. Yes, 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 all on load. Then we want to go ahead and give this one a name. This is going to be Nitro Pickup. Like that. All right, looking sexy. Then we just access our train from in here. And we'll call this one right here, called the Nitro Chain. Okay. Now, we're going to tell the Nitro Train, we're going to edit its timetable. We're going to tell it to go to the pickup and then go to the drop-off. We're going to save those changes and we're going to say, go do that. Now, let's see if it crashes into our other trains. Let's see what happens. I love to watch the trains just run, everybody. It's really, really fun. Now, it's only got one train, so it's not like it has to deal with other trains on its primary track until it gets to the shared track. When it gets to the shared track, now again, everybody, I could just make all the tracks go under. I'm just showing you a little bit more advanced how to split tracks, how to put down block signals, how to connect multiple tracks to the same track. That's really what I'm showing you today as well. It's harder to build tracks over tracks, I think, or they just don't look as good. Maybe it's not as good looking when they're over versus under. Now, I'm not doing anything, everybody. It's driving itself. So let's go see if it crashes into a train at some point. That is cool. And you can see that it has come to a stop, because there is a train on that segment of the track. Let's see if there's a train coming behind. No. And so now the train is clear. Now the problem is the train has come to a stop. And that's what I don't like. That's why I don't put trains at multiple levels, is because I don't want my trains to slow down. I want them to be going at 100% speed the whole entire time. But it's not really that mission critical for the nitro here, everybody. I got way more nitro than I need. Way beyond the amount of nitro, because I got it overclocked and it's like 12 or 1800 nitro here. But we do want to watch it and let it run. Now, it will actually warn us if our trains do collide. Now, the problem with this colliding with my oil trains is that my oil trains are my power trains, right? They are the ones that are bringing the oil and providing power to the base. So if they get destroyed or get slowed down, then I'm not going to have oil, which will then not produce any fuel, which means it won't produce any turbo fuel, which means I won't have any power. But as long as I catch it right away, I can then fix it. But let's go see what happens over here. Now, we'll need to let this go a few times. Let's see, that train's not pulling out over there. Again, that's just fun, everybody. You can see it's green. There's no train above. But see, if the other train was coming behind, it might crash into that train. And that's typically where you use your path signals. Your path signals are the ones you use on the offside tracks. The tracks like this, where it's just kind of, using a track, but it's not the primary route. So we'll go over here again, and we'll just let that run. We're going to run back, let it pick that stuff up. We're going to run back, and we're going to add this as a path signal. And it should stop the train here. But we're going to move this up. And we're going to put this right over here. Oh, you got to be so awkward. We're going to put this right here, or actually back here. So it's a little bit closer. So when this one comes up into this part and touches this green part, this one, even if it's right here, it'll stop at this thing, right? So you have that full path. The second this train touches that, this one will stop. There it goes. Now, might want to actually move the train thing back just even more so that it actually triggers it from this one to stop even further back. So you might want to do something more like that, and then take this one out, and then you can see that whole one is purple. So when this comes up, you can see that that one now has stopped. See, so that one is stopped, and it's waiting to go along that thing. Now, see, this one should actually go and go to the next part of the track. Now, this is where we do our troubleshooting here. See, this one's in there, and this one currently is waiting to go this way. Because this purple part of the track is also part of this purple part of the track, which we don't want. So we want to go here and put one there, and that should free up this part of the track for that guy to move forward and go this way, which is what we want, right? We want this one to keep going and not be disturbed by this one being in the station. And then this one's coming back. It's going to check and see if anything's on that line. There's nothing on there right now. This one, nothing coming that way. And then that one's going to go ahead and go that way. Now, this one should also, this part of the track here should also be the same color as this. Doesn't seem to want to be the same color. Let's go in and rerun that track there and see if it's the same color. Oh, it's its own segment of the track. Oh, boy. See, all of this should be the same color from there all the way around to over there. And then this needs another block signal, again, to prevent it from crashing into the train that's coming out of there and not causing it to stay way back there, right? We don't want the train to stay way back there. We want the train to come up. If this train's coming out, to wait for that train and then go, right? And again, this may take a bunch of revolutions of the train before they get close to each other and we see what happens. And we'll know if they crash. It'll tell us. And one of the things, too, is also, this is a really fun part of the game, by the trouble. Look at the two trains going right at each other. But that one's going down, and that one's going on top. I just think that's super cool, everybody. Again, you don't even need to do this. If you do them at two separate levels, and they would never even touch each other. But it is fun to put them all in there. Now, I can do even more advanced, like clover leaves, like you would have like when you're driving a car where one goes this way and that way, and they go all different sorts of ways. But what I really want is my oil trains to be the priority and these other trains to be a secondary train. And most of the time, and especially if you have it perfectly balanced where all the trains are running in opposite sequence, then what happens is that they will never even get close to each other. You don't even need the block signals because they won't be that close to each other to run into each other. You need them to split up the tracks, but you don't necessarily need them to be because of they might crash. But I feel like at some point it's going to test that theory here. Yeah, see, this one's red, which means you can't go into that segment because that guy is in that segment. So he's going to come up and stop. And then now he's out of that segment, and now this one can go. Now this other one is red, so it's now blocking. It says don't go past this point because there's a train there. And then this one's going to switch off. Now the second that goes off, boom, that one should have opened up. But it didn't. You know why? Because we don't have a block signal over there. Again, those are really great indicators of what's going on with your trains. So we need a block signal over here that says, hey, it's past this point, make this segment separate so that it can get down the way. So we're going to go ahead and just put one right here. So now this is a separate segment as well. And then this one's not waiting for that train to get into the station. This one's just going forward. And we made this into two separate segments here. So that train is just long enough in case it's waiting. It'll have plenty of space if it has to stop there for this train also to go right out of the way. But if it's sitting there, it's not going to go this way. So we need another block signal, which basically says, hey, it's beyond this point. It's beyond that point in this little segment here, then this one's okay to go right. And this is why you have all these block signals, everybody, to control it going left, right, up, down, whatever it is that it's doing. Now, this one's in the station over there, past that block signal. Very nice. Now, this one should not stop. This one should just come in full speed now because it's not being obscured by this other train. So let's see if it goes past the block signal. Yes, full speed. There we go. And you can see the thing switch too. That's pretty cool. And then coming in, you'll see that thing should switch to the left. It did. So at the last second, it switched it to the left, which it does it automatically. And then coming down this direction, we should see that this one is green. Very nice. But the other train's going to come up underneath eventually. And you can see they're both red now. So this one underneath is going to slow down and say, wait a minute, there's something on that track. And then when it gets past that point, now it's green. Now this one can come out. And then if any other trains come along, this one says, no, don't go because there's something on that track. And this one's still free to move, even though that one's over there. And then that one can now go right. And then we don't have any collisions, and we got basically doing it with block signals. And you can also do path signals. Path signals are more if you're going to have a lot of crossing lines. I find you could do this whole part where you're doing under and over and separate sides, which is block signals. But you should watch it to see what's going on with your trains, and especially watch the signals, everybody. This is going to tell you everything you need to know on whether it's working or not, or if it's waiting for another train too long or whatnot. Okay, we got a one that's red that says someone's coming down the tracks. Don't go there. Now double red, so any train that comes behind it on this side will also stop. And then that one's going to go up there, and then this should turn green. Now, there we go. Both of those can move forward. Very nice. And the same thing here, I should move this block signal back so that when it just starts to enter that edge, but not when it's going around the corner, maybe way back there. See, if it starts into this edge here, it's going to have its nose out a bit into this lane, and you don't want that because the other train will hit it. So you want to, when it starts out into the lane like this, and then it will let this train know, no, there's a train there. You got to give it a little extra room so that it can trigger that stop. All right, how we doing over here? So this one's over there. This one's coming back. That won't make any difference because that train is that train's going to go under there. It's really when this train comes back and this train is coming up that'll be the issue. That train, is that train actually stopped there? I don't think it is. I think that's just a redraw. What's going on with my trains out there? Yeah, it's just a redraw there. Okay, this train's coming through. So yeah, we got that working beautifully. That one's off there. And then these should be green. All right, we got it working. First try. Very nice. Okay. Now we'll just let that run, and if we all of a sudden hear, then we screwed it up. But again, give it a little bit of, when it's coming up like that, I like to often flatten it out like I did on this side. Flatten it out a little bit so that it has a little bit, it can come up, it can stop. And then when it starts up, it has a little bit of track before it goes into the curve. Again, they do that in real life too, by the way. They don't put those track signals like right up on the thing because they'll crash. So watch out for that. Again, I love to watch the signals because it'll warn you ahead of time. I don't think this train is even going to be close to the other trains. I don't see any other trains coming. We should go watch it from the other side. That's what we should do. Hold on, let's get on the train. And we'll go watch it from the other side. Again, it automatically switched the track for the train. And then when this train is in here, actually we could probably fix this train signal. just to add a little bit of extra speed to it, is the second it comes fully off the track here, like that, then it'll trigger that other one faster, right? So if that one's waiting and that one comes off the track, boom, it'll be way back here that it triggers as opposed to triggering way up there as well. But it'll be fully off the track and not in its way. All right, this one's coming back. We'll get into train. Whee! Riding the trains. I'm not doing anything about it. It's all automatic. Okay, it's green. Any train coming? No. But it is red on the track there. Watch the little arrow on the second one there. It's going to turn automatically. There we go. Green down here. Green all down here. Actually, don't need that block signal at the end, by the way. Don't need that block signal at the end because this train uses this exclusively. So we can take out this block signal over there. I think it's full. Yeah, it's not even going to bother to load it because it's completely full. I just want to see the moment where the two trains are the one train's coming along and this train's coming up the thing, and how it deals with that. But honestly, the trains are so spread out that it hasn't had that problem yet. It's actually pretty rock solid, and it's not disturbing my oil trains. My oil trains are still running wonderfully. Okay, so green, red on the left side, good. Letting it know that another train's coming through. Then the second this one goes off, the tail of that one's out of there. Now it can come down the track, and it's not even to that block signal yet. But over time, it'll get closer and closer. It's kind of like the orbit of an object, everybody. It'll orbit it as getting closer, getting closer, getting closer. Well, the trains will eventually. Definitely at some point be real close like that. But this train can wait. I don't want my oil trains waiting. Those are the trains I want to keep going as quickly as possible. This is not a high priority train. All right, so yeah, same thing here. See, this one's going to be on that segment. This should now slow and wait until it clears the segment. And there we go. It's good. The second it gets on the track, boom, the other one's now stopped. And before it gets to the curve. And as it comes off of there, it's good. And then this whole track is exclusive to this train. All right, digging it. See, what I would do if I was making a video out of this right now, everybody, is I would just record this part right here and just let the train run like 100 times and do it in fast motion until it gets close to the other train. That's what I would do. There we go. Yeah, doing good, Gia. Doing good. Yeah, double-decker tracks are fun. Absolutely. I've done it before. I do like overpasses and underpasses, though. I think they're really fun to add. They're completely unnecessary, though. In fact, this whole train is unnecessary, by the way. I could just run the thing over there, and it'd be already over there. And it would run consistently at maximum amount. All right, is there another train coming? No. These trains are in really good sync right now. Just accidentally, they're in good sync. Meaning that the other train's not even close to being obstructed by this train. It's already off the main track by the time that other train comes along and is coming down the main track. So it's really doing no slowing of my oil delivery, which is cool. We'll see it coming down here in a minute. Yeah, here it comes. So now other one's far enough ahead. By the time this one goes down and comes back up again, the track's going to be clear, so it won't have to slow down. But see, the biggest problem is when it slows down. That's slowing down my transfer rate. But see, that one's already gone. This one's good to go back in there. And then the other one is still in the station, so it's no big deal for it. And it's out of there. Now that other one's coming back, but by the time this goes into the station, sits there for a little bit, that one's going to be way gone as well. And then the other one's still got a load on the other end, so it's going to pull in and load, and then it's got quite the ways to go before it even gets close to this train. Now this train is not loading anything because it's full on both ends. So what it will do is just kind of sit here for 10 seconds if it's full. All right, let's see what happens with our other train. Train's going that way. Other train's still loading, not even close to coming over here. All right, I'm gonna say that's pretty balanced. That's looking pretty sexy. Yeah, all right, let's let it rock and roll. Okay, next thing we need to do, start throwing some foundations down over here. Let's go ahead and get our blueprint for foundations. Right over here. Probably start them over there. There we go. One of the first things you should do, everybody, make a whole bunch of foundations that you can just quickly just snap down like that. 25 of them at a time. All right, look at all the trains doing the train stuff. Love it. Okay. Now what we want to do, of course, is to backlog our stuff here. And I've been having weird problems. This is not how this should work, but it's how it does work. And so that's what we're going to do. So we're going to put these side by side. And we're going to put an output over here. An output down there. Now again, that should be coming out at 1200 to both of these, but it seems like the output, the double output thing doesn't work anymore. It used to work great. I used to use it all the time for boxes, for this, for outputting of trains and things. But it doesn't feel like it's working like it used to. I don't know if that was intentional or non-intentional, but I'm sure they'll work on it at some point. So output here. So what we do now is we do a double output. And double output helps empty out this faster. Because what happens is why is that not running out of there? Oh, it's not the wrong ones. There was something weird there. That's why you always double check. There we go. So now this should run out basically at 1200, because when your train's in the station, you're going to see it. Watch it stop. Watch the fill completely stop. See, look at the net. See, the fill rate is dropping. And the reason why it drops is because the train is loading the stuff in there. So you got to get that stuff out of there as quick as possible before the train comes around again. So that's why we're going to go ahead and just massively dump these out of here. And gas does not need pumps. Remember that. But sometimes I just put it in there to get the thing going because it's a little funky, everybody. Especially the level 2 pipes are funky. Again, they still need some work on it, I think. And also they need to make it more understandable. Because unless you're, you know, like an engineer, remember, it's still a game, everybody. It doesn't have to be true to life. Everything doesn't have to be absolutely, you know, perfect to life. It has to have the fun factor to it, too. If you make it where it's hard to understand, it's not going to be very enjoyable for some peeps. So, I like the challenge of it. I have a good time. All right, now we have a smidge of nitrogen over here. A smidge. Okay, now I think we need. Wait, actually, I think it's in the blender, isn't it? Where is it? Something like that. Fused modular frame. In the blender? Oh, it is in the blender. Okay, cool. Just dawned on me. Blender. Oh, that's a packager. Get to the blender. There we go. Okay, so we'll put a blender in here. Like so. And we're going to make fused modular frames. We need aluminum casings and heavy modular frames. And we need a little bit of nitrogen gas. And so this is going to come in here like 600 per minute, and it needs 37. Again, pretty nice, I would say. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do our power. Run that down. Run that, say, across to here. Like this. Where's our power on this one? Left side over here. Make sure we'll do that. I love running the power underneath here because you don't see all these power lines. Awesome. All right, blender starting up, which means the nitrogen gas is going to start going in there. Aluminum casings and heavy modular frames. Now, what we can do is we can go in and create a whole process of making heavy modular frames and aluminum casings and all of those things, which we will do at some point. But it just so happens that I have a crazy ton of it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do this the easy peasy way, where we just go and run this into here with our nice straight runs, and then up here with our very not nice straight runs, because we got to bring this up to somewhere right there, and run that like that. Okay, now we need heavy modular frames, so I'm just going to go heavy, and then control click, by the way, will bring out stacks of that, and then I can put that in there. Okay, getting that out of the dimensional depot, by the way. Aluminum casings. Aluminum casings. Taking all those out. By the way, notice how they just go ahead and fill right back up again, because up above, I have 10 boxes deep of all of this stuff. So the second I take it out of there, I don't have to run up there and get it. It'll just put it right back in there for me via the dimensional depot. Put that right in there. Okay, now, because these are running at the maximum speed, and they're coming from the box at basically a speed of 780, I can go ahead and do that. But actually, I want to turn that off, because what I really want is a bunch 4 summer sloops. So let's go back here and check on our power, which we have going way back over here. And we are going to snag some summer sloops out of here. We're using it for producing more fuel, but really, we don't need it. Really don't need it to that extent. All right, and where were we doing it? Oh, we need more compacted coal because we're burning up that compacted coal. I see. I see, it's not making it to the end. Okay, where did I put these? I think I put them in the center of these. Let's take that out. Again, when you put your compacted coal in there, everybody, it doesn't use more resources, but it does use, as you see, it's 120 power. Now it's 30 power. So it does use more power. It just doesn't use more resources. So we're going to take those out of there, and we'll go over here. I think I did the middle one of this one. Yes. And so we'll let that turbo fuel keep on rocking. We definitely need more compacted coal because we're apparently burning it up. Let's see what's going on with our compacted coal over here. What are we missing? Not missing squat. This stuff is kicking butt. In the back. Oh, sulfur. My sulfur seems to be going slow. Yes. Why's my sulfur not running at 600? What have we done to break it? What have you done for me lately? Going downtown. See all these pier nodes? Look, they're not even being used right now. Isn't that a tragedy? Look at all those pier nodes. Pier nodes not being used. Oh, well, we got this stopped on the belt. I see a bunch of sulfur there. There's something going on. Sulfur stopped on the belt. Oh. That's why my sulfur's not at full speed. My bad. I forgot to put that little segment in there. Well, now we know. All right. Okay. Sulfur should be back up to full speed. There we go. It's always something like that, everybody. You forgot a little thing here, a little thing there. If I see that stopped, that's a dead giveaway that something's wrong. Why is that not moving? Why is it not merging? Why is it not even just going into the box over there? But now we got it down. We're looking sexy. We got to come back over here and remove all of this excess stuff we don't need anymore and all that stuff down there that we don't need anymore eventually. But right now, I'm gonna remove all this trains and stuff over here as well. We're gonna ride the hypertube though. Here we go, going up. Going up. Oh God, how long have we been going? Oh man, we need to take another break. We'll get this going, everybody. We got our nitrogen, and what we want to do is at least get it making our 50 frames up there to unlock our tier 3 extractors. Now, if you notice, again, I have no production. None. Zero. Zero production. And you're like, well, Kismet, how can you possibly build all this stuff if you don't have any materials or production to make materials? Well, I already did that production in the earlier part of the game, and I had it making a ton of various resources. Because I'm on a G-Portal server, the mega server, I can go ahead and let it run. And so even if I'm not in the game, it is continuously making me more resources. So what I did is I made this area way up here at the top to hold all the resources. So you can see that I have a bunch of square buildings, and each of those buildings have their own dimensional depots in the front, which basically allow me to run all of the resources in here. And you can see this is 10 deep of each of these resources. And you can see that I basically made the factories for each and every one of these resources. And it doesn't matter how much is making, everybody. If I let that run for 100 hours, man, that's a lot of stuff. Even if it's doing it at 2 per hour. Again, that'll build a backlog of all of those things. Now, we also have it doing oh, I could have took that out of the supercomputers. Oh, I could have took it right out of there. Doing supercomputers there, and then over here we were doing radio controlled units. Now I can tell you it's stopped or it's done its maximum because it has that 50 right there, and it also probably has a whole box of them over here. Yep, going into there, which is pretty sweet. And then over here probably same thing, box of these. Yep, one box is enough for now. And then over on this side, again, utilizing some of the resources that I had backlogged there. It is making the next level things that we're going to need here in just a little bit. But I'm definitely grabbing back those summer sloops where I can use those elsewhere. Maybe put those back on my fuel. I forgot those were even up there. Let's put those back on our turbo fuel. Well, I just shoot you out of there like a rocket. All right. Let's go ahead and go to this one. Get that going. We'll get our compact coal back up again, too. All right, so we're going to double that one up. I'm doubling up the middle one because the middle one is actually the output where all these merge. They all merge together, and then the pump pushes it down the way. And actually, we should do it on both rows. We should do it on this row back here. Oh, that one's already good. And then over here, already good. All right. You see, I got a lot of summer slopes. All right, very nice. And that allows me also to make 2 more manufacturers that are doubled up. Summer sloops are very, very useful for getting more of whatever it is. Alrighty, now that we got that going in, we also need a way of coming out and dropping that stuff off right out here. Ooh, that's weird. That's a weird output. What the heck was that? There we go. Okay, production paused. Put our summer sloops in there. Now, the reason why I did that is so it didn't use up all of these resources before I could put this in, because the first one that you run runs at the regular rate, right? So it's going to use the regular amount of resources. But the second one that you run is then going to use the summer sloops and be going. Thank you for letting me know, Gabe. And bam, there we go. And so now it's off and running. It's going to make 7.5 per minute. And how many do we need? We need 50. So we take 50 divided by 7.5. 666666667. I don't know why all the numbers are 666, everybody. I don't know. I don't know. I ask Suri sometimes and say, hey, Suri, what's this number between this and that and the other thing? She's like, it's 3.6666. I don't know. It's very weird. Weird how numbers work out that way. But that's going to take about 6 minutes, basically, right? Is that what I said? Yeah, 6 minutes. If it's 7.5 per minute, we can figure that out. 7.5 times 6 is 45. So it'd be 7 minutes because it's a little less than, a little more than 6. So yeah, 7 minutes. So in 7 minutes, we'll be able to unlock our level 3 extractors, which is going to be very exciting. Very, very exciting to get that going. Now, other things that we can do, that we can get going are some of our items for our space elevator, which I was going to leave down here, but I decided to move it way up there. It was really cool because I had the space elevator way at the bottom. And then when you came up here to this top part, this part right here was aligned to the top part up there, which it still is, by the way. I just noticed it still is aligned to this top part here. So that's why I kind of built that one up there, is to align to this thing, which is super cool. All right, so we want to go ahead and try to remember what the heck the name of these objects are. Actually, we just go over this way. By the way, yellow means road, red means trains. Look, I even built a little thing. You can walk underneath here. You can watch the belts running. You can see if anybody's in the hypertube. Like that. In fact, you can go in the hypertube. Even better. I forgot I even made this hypertube. Much faster. Here we go. Boom. And then you can go under. And you can look at the people who are in the tunnel. Right there. A lot of fun things you can do in this game, but I love running the hypertubes underneath. Then you can just kind of look at the scenery while you're going. Very cool. Okay, what are we doing? We are doing the thermal propulsion rocket. Oh, that's the second one. We need the first one. What is the name of that first one? I don't remember. It's a magnetic field generator. Okay. Mag is all you really need to type. What do we need? We need versatile framework and we need electromagnetic control rods. Well, we haven't got to our nuclear power, but we are going to work on that soon. Let's see. So we need our electromagnetic control rods. And actually, you don't have to have nuclear power to do that. You just need stators and limiters, which we could do because we do have a bunch of those backlogged. And also, by the way, you have a lot of alternate recipes on this stuff too. We haven't got to that yet. I'm going to show you all about alternate recipes here in a bit. But really, our big goal right now is to get this next thing unlocked. And then what we should do after we do that, we should do some nuclear power. Yeah. Get our nuclear power going, which will then lead us to our particle enrichment. We could have been doing nuclear power all this time instead of revamping all of my turbo power. Now, we're also going to make rocket fuel as well. We're going to get into a bit of that. But we definitely want to get our nuclear power going. We're going to need to get our uranium going and all of this stuff going as well. I kind of feel like what we're going to do, though, is we're going to segment this into each nuclear power plant as opposed to building them all in clusters to see if we can optimize and load balance the nuclear reactor. The nuclear reactor, if you backlog a bunch of uranium fuel rods, it's not a problem because you can just start them all up. But if, you know, one's going in this one and then this one's starving for one and this one's going off and this one then is waiting for another one to come by, you don't want that to happen. You don't want your power going on and off. You want it to be a nice, straight, solid line. So we want to make sure that we get that going. And we solve the problem with our compact coal, which is probably what was causing our numbers not to be right. It was our compact coal. That's what was messing up. See, sometimes you don't discover it until the next time. That's probably what was causing our fuel to not have enough compact coal to make enough turbo fuel. And that's why I had to start doubling it up. But now that we solved that problem, we'll probably end up with a backlog of turbo fuel because now we're going to be producing more than enough. Yeah, so we got to wait about 7 minutes to make that happen. So let's go over here and just double check that these are actually, before you, like when you're going to take a break, everybody in this game, I always double check stuff. Oh, here comes the other trade. So cool, it goes under there. Come on, little buddy. Yeah, I was waiting for that train to clear the track. So I want to move this up, actually. Yeah, I saw that's waiting for this one to clear this whole segment of the track. And this is another one you'd want to go and move this one back here so this one can get on this track and go that way a little bit faster. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many block signals you have, everybody. Just you just want to make it where your trains are not being slowed down by another train that's not in its way. Like this one had to go all the way to the end, past this signal here, for this one to come up out of there and go this way. And the second I see that, I say, okay, need a block signal there. Again, you just kind of run them and see what kind of issues you run into. But this should fix all of the issues with that. Just easy block signals to saying, hey, if there's something here or something there. It should be good. All right. So again, before you walk away, you want to go over here and you want to double check that this is actually running. Well, we got 39 of them in there already. All right. What are we waiting on? Aluminum casings. See, that's why you don't want to walk away. Aluminum casings. There we go. Look, another 1,000 of them in there. Now, while we were up there, by the way, we could have picked up a bunch of aluminum casings. How about heavy modular frames? Yep, those have filled back up again, too. That's what's great about having all those dimensional depots as well. All right, so it'll definitely be done by the time we're back. All right. Look at it down there, mixing. Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a little break, everybody. We'll let that run. We'll come back, and we're going to unlock our Tier 3 extractors, which is going to be awesome. And then we can put our sulfur on its own line at its maximum speed to just be a single line. Again, so we can kind of upgrade that and clock it up a bit faster than it is. We're not going to max clock it for right now because we don't have the belts to do that yet. We got to get into the higher game. But we can at least get it from 600 to 780. And really, that's actually going to be more than enough. And then we'll max out all of our 780 belts to whatever resources running on that belt. We'll then max out at 780s and then eventually max it out even higher. So, all right, so we're going to play some words on stream, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and get this going. 1, 2, 3 over there, and then this buttons and all these buttons right over there. Calderin, how do you remember all this stuff in all these games you play? It's remarkable. I do have an ability to remember maps, an ability to remember game info and stuff like that. But if you tell me your name within 5 seconds, I'm going to forget it. Same thing with numbers. I'm really bad with numbers, famous people names, things like that. Everybody has their thing that they're really good at, and some people have other things that they're good at. I just happen to be good at games, everybody. That just happens to be my thing. Like you play Throne in this and then other stuff. It's a lot to keep track of. It is. Now, see, a lot of the games are similar, though, too. Oh, yeah, there you go. Everybody's off and running. A lot of the games are similar, too, so they have similar mechanics. But it has to do with familiarity. And I actually like forgetting a bit about stuff. Like I was trying to do the angles there, and I was trying to remember how to do those angles and how to angle down and angle up. And it's been a long time since I did it, so I kind of knew what I was doing, but not exactly. And then I remembered, okay, yeah, we got to do a segment here, and we got to do a segment there, and then we can do that. That's fun, everybody. That's really fun with games that you really like. Games you really like, you kind of have a little bit of that first playthrough thing again, where you kind of forgot some of it, and then you're rediscovering it again. It's not quite like playing it for the first time, but it is a bit of coming back later and having that nostalgia. So there you go. Yes, it is a lot to keep track of, but hey, if you love playing games, it's pretty great. Now, remember, everybody, you don't have to do any of this fancy stuff that I'm doing. You can just let it run, and if you see the number diminishing, then you know you need more of that thing. And if it's going up, then you know you got enough, more than enough. All right, everybody, I'm gonna let you guys play some words on stream. And again, if I see you guys working together and solving all these words, I will come back and shower you with lots of love in the form of Kiscaps for future giveaways. All right, be right back. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Let's earn you guys some caps right now, everybody. I'm going to help you out. Let's go ahead and try to get this one done. Let's do it. Come on, everybody. Rise up in the chat. Great way to earn everybody in the chat by working together. What do we got? Wood. Ah, I'm in. Oh, Twizzle got me before I could type it. Oh, good quick draw. T-Swizzy. T-Swizzy Swizzle. I like your name. All right, let's get going. Let's see. Down. Yes, there we go. Come on, Chad. You got this one. We got this one. Let's do it. Let's see. I'm not done. Oh, Sister G quick drawing me. You guys are quick drawing me. It's not easy for me to get words, everybody. It don't work as good as it used to, everybody. All right, that's okay. You guys get the words. Let's go. Let's see. Hood, you already got it. Hood, wood, nud. I don't know. Wooden. Oh, you already got that too. Own. Hoe down. Good one. We already got down. Oh. What? I can't think of anything. I know there's a word there. I just started typing letters. I don't know. We still got it, though. We still got it done. There we go. Thanks, everybody, for coming in and participating in some words on stream. There's a bunch of kids cats for you for future giveaways right over there. That's always fun. We have a good time up in here, everybody. We really do. All right, let's get back to some Satisfactory. Again, put a 1 in the chat if you guys can see and hear me, just so I know everything's working, because this ain't an easy stream to keep going, everybody. It's a crazy stream up in here. All right, let's look at this. This ran out of aluminum casings, but do we got 50? Oh, my God, we got more than 50. All right. Let's go ahead and get our aluminum casings again. And we'll go ahead and have it make us some more while we're doing that. Okay. So now that we got that going, oh, look at our train. Did our train crash while we were going? No, no crashes. Working perfectly. Very nice. All right, we got that going on. Okay, so we got that. We got to go back to our hub. That's where we're going. Try not to get run over by a train when we're crossing the train tracks. That's why I put the little underpass here, everybody. Not that I couldn't just fly over it, but you know, I can just go under it. So we make sure we don't get run over. All right, that's a long way down. Slide jump. Uh-oh, it's doing that thing where it just makes me go full on Willy Wonka. Where my character just starts floating away when I'm not even holding any keys down, and it just starts floating them up in the air sometimes. It gets like weirdly glitched out. All right, time for these nice level 3 extractors. It was like a little hand. I've never seen that before.
The Miner Mark III provides top-of-the-line resource extraction potential, making it even easier to contribute to project assembly. Project part number 8, the thermal propulsion rocket, is the most complex project part of this phase as it requires turbo motors, and thus requires your best. Fix it, didn't think pioneers such as you could get this far. I am glad we have both proven them wrong.
All right, now what's going to go do is go and take those resources up into the space station here. Should be good. Now, what it does is it exchanges, basically takes the resources up there, empties the resources, and then it comes flying back down again to your hub. So instead of using the space elevator, you're using the little transport there. So we got that done. Now, what else are we doing here? Putting this back in the depot. What else? We don't need to put Noblest in there. Let's put our items back in the depot. Look at over there pumping out extra power for us. Okay, so we got that done. We were thinking of doing the main thing, but we would need to think about our nuclear reactors. We should now have our ability to make our bigger, yes, Mark IIIs. Very nice. To do our factories first or to do our nuclear first? I think we have plenty of resources to do our nuclear power. Let's go in here. Actually, we should probably run out. Oh, we got nuclear power right there. Some uranium there that we can do. I think that's where we did that last time, too. Yeah, we came right out. We built a base in the forest area. Actually, I think it was over here that we came up. That's a geyser there. Yeah, I think we came up this way and then we cut over on that last playthrough. And I have finished the game in early access and also in release here. I feel like, you know what I need to do? I didn't get my fuzzy socks on. Hold up. See my cool fuzzy socks? I put them over my other socks here, which are my socks that's supposed to help me with my circulation, whatever those things are called. Those kind of socks. Because my feet get cold, because I'm an old man with bad circulation. But I'm trying to work on my circulation by wearing these socks. And then also walking more. And moving around, taking more breaks, because I streamed for 2,222, not kidding, hours last year. That's equivalent to streaming 6 hours a day for 365 days. Then take those amount of hours, and then that's how much I've worked off stream as well. It's around 4,000 hours invested last year, easily, if not more. Okay, so now we need to look at our next phase, which is our particle enrichment here, where we need our turbo motors, our cooling systems. So we're going to go ahead and select that milestone. Now, the easy one right here, of course, is our quick wire. That we probably have a bunch of. Probably could just grab it out of the dimensional depot, as a matter of fact. Let's just go quick wire here. Yes, very easy. Grab that out, throw that in there. Oh, I gotta wait till it comes back in 1 minute. What else we got? Fuse modular frames, we need 100 of those. And then cooling systems, I definitely have not done those because those require water and the nitrogen that we have over there. So we can get that going on. That's in the blender as well. And then turbo motors are these things after that. So we got to make a bunch of these first and a bunch of these. And then we can make our turbo motors. Now, if you notice, I play a much different conventional way than most people do. Most people, they'll build out each and every factory and they'll build out all this stuff. And I'm showing you, you don't really need to do that because that is massively inefficient, everybody. If I don't need the factories, I don't have to worry about my power all the time. I just let the resources run. I build up a backlog of massive amount of resources, then I don't have to worry about it. I can just let it run and run and run. So we're going to grab another blender over here, and we're going to go ahead and tap into some more of this over here. Let's go ahead and utilize this one right here into there. And then this one's going to be the cooling system. All right. And then, of course, we've got water, which we happen to have just a smidge of it down there. Like a whole lot of a smidge. Down that way. I can't remember if we brought any water up here. I don't think we did. But we could definitely use our rail here to bring that water up and then run that under and have that end up right over there. Another thing we could do real easy is we could utilize some of our resources that we already have right over here. Now, I got another trick for you, everybody, and this one's going to be really fun, which I haven't done in a really long time. I think until since it first came out, and that's use the packager. And you're like, Kismet, you've used the packager before. This is true, but not in this particular way in a really, really long time. And I'm going to show you, and it's called really thinking ahead, everybody. What we're going to do is we're going to unpackage water. So what I've done in the past is use that packaged water to throw the water into the awesome sink, right? So I package the water, throw it in the awesome sink, and then it disappears. So what you can do is you can go in and you can also unpackage the water as well. So we'll try that out a bit, and we'll burn up our packaged water right over here. And see, since it's a packaged water, I can put it in the dimensional depot and just say packaged water. And then I can take all that packaged water out put it right in here, and then what it's going to do is unpackage the water and put that right in there. All right, now where do we run? Where do we run our power? We haven't run the power line yet. Okay, nice. Let's run the power line then. Let's run it right there, and then we'll run our packager down, and we got them both run. And now we're going to take this, and we're going to connect it into our direct line over here. Where do we run this line? Right there. Very nice. Boom. All right. Now, what that's going to do is unpackage the water and put it into the thing, right? Very cool, I think. I think that's very neat. So that's one way of doing it, to package it and then transport it as well. So that's going to go ahead and get this started, and we might be able to make enough of them, enough of this to get this really going. And we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And, of course, the second one into there. And then, of course, the other two resources, heatsink and rubber. Now, rubber is going to be pretty easy. We got a lot of that right here. We're going to go ahead and control-click that to get that all out of there in stacks and put the rubber at the bottom. And then we made a bunch of heat sinks. Did we put them in the dimensional depot? We did, for a big W there. And then run those in, and that's it. Off and running. See, that's the real efficient moment, everybody. I didn't have to make a whole thing for heat sinks and a whole thing for rubber and a whole thing for running all the water and running all the lines and doing all the pumps and doing all of that. I don't do any of that. I already had it pre-done from when I did aluminum earlier, and I was packaging the water and then using it elsewhere like I am now, which is pretty cool. All right, so we got to make them cooling systems now. It's got to make 200 of them, so I seriously doubt I'm going to have enough water. But we'll go ahead and try to get her done. Now, right over here, we'll get this. Run that out into there. And because the only thing that's coming out is the cooling system. Now, all this is going to run in at a much faster speed than normal. And the reason why is because I have a backlog of it, and I can put it in there. It's going to come in there at 780. So if it's going to come in there so fast, I might as well speed it up by simply going like this, right? Right there. Now, another thing I should do is also use my summer sloops that I grabbed earlier because I knew I was going to need them because, yes, I think that far ahead. And then now I can put my summer sloops in there, so I'm getting 30 of them per minute with the same amount of resources, which means that we are going to get an absolute ton of these, everybody, in a short amount of time using what resources that we already have, which is pretty awesome. All right, we'll let those run. I don't like to keep my summer sloops on me or my power things. I just let them run back in. When I need them, I pull them back out again. You see they're running into the manual depot run there. But there we go. All right, that's running. And, of course, all these resources that we grabbed out of here, like the heat sinks and stuff, those are automatically running back into the depot way up there on the top where I have my primary storage. And we already got 27 of them, all right? There we go. Another 10 minutes or so, and we should be along the way. All right, now we need another 100 of these. How we looking? Oh, looking pretty good. We really need to do a little bit of drop off here. Let's just do it right over here. I call this the drop off, and that's where you just go ahead and put all your stuff away like that. Just get it out of your inventory, and then we're going to go grab a huge chunk of resources and bring them back. Now, I can run all the lines and make a whole factory for it or whatever, but I got so much of it, everybody, that I really want to use it up first. So that's what we'll go do. So we'll go up here, and we'll get a tremendous amount of it. Are Satisfactory secrets Easter eggs considered backseat gaming? When in doubt, I say don't do it. There you go. Yes, but you're a millionaire now, so it's okay. I'm not a millionaire in real life, but I got $8.90 in the bank. I'm not kidding, by the way, when I say that. Actually, I think it's $9.36. So look, I'm up by $1. I have a whole family, everybody. I'm just trying to get my kids out of high school at this point. My oldest daughter's off at college, and I have twin girls who are still in high school. So they got another year to go. But when they're done with that, everybody, that's it. Move out and you're on your own. Go do your stuff. And if you need help, you know where I'm at. That kind of thing. I mean, they're going to do well, everybody. My kids are going to be doctors and scientists and engineers. You know, not because I told them to be that thing, because they decided to be those things. much better way to choose what you want to do in life, everybody. I don't make my kids into football stars or tennis stars or whatever kind of star I want them to be because I want to live through my kids. I want my kids to decide something that they want to do, that they like to do, that they're interested in. So that's what I would rather my kids discover, what they love to do, than for me to tell them to become a graphic designer like me. In fact, I told my oldest daughter not to become a graphic designer because you got AI right now, and that's taking over all the designers' jobs right now. So you don't want to be the designer. You want to be the person who fixes the computers and the robots that do all of the stuff. That's the person you want to be. Right there. So she chose engineering. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, being an artist and a designer right now is pretty messed up because they're just stealing everybody's artwork and everybody's art style and whatnot. Because you can't patent that, everybody. You can't patent your art style. You can patent your artwork, but not your art style. Just like you can't patent the style of an operating system. Otherwise, Windows would have never happened. Because if they let Apple say, look, hey, we came up with this operating system, you stole it, but they really stole it from Xerox, just so you know. But they would have, both of them actually wouldn't have been. Both Microsoft and Apple would have got sued out of existence if Xerox could have went in there and said, look, no, we have a patent on what this looks like on this interface, and you owe us all the money. And they'd instantly go out of business, everybody. If that was ever a thing, both Apple and Microsoft would instantly go out of business. Because they would owe it all to Xerox, and Xerox would be the #1 company in the world who actually came up with the mouse and came up with the interface that you guys use every day, all day. And then also is extended on to mobile platforms and all of that stuff as well. But they didn't let them do that because money. Because money, everybody. Yes. Such is how life is, everybody. You know, sometimes the good people don't win. Or big time. That's the real life, everybody. That's why people like movies, because they like the fantasy of the, you know, the hero always wins. That's not how it is, everybody. The hero doesn't always win. Not in real life. Sometimes they do. But not always. And that's a sad reality, but it is the real reality, and so there you go. All right, maybe some more of these fusion things. We're going to have 100 of those in no time. How are we doing over here on this one? 29, what did we run out of? Why do we stop here? What did we run out of? Idle. Water. Man, it burned through all that water already? No. Oh, I got to get the canisters out of there. Huh, I never even thought of that before. I haven't unpackaged stuff in forever. I got to get the canisters to come out of there because it's taking the water out of the canisters, and you got to put the canisters in there. I had totally forgotten, everybody. Again, that's one of those fun things you remember later on. All right, so canisters there, and then that's got a bunch in there, but that's definitely going to run out of water. So what can we do? We could go package a bunch of water while we're waiting and run it into the dimensional depot. Whee! Going for a swim, everybody. There, that used to be my train station there. Don't use that anymore. I don't use it anymore. I moved that all up there. Now that train's run up there. We got to take all that out, too, eventually. Right down here. Ah, there's a packager right there. Get out of there. All right. We should just do it over here. Again, all this can come out and whatnot. We'll get to that later. But we'll just do it right here. Oh, wait. Maybe we got a blueprint. Oh, yeah. Look at that. See, you got to love the blueprints, everybody. You come back later. You're like, I want to take that out. Boom. Takes all 25 foundations out at the same time. Okay. Let's just do something simple. We're just going to go ahead and get our water extractors going. Something like this. Something like this. Uh-oh. Why is there no coal going in there? That's why our thing's not running, because our coal plant went off. That's why it went down by 3:30. Why is our coal not running down? Did I mess it up? Oh, look, I took a splitter out. And that's how that stuff happens. Obviously, we don't need our coal, but, you know, it's a nostalgia thing. Get in there. Get that coal fired back up again. We don't need this one anymore, though. Take that one out. You see our coal firing back up again. There it goes. All right. So what we want to do is take this water, and we're going to run it up the way a little bit here. How much water do we want? Let's go see what the default packager input is. Packaged water is going to be 60 per minute. Dang. That means we only need one of these, because one of these does 120. Oh, dang. Okay, we'll just do this one. We'll run the power down here, because I'm sure nothing bad is going to go wrong if you run the power in the water, everybody. I think it'll be just fine, right? Everybody loves to mix water and power. Probably not the best idea, everybody, but especially in real life. In real life, I don't think you want to do that. All right, we're going to update that connection over there so we can run this to that A connector there. This used to be turbo fuel. In fact, we don't even need this anymore. We can just take this and directly connect that over there for now. We'll rework all that later. All right, this starting up? Yes, it is. Okay. Now, we want to go ahead and take this water. And we're just going to go ahead and take it like this. And we'll line that up. Bring it up a bit. And we're going to run that up. Watch this, everybody. Didn't know you can angle. You can first click, and then you use your mouse wheel, and you can angle the way that it's going, so it can angle up along that edge. And I like to kind of line it up and then angle it back like this. It also acts as like a railing. So, you know, if you're driving your car down there, you don't flip off the side. I do that a lot. And we can get that right in there. Now we got some water running up here. Very nice. All right, we'll just put that there. Of course, we need some pumps. Pumpity pump. I think we should have probably done it as a straight line first. Hold on. Let's do a straight line first. And I'll show you why. I always like doing straight lines first. Right, like this. Because it's easier to put your pump on there. And then run that over there. And now we have more than enough. More than enough head lift to get that up there. That's a level 2. Level 2 lifter. These things love to pop out of my ears. Get in there. It's only because I don't push them in too far. And they work their way out of my ear. Okay, now we got the water. Now, we get to have a lot of fun. We'll take all this stuff out. And we'll just go ahead and get our packagers. And we're going to need 2 of them. One there. One there. And we'll go ahead and connect them together. We'll put a thing right at the center. Bring that up into there like that. Okay, packaged water. Packaged water. We'll just go ahead and run a simple frontline thing. I wonder if this is actually tied into the power. It absolutely is. Okay. And we want to see that the water is coming in. See, the water's getting to there. Maybe it is a bit too much head lift. Let's go see. I don't see it making it to the end. Nope. 41. 43. Let's go see what's up. It's still filling up. It's still filling up. Okay, good. Still filling up the actual pipe itself. There we go. Now it's getting the water in there. And again, it'll get up to speed here in a bit and fill this whole thing up. Now, we need some empty canisters for this over here. And the empty canisters are 60 per minute. And then we'll do the same thing here. We'll go ahead, just put a splitter right here. Now, we're just making something real simple here. Nothing too fancy schmancy for right now. but just something real simple that's going to package this water for us, and then we don't have to run the water all the way up. We could, though. I mean, we could totally run it up if we want to. So, again, 60 per. So we're going to put a constructor down. Let's say right there. And we'll go ahead and look and see how much it takes to... where are you? Do canisters. Okay, so we need a bunch of plastic to make our canisters, 60 per minute, which means we need to do 2 of these to match the amount of water that's coming out. And then this is going to go ahead and merge. Again, just doing simple stuff right now. Out that way. This out of there, this one into there, this one to that one. Okay, very nice. Now we need a bunch of plastic. And again, we could run it all down here and make a bunch of factories, but again, if we have a backlog, there's no real point. Actually, we could do this in the center merge. Or center split, actually, in this case. Just like that. And then, what I call a center split, where you, basically it's a load balancer, so you're going out of this box into here, and then equally into both of those. So half in one, half in the other. Which is pretty easy. Then also we'll use this here for our power. And then this for our power. To wherever the other power pole. We should have done this power pole in the back. Do this one in the back like this. Yes, very nice. And then run that over to there. Okay, now what we need is we need some plastic. And it just so happens that I have a whole lot of it. So we'll go ahead again. Just grab the plastic from up above. Through the dimensional depot, put it here. It's going to refill the dimensional depot. It's going to get right over here. It's going to make a bunch of empty canisters, and then it's going to package that water. And so we'll give it the ability to kind of run out of there again. Now this is a center merge, where I put it right in the center here. Switch to a merger. Aim the green arrow at the box, and then out of there and out of there. And now it's starting to package. Okay, and then if we have enough Mercer spheres, which we could probably go back and get some of our Mercer spheres back from stuff that we were using dimensional depots on. Where was I using those dimensional depots? Good question. Down below? Down here, yes. I know I had some others. I might have already taken them out. Oh, I see one right there. What were we packaging over here? Oh, packaging turbo fuel. Well, guess what? Whoa. Getting that one back. So much stuff to take out there. That's all obsolete. We moved that all up above. No longer need this down here because all the oil runs up into our central base. This is looking good. Okay. Oh, we need to tell this what to be. Could copy paste it, or we can just click on it. There we go. That's going to make a bunch of that. That's going to put a bunch here, and now we can go ahead and automatically have it go in the dimensional depot, so we don't have to track it down. And that is going to kick butt now on that. Yes, yes, yes. Go, go, go. Do your thing. And now it has an infinite source of water over there. Now, the thing that we could do is just bring that water up and then run that water straight up there into the base and do it. But we'd have to put a bunch of pumps and things of that nature. The whole thing that makes packaging useful is the fact that, especially when you're going vertically, horizontally not as much, but vertically it's very useful because you don't have to put all the pumps in and then check all the head lifts and do all of that. It eliminates all of that, but it does come at a much higher cost to your power. But if you have a lot of power like I'm about to have, especially when I switch over to nuclear here in just a little bit, then that won't be an issue, everybody. That will not be a problem at all. And we could make an absolute ton of it for sure. So we're going to go ahead and let that package that a bit. And again, we're just trying to make enough to get our particle enrichment going as well. And that's how I like to get through the phases, everybody. Just make enough to get past to the next phase, enough to get past the next phase, and so on. And then we get into massive mega building in the final phase of this particular playthrough. Now, we could have also done it from the very beginning and made factories that are always running from the very beginning, which we kind of did it a little bit, and then we had a bunch of spaghetti, and then we cleaned up that spaghetti, and now we're massively optimizing our complete setup. Over here, you see we're making fuel, we're making compact coal, turbo fuel, and of course our turbo fuel stuff. You can see we did some stuff on our blueprinter over there. And these are giant battery areas. So all the way up is a bunch of batteries. This is 30,000 power on that one. And right now, 75 times 100 equals 7,500 megawatts. But then, of course, they're stacked on top of each other. So that is 30,000 megawatts. And this is 30,000 megawatts, which is about how much total power I'm making in my entire factory right now. Which is awesome. And I've actually finished the game with only 50,000 power, around 50 to 60,000 power, the whole entire game, which tells you you can totally do that. Okay, we need our resources back. Let's go ahead and find out where I dropped those off, somewhere over here. So we can put these in the thingy. Now, eventually, if I build enough stuff, everybody, I will run out of resources. That's a given. Remember, you start with nothing. So if you end up with no resources, you could always just make more. Absolutely. First thing we'll do is utilize this quick wire. Right over here. Boom. There we go. Let's see. Do we have any of these other things left over? Nope. Cooling systems, fused modular things. No, none left over. All right. Now back over here again. Whee! Slide, jump. Or I could just fly. Do you know when you're flying in your hovercraft? There's doing that thing again. I'm doing that going up stuff. When you're flying in your hoverpad, whatever it is, hoverpack. Yeah, hoverpack. When you're flying your hoverpack, it's actually faster than your little vehicle. It actually goes a bit faster than it. How do I know? Because I actually, oh wow, there's a whole bunch. I actually went and raced it. I set it to go around in a track, and I got on my hoverpack and let it go and let it get up to full speed, and then I caught up to it and passed it. That's how you know how fast you're really cranking that out. Okay, wow, okay, we got a lot of those, almost 200. And then water, and then look at that, 500 packaged water already in there. Where is our water thing? I thought it was here. Oh, it's on the other side, right here. All right, put more packaged water in there, and this is going to unpackage the water. How cool is that, right? So it's putting it in the dimensional depot. I'm the kind of in-between person, pulling it out of the dimensional depot, and then just using it up here. Or I could just run the item up the thing, and it would bring the packaged item up here, and then unpackage it to be used in there. Now, here's the cool thing also, is that I could take this and basically take it and bring it back down below and use it to repackage. So it packages it, it unpackages it, returns the containers back down again, packages it, unpackages it. You get the idea. So that's a really cool way of doing it, where you have that kind of cycle where it's reusing the canisters, and you don't have to make as many canisters. So that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool way of doing that. All right, cooling systems, almost to 200. And I think we got this already. Yes, we got a whole bunch of those. In fact, we'll put a few of these into the dimensional depot over here. All right, 181. And we got this overclocked, and we also have it maxing the output multiplier over here. Just wait till we scale this up, everybody. It's going to be insane. Insane scale up coming up. But we want to go ahead and get this going. And then we got some nuclear systems to do. Yeah, it's cranking out 30 per minute. How we doing? Well, there's our 200. Now, see how quick I did that? That's because I had those resources backlog, and I only had to do a little bit of production packaging that water. Again, that was the most efficient way of doing that. And because using your most ultimate power, time. Use the minimum amount of time, the biggest benefit you can get from that time used. And that's what I'm all about. That's the difference in my stream than other people who are building for 1,000 hours for something that builds, 10,000 plates that you don't need. It's cool that you can do it. I don't know why you would do it, but you can do it. More power to you. You do you. Me, super efficient, time efficient, get it done, that kind of thing. How many hours do you have in this world? Not very many. Me, personally, the amount of hours I played in here, let's say 60, maybe 100, maybe as much as 150, maybe. That'd be pretty high end. But the server has been running for 1,500 hours because the server runs 24/7 because it's a G-Portal server. It's a mega server, so it'll just run and run and run and run and run. It's awesome. Awesome. And if you want to do the same thing as me, and you're like, Kismet, that's what I want to do, bro. I want to just set it up and set it and forget it, brother. Well, here you go. I will do it for you right here. There you go. Get 10% off. Hook yourself up. Right there. Okay, so let's go. Yeah, I'd say on the low end about 60, on the high end maybe about 100. Because again, I work very efficiently. I don't spend thousands of hours, building some little thing. I will come back though and embellish all of this though. I absolutely will. I'll show you all the advanced building where you can put lights in there and make it look like a real life factory and stuff like that, which is pretty awesome. So there you go. Now, total time in Satisfactory is pretty big. That's right here, just in Steam, is around 1,233. So 1,233 hours on Steam. And then I actually started playing it on the Epic Game Store because that's when it first came out. It first came out on the Epic Game Store. It was an Epic Game Store exclusive, and it was the whole reason I downloaded the Epic Game Store, by the way. And the very first game I played on Epic Game Store was Satisfactory. And I have played it over there for several thousand hours. So I'm about 3,233 hours in. So I would say that's not a lot. Because this game's been going for, I don't know, 5 years or 7 years, or I don't remember when it first came out a while ago. And I played it since it came out on day one, and I've played every single update along the way. And I've finished early access before, and I've also finished the release version already in a previous playthrough with just about 50 to 60,000 power in the most efficient way you possibly can, which is awesome. And then now we are doing the mega building, where we just go in and we're just building huge amount of power and huge amount of this and huge amount of that. And we're going to try to tap every node and see if we can max this server out until it's begging for mercy. It's like, Kismet, no, please, no more plates. I can't take it anymore. It's too many. Or whatever it is we're running. Okay, now that we've put the stuff in the particle enrichment, we need our turbo motors. So let's go ahead and get our turbo motors going. So what do we need? We need a cooling system, we need a control unit, we need motors, and we need rubber. So all that stuff is good stuff. Just so happens that we have a bunch of that stuff as well. So we're going to just go ahead and take the manufacturer right over here. And just so happens that we have a bunch of stuff coming out here. Did you know that I already pre-planned all this before I even started doing this? That's right, to run these all the way over here to this manufacturer. Now, I can't blueprint a manufacturer, make a whole entire building and do all the things and do all the stuff. Most of the time, I don't. Most of the time, I just take the resources that I have and utilize them because it's so much more efficient. And then, oh, not that one. Let's turn that off. There we go. All right. So, there we go. So, we got 2 out of 3. Let's go ahead and get some power underground here as well. What fuels the trains? Right now, it is turbo fuel right over there. Look at it go, everybody. Over there, I was like about 30,000 power over there on turbo fuel. You can see right here, I've got fuel, oil that turns into fuel, and then fuel with compact coal equals turbo fuel, and then turbo fuel into the fuel generators equals 30,000 power. Yes, I even have some biofuel power over there. I was going to bring my my coal power up, but I don't know. I just kind of love it down there. It's sitting right there doing its thing. Now, I have my turbo fuel down here, but I'm going to take all that out now because I replaced it up here in our production level. This way, if my power has any problems, it's always right here by where my hub is. I find that every time I put my power way far away, it shuts off, and then I have to go way out there and then back, and way out there and then back, or way out there and back, and that costs a lot of time. So I would rather bring the oil to me than to me go to the oil where my power factory is. See, if it's an oil problem, well, then I'll go out there and fix it. But that's only one problem of what could be, 20 different problems. So if you eliminate the problem of the oil, because the oil is just coming in on the train here, right here, and is dropping it off and then feeding it into all of this, then you're good. Right? And I build up really high like this so I can actually go over the top of the entire world. And my trains are always nice and flat, running really rock solid. And of course, I'm running trains a little bit on the same track here. I was talking a little bit about merging and block signals and how you can make little segments and how to optimize the ability for your trains to get wherever they need to go. Especially optimizing it where the oil train is the priority train, and then this one, which is the nitrogen train, is a secondary train, meaning it's on a secondary track. It only gets on the track for a little bit when it's going and it's kind of going and getting in and then coming back and going that way, and you can do it over or under or right through the middle of other tracks if you want. I don't like to cross over tracks because it slows down my trains. I don't like it. I want my trains to be going at 100% speed as much as it possibly can 24/7. But it is very fun, and I have done it in previous playthroughs, to go down there at the bottom. And you can see actually I have the train way down there, the previous train that I was using. You can see down there, and it runs all the way over there and gets some stuff over there. It is really fun to kind of weave it in between all of this and do all of that. I've done that in the past. But this is the mega playthrough, everybody. This is going to be a whole train level. We're just going to have trains going here. I'm going to go in and going all over the place. Going to make a big, gigantic train depot. Going to be awesome. But for right now, we're just trying to get a little bit further up here. All right, turbo motors. Let's go. All right, and I just happen to have a bunch of motors, so let's go ahead and say this one's going to be the motors. There we go. Throw that in there. We need power. That's what we were doing. Run power down, and then we'll run power underneath. Connect to this other power right there. There we go. Okay, now we got our cooler systems going in. We got our motor. We need our radio control units right over here. So all we have to do is go to the Dimensional Depot. Radio control units, take those right out of there and let them run back in again. Again, I don't have to run all the way back up there. It's way up there in the sky, everybody. 10 boxes deep of all these resources are automatically running into Dimensional Depot up there. But I have no production. I have nothing making plates, nothing making rods or any of this stuff. Only production you see is right here. And then, of course, power production. That's it. These two blenders, some packagers down below, a few constructors, and this one right here is the only thing doing anything. That's the only thing doing anything. All the rest of it I backlogged by using the power of time, where you make all your factories, you run it into like 10 box deep of resources, and that's pretty much can last the whole rest of the game, by the way. If I have 10 boxes deep, I can make pretty much anything else that I need to make, except for like nuclear power, where you're going to need a lot more resources, everybody. We'll get into that here in a bit. All right, now we also need the last one, which is rubber. And you really don't need that much of each thing to unlock the next thing that you need to unlock, right? So in this case, I need 50 turbo motors. Right over here, you can see that it's going to run in at 780, and I'm making 1.87. But again, we get our power shards over here. And run them in there, and let's run this at its maximum speed, because what do I care about power, everybody? I'm using about 5,000 power as the overhead to run all of my power. So I have 30,000 power, and I'm using 5,000 power. That leaves me with 25,000 power. And if I'm running this at 200 megawatts, It's not even close. Not even close to that much power. And in fact, I'll show you right here. Let's go ahead and run a little power line so we can take a little peek at the power. And of course, we added more production, so it's going to be a little bit higher. So yeah, it's 8,000, and I have 34,540 power right now. So right now, I have basically around 25,000 power that's not being used at all. Plus, I also have 30,000 worth of backup battery power. That's online battery backup power. And then I have 30,000 of offline battery backup power. That's what these two towers are right here. Online power, offline power, right? This means this is just turned off. Kind of like if you took a battery and you had it in your car, and then you say, okay, I'm going to charge it, and you charged it up, and then you had another battery, you put that in your car, and then that one's you run in your car, and then this battery gets charged up, and then it stays on the side in case this other battery dies. So it's like having two batteries, two battery banks that you can switch in case something goes wrong. So I would use this one primarily if I was working with my power and I shut my power off. It would then run everything for me. And then when it ran out of power, I'd be in trouble. But if it did, then I could turn this one on remotely, by the way, through the switch. And then boom, it would then start drawing power from this one. And then the funny thing is, if I left them both on, this one would start charging the other one. You'd want to turn this one off. Use this one. And then when your power came back on again, you just have them both on. They both charge back up again. You turn this one off. And then you have an extra battery over here, kind of like with your phone, right? When you have your phone and then you have like an extra battery, that's basically what I'm doing with two extra batteries. One primary battery to run it just in case, and then one that is backup. All right, we're making some turbo motors over here. Let's go. Let's run these turbo motors right over here. We only need 50. Right now, let's make it happen, Captain. So that's going to run that. Now it's making about 5 of them per minute. But over here, which one of these do we want to do the most? Probably this one because of the water. Over here, this one is cranking these out like nobody's business. So I'm going to go ahead and snag those summer sloops over there just to make this a little bit easier because it's going to use less resources to make this. Now, see, this is actually one of the best places to use your summer sloops. And the reason why is because what you had to do was get oil. And then you had to take oil and you had to make rubber. And then from rubber, you're then making turbo motors. So you have all these steps in between. And the same thing with motors. You had to get certain resources to get certain resources to get certain resources to get certain resources. So every time it does one of those steps and you're doubling it, you're doubling each of those steps as well. So exponentially saving massive resources when you're at the higher end, like turbo motors. Great example. Also, radio control units are a step of this and a step of that, a step of this, and so on. Same the cooling unit, which you just saw, which is a combination of a whole bunch of things. But that's going to be 9.5 per minute, and it only needs 18 per minute to do basically 9 of them. So so it's going to do 18 of them just on what it has right now in the cooling systems. But our cooling system is going to run out, but it just so happens that I have a bunch of them on me. I can just put them there, and now it's got 83. That's going to be a lot. So this is, again, the more steps between the point at which you're producing and the point at which you're doubling, the more resources you're saving and the more time you're saving as well, because you're not spending all that time building out all that factory stuff. And that's why you'll see me overclock manufacturers. I'll overclock extractors are a great example. Those are my number 1 and number 2 things to overclock. It's incredibly to your benefit. It is so massively efficient to overclock this turbo motor right now, more so than anything else, because it is doubling up so much of that. Now, I do need some water here, but it just so happens that I can just go package water right here because I'm packaging a bunch of water down below, right by the water. And then I can just tell it to unpackage the water right there, which is pretty cool. I wish I had another dimensional depot because I would put these in the dimensional depot, then go down there, take them out of the dimensional depot, and put them in the lower side. It's too bad you can't put stuff in the dimensional depot and then make it come out of the dimensional depot. I'm sure there's a mod for that, everybody, but I play with no mods. What is the most crucial item in the game? That's a good one. Well, it'd probably be early game versus late game kind of thing. If I had to say the most crucial item in the game, for organization, the Mercer Sphere. Absolutely. The dimensional depots is one of the most brilliant things other than the hologram mode. The hologram mode is, I think, the most amazing thing they added. So if you're trying to put something down and you hit H, now I can nudge it around and put it right where I want. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Right up there with blueprinting. Probably better than blueprinting, I think. Blueprinting is awesome, but I played the game when you didn't have blueprinting, you didn't have zooping. You put down every single foundation one at a time. And I've done it thousands of them, everybody, thousands of them one at a time before they had trains, before they had hypertubes. What we used to do back in the day is we use belts like transport systems. We get on the belt and we ride the belts. And then also we make belt launchers where you would put it up at an angle and you get on the belt and you go, and you go flying across the whole thing, and you hope you got some fuel in your jetpack when you reach the other side, because otherwise you're going to hit that ground and splat big time at the end. Way back when. So overall, what is the most crucial one? That is a good question. I would say the most crucial thing in the early game is coal. Absolutely. Because once you get to coal, you have perpetual power. Because what coal does is you extract coal because you're using your biofuel. You extract coal, you extract water. Then you put you put the coal and the water into the coal power plant, and now the power plant is powering your coal and your water. So now you have this perpetual loop where you never run out of power if you do it right. You can run out. I've seen it before and I've done it myself. But now you no longer need biofuel and you have basically infinite power. That's it. You can just keep building coal if you want. And then that coal allows you then to get to oil. And then the oil lets you start up oil, and then oil powers the oil extraction and also any other resources that you need. And thus you make the fuel. The fuel then powers the turbo fuel, and the turbo fuel then powers the generators, which also powers the trains that are bringing in your oil and your oil extractors and all your pumps and everything that makes that whole cycle work. And once you create that cycle, that's it. You win. That's it. You've already won the game. The second you put down the coal power like I have down below there, you won this game. That's it. You learned you've mastered it. You got it down. Now, the only other thing I would say to master is to master the Kismet rule of 8. The rule of 8 is basically an 8 turned sideways. And let me dazzle you all, for all you new peeps right here, that nobody else does. Nobody but me. Let's do it. I'm going to dazzle you guys right now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Of course, this is for my patrons who go above and beyond, show me lots of love here in the stream. And I got to bring up the thing just in case I have something that I'm not supposed to tell you yet. I do work with sponsors, and they sometimes say, Kismet, hey, you want to do this thing? I'm like, yeah, it's got an NDA? Okay, my bad. So I don't get in trouble, but I will pull up some cool stuff for you guys here. Hold on. Let's get it going right over here. Let's see. Over here. Where are you at? Over here. Right there. I got a lot of this, everybody. Hold on, I gotta find it. Where are they? Here. Man, I got this deep. All right, right here. Now, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years, everybody. And one of the fun things that I like to do is do something unique in my stream, which is actually to illustrate how it works. Now, of course, they have websites for it and all of that, but I hand illustrated this all for you. That's right. So I went in and said, hey, look, if you take 120 raw iron and you run it into a storage, which is always good, backlog it, let this run in here while you're building out the rest of your factory. Then you take it and you run it into a bunch of splitters here. So it's going to go 120 in here. Make sure you got your 120 belts. And that's going to run into your smelters, right? And this is called load balancing, by the way. In this case, this is actually a manifold. But you can do load balancing where you're running them equally into each of these ones, right? So you cut it in half and then in half again. Then you run it in here. And then these are called manifolds where you're running them in sequence, where you have a merger, 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 or a splitter, splitter, splitter. And then what it does, it starts up the first one, then the second one, then the third one's an overflow technique. And eventually it'll get up to speed just like it would in a balancer. A balancer is really great for power. If you want your power to run very evenly and the stuff to go into very evenly, then you use your balancer, but it takes up more space. So that's something to consider. But then it goes into constructors here, and then these constructors go ahead and run this out into the assemblers. Now, what is this? This is modular frames. Now, let me show you something even cooler. Over here, where is it? Constructors. Yes, let me show you another one that's really cool. And again, let me bring this up in case it shows something that I haven't released yet. Let's see. Yes, right here. Now, this is the one that I usually talk about when I'm doing balancers, right? So those are manifolds in there. Those were, what were those again? Modular frames. But right here, this is the first one you're going to run into that is a bit more complex than just running it into a constructor. So what you want to do, and again, I hand illustrated this all for you. You're welcome. And then right here, of course, you can see we're extracting the miner. Each of them are extracting at 60. They're running here in the raw storage. And instead of running them in a sequence, we are load balancing them. So we are basically taking them and taking that in, splitting it in half into each of these smelters, and then those are split into these separate ones. One of these goes over here for iron rods. These ones go over here for all these plates. These plates then circle back to the end to our assemblers here. Right over here are constructors. Basically take these raw iron ingots and turn them into iron rods. Those iron rods go over here. They're split, again, using our load balancer, 10 here, 10 here, and 10 there, into our constructors. And then the 120 screws and the 60 plates perfectly balance at 100% efficiency into these assemblers and produce about 10 reinforced iron plates. And this is an endless loop, meaning that it will efficiently, 100% efficiently, run and run and run like a sideways 8. Basically an infinity symbol, everybody. That's why I call it the Kismet rule of 8. And all you have to do to master this entire game is master the 100% efficiency of each and every process of the game. And of course, if you're one of my patrons, you could just go ahead and find this over there on Patreon, or you can take a screenshot of it real quick. Either way, I'll even help you out. I'll put it here in the center. You could go ahead and just take a screenshot. Of course, my big fat head's in the way. I'll move my head a little bit. There we go, right here. There we go. Or you can, in the future, if you're watching this on YouTube, you just pause and take a screenshot. Basically, if you do this, you know that it will just infinitely make you reinforced iron plates. On and on and on, and be super efficient and use the minimum amount of power for the maximum return on your investment. And that's why I go in and illustrate stuff. That's why I illustrate the modular frames like this. This is 100% efficient, and so on and so forth. This is one of the things I absolutely love about the game. I also, next level, that I don't see too many people do. I've seen a few people do it. But I also make spreadsheets for all you other brain people. Some of you are left brain people. You're more creative. So that's why I make creative illustrations. And then some of you are more the other side of your brain, which is your logical side. And you're more of the spreadsheet kind of person. And spreadsheet, you can all go look at that right now because I'm going to throw that link in the chat there. Feel free to go check it out. It's called my Kismet Settlement Overseer. I have all sorts of stuff down here. And this is also how I remember. By the way, someone asked me how I remembered all this. I write it down. I write it down because I'm of the age now, everybody, I have to write stuff down. This is how I remember. I make a little spreadsheet. And I put all that stuff in there. By the way, I have a massive amount of spreadsheets, everybody. Not just a few. So like I got 7 Days to Die, Horde Nights. This is Throne at Liberty Fishing, contracts. What do we got here? Fallout London. What perks we were choosing here. What else? What else? We got Throne roster. We got awesome St. Jude's donators right there, by the way. Thanks everybody for that love. On behalf of St. Jude's, book drops. What else we got in here? SB for Skull and Bones, by the way. Skull and Bones there. What else we got? Starfield vendors. There they are. That's how I remember this stuff, everybody. Starfield questions. for Starfield. And we haven't played that in a while. Satisfactory, check it out. Minor inputs, minor outputs. I've also got Satisfactory sat calculations right here. So say you want to split something, you want to get a specific number, you can set it to split by half or thirds, and you can say split it by half, then split it by a third, then split it by a half, and split it by a third. That's what this calculation does right here. So you can just set it at the top, into the number that you want, and then it will automatically either a half or thirds, and it will automatically do all the math for you. So again, why not have the spreadsheet do some of the work for you as well? So there you go. There's nobody else who illustrates entire production processes for you for free here on the stream. You're welcome. You're welcome. Because that's what I love to do. Doing graphic design to me, everybody, it's like breathing. I've done it for so long. I can do a logo in my sleep. In fact, I often do. I often design stuff like bases and things like that in my sleep. I wake up and go, oh man, I have an idea. I have a great idea that I want to add to my base, or a great idea I want to add to my factory as well. Using your imagination and your ability to just think. And I also have the problem, too, that I go into what I call the zone, everybody, where I'll be thinking of something, and I might be looking out a window, or I might be looking at somebody, which is even more creepy to some people, but I don't even see what's in front of me. I'm in my head. I'm in my head illustrating everything. I can do it right now. I don't even see you, everybody. I don't see anything in front of me. I'm illustrating in my head. I'm visualizing in my head. Some people like to close their eyes, which I do just so other people don't get freaked out. But I can make that whole thing that I just showed you, this thing right here, in my head before I ever even illustrate it. Right there. I can make that whole thing in my brain. And then all I'm doing is writing it down. And that's a developed talent. You learn it over time, everybody. I just didn't naturally have it. It's kind of like using daydreaming for a positive thing. And you can learn how to do it too. If I can learn how to do it, you guys can learn how to do it too. You just got to be within your mind. And you got to be able to visualize what you want. And whatever you're visualizing, by the way, everybody, I always find that you can always find an even better way to make it even more awesome down the road. So, always cool. So, there you go. That's another level of playing this game, isn't it? You know it. Now, you don't have to do any of that, everybody, and that's something I always caveat. You don't have to be crazy like me. You don't have to spreadsheet it. You don't have to illustrate it. What you can do is just run this, and if it says, hey, I'm running out of stuff, you make more of that stuff. And then when it says it has more than enough stuff, then you're good. That's it. That's all you have to do. When you're trying to make some plates and it seems like it never has enough of the iron ingots, what you do is you go make more iron ingots, run it in those plates, and then it says, okay, well, now I've got plenty of plates I don't turn off all the time. I'm going to make you the plates. Here you go. Here's all your plates, right? You can play it at any level or at any complexity level that you want. Now, it looks complex when I get to the further point. But remember, everything started with extracting some iron ore. And then I took some iron ore and I made it into some plates. Or actually, I smelted it first. I smelted it into iron ingots, and then I put it into plates. And then I took the next thing and I put it into rods. And then I made some wire. And then I made some cable. And then I made some copper sheets and stuff like that. And it starts off like that. And then it's just the same thing where you're just making more pieces combined together, combined together, combined together. That's pretty much the whole entire game. Take this piece, make it into this piece, make it into this one. You make this one into this one and this one, this one. Combine these two things together, and then it makes this thing. That's it. That's the whole game in a nutshell, right there. And you can finish the entire game just with knowing that particular premise of the game. And it doesn't have to be 100% efficient. It doesn't have to be all of that. You can run your lines however you want. We call that spaghetti, everybody. When you're just running your lines all over the place like crazy. I do it just to trigger everybody in chat and everybody who comes into my chat. They're like, Kismet, the spaghetti. I can't handle it. I can't handle spaghetti. But we did clean up the spaghetti down here, everybody. We had a massive amount of spaghetti right down there. It was all over the place. We cleaned it up for all my ADHD people who couldn't handle it. Hey, what's going on with this belt over here? I don't like that belt. No clipping. No clipping up in this factory. Get over there. There you go. All right, we're probably out of, we're out of heat sinks this time. All right, watch this. And again, this is the power of the dimensional depot. It's got a ton of heat sinks up there, and so it's putting it into the dimensional depot, which is like a mysterious bag of holding in another dimensional window. And so it puts it in there, and then when you need it, you can just pull it back out of it again in your inventory, and then throw it in a box and make more things. Right over here. All right, we need 50 turbo motors, and we were chatting there for a bit. Bam! 69. Kind of a good number, isn't it? I was born under the sign of 69. Born under the sign of 69, but also sadly born under the sign of Cancer. So not good. Not good on the second one, good on the first one. So there you go. So there you go, everybody. Kismet next level. I next level all games, everybody. I don't just play games. I crush them. I destroy them. I figure out the best techniques, the most efficient way, and then I mega build big, gigantic stuff because it's fun every time. And I've been gaming for 50 years, half a century, everybody. More than some of you have been alive, but not all of you, because I know some of you are even older than me. And when I see, it's funny, everybody, age is a relative thing. Now, if I were to see somebody who was 20 or 30 years old, they would go, Kismet, you're old. But when I go into the doctor and in the middle of the day, there's people in there who are in their 70s and 80s, and they look at me like I'm a baby. They go, you're just a baby. You're 50. You're just a baby. Which, again, that tells you that age is a relative thing, right? It is pretty cool. All right, here we go. Tell us all about it, Ada.
Milestone reached. Project part number 9, nuclear pasta, can be created in the particle accelerator. The accelerator has vast and fluctuating power demands, depending on the recipe, so will need careful integration with your factory. Fix-It does not waste, so nuclear waste can be refined by the particle accelerator into plutonium for reuse in the nuclear power plant. Fun fact: Fix-It psychologists suggest factory designs reflect the minds of their creators in unexpected ways. On an unrelated note, your infrastructural choices have been interesting.
I think you mean awesome. I think she got her words wrong there. Okay, everybody, now it is the time. It is the time to rise up and get lots of power. When you get to nuclear power, but I'm going to show you how to get such huge power that you can build whatever you want, everybody. Just an unlimited amount of power. And we can do the same thing with this turbo fuel over here, by the way, everybody. We go make a bunch more turbo fuel because guess what? We're only getting about 4 nodes over here. But there is a massive amount of oil up here in the top side. Look at this. Look at all this oil up here. And you're like, Kismet, how do you see all those nodes? I see those nodes through the radar tower. So you want to put the radar towers down so you're getting the nodes. And every time I go out to explore, I try to put more radar towers down because I'm running power lines all over the place so I can float over stuff and get across chasms and dodge mobs and get Mercer spheres and all of that. Speaking of Mercer spheres, there's still 14 of them right over there in that little area somewhere. But we're going to tap all of these eventually. One of my favorite places I ever build a base, everybody, is right over here in the Rocky Desert. It's right up here on the top, and then you can take all this oil and run it right up there to the top. Also, I had a base on the low side, so I took all the water that's up here at the top, which you actually can't see right now. You take all the water on the top and you run it down, and it never needs any pump, because water that runs downhill doesn't need pumps, everybody. So you can just extract it at the top. It runs downhill, no pumps at all. Of course, that was back in the day when it first came out. Now they have hammering. When the water hits the end of the pipe, it messes up, causes a shock wave, and messes up your water production. So you want to create water loops, as well as use your water buffers, or your fuel buffers, or whatever it is. I call it more of a water or liquid balancer, because that's really what it does. It balances out all of that. It creates a bunch of extra. And then if it's going up and down, it keeps those pipes nice and full, kind of like when you're using a water barrel. If you have a water barrel and you have it up on high like this, and then it's coming down into this water barrel, and then you have another water barrel down here, and you connect this into this lower water barrel, what will happen is the fluid in this barrel will go down, fill up this water barrel, and you really want them to be about halfway down like this, right? Where this one's kind of halfway down. And then what it's going to do is it's going to fill up this barrel, and then it's going to fill up this barrel. If this one is sealed, you got to make sure this bottom one is sealed. And then it will fill up the other barrel, and then it will be way up here, but you have 2 barrels full of water. So it basically just kind of goes down and then just fills all the way up. How do I know? Because I have 2 water barrels, and I've done that before. In real life. In real life, it actually does work. It works fantastically. All right, so let's go ahead and do it, because my wife would use that water to water the garden and stuff. Pretty cool. Free water from the sky, everybody. Free water from the sky is awesome. Just don't drink it directly. Make sure you filter it first, because who knows what that water's been doing up there in the sky. Who knows what else got evaporated up there into that water, especially nowadays. Okay, so we got our particle enrichment. Now we need to think about our nuclear power. So let's go ahead and think about the elements of our nuclear power. The first thing we're going to need, of course, is uranium. Right over here. Now, you saw over here that we had gone and run, you might have seen it over here. There we go. We ran our coal train right here. And that coal train comes all the way back, and it drops it back over here at the base. The coal train is actually... Where's my coal train? Over here. This is my fuel coal train. So it has a very specific purpose. It runs over there. It gets my coal for my fuel. Now, one of the things that I'm doing with the coal right now is I'm combining coal, which I no longer need to do. I no longer need to combine that coal to make it enough coal to run all of my factories. What I can do now is use my tier 3 extractor, which we just unlocked today, to up the amount that I'm extracting to 780 instead of combining 2 of them, which is 600 and 600, which is 1200, which you can't even, I'm not even using that much, right? I'm using around 780. Actually, I'm using around 730, so I have a overhead, a little extra. So when this train comes back, we're going to ride the train out there, and we're going to go kind of scout out a bit of our uranium and actually work on more power. And it's going to be super fun. Here we go. Let's ride the train. Whee! All right, drop off that coal. Drop it off. I love watching these trains, everybody. I could watch this all day long. All day long, watching all the belts run, watching the train drop off all the resources. And not only is it fun to like build the thing, but it's also fun to watch what you build and watch all of the systems running and watch all the things running. I find it absolutely fascinating. Oh, look, it has so much in there, I can't even put any more in. That's cool. All right, we're out of here. Now, sometimes I just like to stand on the train. You can also get in the train, which is way safer. And also the camera is a little better if you're in the train. But right now, this is automatic train. I'm not doing nothing. This is all automated. So it just runs back and forth, collects my resources. And you can see I have different trains for different reasons. I have an oil train. I have a nitro, what is it? Nitrogen train. There we go. It's in there somewhere. And then, of course, a coal train right now. And that's just bringing that coal back and forth, back and forth. Now, I could automate all resources with the train. In fact, we're going to try to extract every node. First, we'll start with all the nodes on this side, and then we're going to try to extract every single node in the game until we hit the max limit. That's what we're going to do. So let's go in here, and let's stop at our coal station. Right over here. All right, that'll keep doing its thing. Now, right over here, we have our little line here that's going down there. Did we create a hypertube over here? I don't remember if we did one over here. Doesn't look like it. Nope, just the belt I see down there. All right, cool. We'll have some fun then. Excuse me, train. Where'd it go? These things are hard to grab sometimes. Grab it! There we go. Ah! You want to come down too fast because you'll hit that and die. How do I know? I've done that. Okay, now down here you can see that it is extracting the coal out of here. Right now it's extracting at 600. We want to upgrade that speed. So what we want to do is basically just take our brand new sexy Mark III Miner and just click on that, and now it's upgraded. So you don't have to take it out and redo it. You just click on it. It's upgraded. Now it's doing 480. But what's its total amount it could possibly do? Well, let's crank it all the way up and see what happens. Now, when you replace it, it takes a minute for it to spin back up again, by the way. Right now, going at 1200 speed. Now, we don't have a belt that does 1200 speed, everybody. We have a belt that does 780. So there's no reason to run it any faster than 780. So let's go ahead and put it back down to 780. And now it'll run out of there at the max belt speed, which is awesome because now it's going to really crank out of there. Look at it go. At maximum speed, and that's why we were trying to get our Mark III extractors so we could max our belts, and then eventually come back, we'll max it to 1200. Now you can see I left the power shard in there, and that's because eventually I'll come back and crank it all the way up. So there we go, leave that in there. It'll be just fine, especially if you have hundreds of them like I do. Okay, now we need to get back up to the top, everybody. Now I could just float up there, but one of the fun things I did discover, if we go over here to our tower, and I can't believe I didn't know this, everybody. If you click on this, it actually takes you back up again. I can't believe I didn't know that. After thousands of hours, it tells you can always learn something new about this game. Very, very fun. And so that'll take us back up here. Once we get close, we can go ahead and then use our hover pack to get back up here. All right, very nice. Now, I built this here for a very specific reason, so I can continue this on and also get my uranium. Now, I can put the uranium on its own separate track, which I'm kind of thinking of doing, but I'd have to run a whole nother train to get it over there. And I'm kind of tempted just to use this other track to do it. Now, normally I would build my power out here, but I think I've decided this particular playthrough that I am going to go ahead and run this back. I'm going to run this back. Now, I also need to tap into this quartz and all this other stuff over here and bring all this back eventually. But first things first. So I kind of feel like I want to bring this back on this same train, but divert it, have another train whose job it is to be on the same tracks, go over there, grab the uranium, and then get the uranium and put it somewhere where it's not on my primary base, and it doesn't go to the primary bust area, which is where I'm at. You don't want that uranium to end up where you are, because it's going to just irradiate you the whole entire time. Speaking of radiating, let's go look at our filters. Oh, God, did we take a break? What are we at? What are we at? Oh, no, we're good. We're good. I think we're good. I think we're coming up on a break. So you want these iodine filters. So you want to make sure those are in your inventory. It doesn't help you if it's in the dimensional depot. You want that on there. Now, what we want to do is make this keep on going, right? We want to have this keep on rocking down the road here. So we're going to go ahead and run this like this. Why is this? Oh, I forgot to replace this. Oh, look at that. I forgot. Let's take out these foundations and get these foundations just right. Let's do it. Make them sexy, sexy. Now, in this game, everybody, you start with, you can see that's coming up from down below. You start with just kind of learning how to play the game and getting the gist of it and, you know, how to make things and stuff like that. And then later on, what you'll try to do is try to make things beautiful. Try to make 90 degrees, perfect circles like this, perfect arcs. Make your belts go 90, make your poles go 90, find ways of really making them and keep them enclosed. And then, of course, enclosing your factories so you don't see all the animations of it and whatnot. All of that stuff is super fun to do. Now, what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to go ahead and start another train line. And I'm going to use what I call the three wide. Again, we have a 5x5 blueprinter, and I'm going to go ahead and hit R to turn off blueprint mode. And I'm going to go ahead and line it up perfectly off the side like that. Now, why did I line it up like that? This way I can take this and also lines up to over there. Oh, I'm doing the 5 wide now. That's right, because I'm going to do a double direction. Hold on. Let's do the 5 wide. Let's do the 5 wide. Yes, this is the 3 wide. We're doing the 5 wide or the 3 wide? Maybe it's 3 wide. 3 wide. 3 wide is the one I want. I had it right. Yes, 3 wide. Okay. So what we want to do is we want this to keep going. Now, because I left this little segment here, 2 segments, as a matter of fact, I can actually take both these segments out. Because I left these segments here, what it allows me to do is actually connect to the end of that segment. So you can also cut it up using your thing like I showed earlier, using your block signal. You can cut up parts of your track so then you can make the other parts go out. But here, since it's going into that circle, I can also make it just go straight. So I can tell a train, don't go that way, go this way instead. Now watch this, as this train is smart enough to realize which side it needs to switch and will auto switch which side it needs to go. It's not just going to go straight. And watch this, I can even switch the switch to the wrong direction. And then once it's done loading over here, it'll take it a minute. Once it's done loading, that train will come out and automatically look and see, oh, wait, I need to go this way, and automatically switch that on its own. See, is it done yet? Okay, here it goes. Not touching anything. See? It switched it automatically, and that's cool, everybody. That's really cool. Because that train needs to go back on that track and drop off that coal. And so that's going to do it. But we could make another train that could come back, that could go this way and then come back along this edge and ride along the same track that we already have. So we don't have to remake all that track and ride that uranium way back over there and put it way off to the side there so I don't get irradiated when I'm in my primary base. So that's what we're going to do. So let's get to it right now. And again, we'll turn on our blueprints, which allows you to snap foundations together. We'll also go like this. Another great trick here, everybody, is to visualize it on the map and kind of get an idea of where you want to, I like doing dog legs instead of just trying to go at an angle, go up and then do a left turn. So what I'll do is I'll just put a little exclamation point there, say right there, to give me a little idea of where I'm going. And then I will go ahead and highlight it, and then I can see it off in the distance like that, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool way of doing that, and it seems like it's really far away on the map, but actually not that far relatively. So let's go ahead and again fill in all of these. Now, of course, when I'm using up all of these resources for foundations, the dimensional depot is putting in more. And you can't put in more than 1 dimensional depot. Like in my last playthrough, I put 5 dimensional depots just for concrete and 5 dimensional depots just for plates. So it would go 5 times the speed and fill it up much faster as I'm burning it up. But this particular playthrough, I just upgraded all of the stuff so it goes faster as well. All right, check it out. That was pretty easy. That was pretty easy. Right there. It's right down there somewhere. Now, there's probably a bunch of baddies down there that want to eat our face as well. But we'll go back here. Now, sometimes it's better to run the tracks as you're running it, and sometimes, running the things. I like to vary it one or the other. I find most of the time you put down your foundations and then just walk back and run the thing. Or you can be making a hypertube while you're doing it and just hypertube back as well. But in this case, I'm just going to run back because that's going to be faster. And then I can make my nice long train runs here. Like so. By the way, once you run that train line over here, eventually when it kicks in, takes a minute or two. There it goes. When it kicks in, now I have power because the train track provides power. It just takes a little bit for it to kick in. And I align it to the foundations. It's actually a little bit longer than running it to evenly on the foundation. It'll actually run over just a little bit, but I always back it up just a little bit just to keep it uniform. Okay, so now we're going to have a separate train that's job is just to come over here, get this uranium, and run it back. We should actually probably back this up. Take this out. Try not to be standing on it when you take it out. And then we're going to go ahead and use our 5. R? No, E's. Quick switch. So try to remember which one's quick switch. There we go. And then R to go back to snap foundations. Like this. There we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put our station out here, which I have on my bar here. And we're going to line it up to the input here, which is right along this edge here. Right there at the end. I like to put them right at the end. That's just me. And then this is a fluid platform where I actually need the other platform. So we need the freight platform for uranium. Now, you do not want to start this uranium going until you have everything else in place, everybody. Otherwise, you are just going to get radiated like crazy. So, highly recommend that you definitely get that going. Okay, and we're going to actually take some of this out. And we're going to put in our little turnabout here. Do this, and then E. And there we go. Turn blueprint off. And try to get this somewhat close within a foundation. And then figure out where the center of this is. Yes, right here. Bingo. And take out all these foundations. These are only temporary. Just to align it. And then we get our 5 wide foundations. So probably use our 3 wides over here. There we go. All right, now we have the ability to turn that around the other way, just like that. And we want to get that uranium from down there to up here. Now we want to do the same thing we did before to basically just get this going. We could probably just start with our wall, which we're going to use to run this up. Oh, our freighter re-entered as well. To run our wall, which we're going to run our resources from down there to up here. Didn't really perfectly line that up. I could have lined it up a bit better. Bombs away! Oh, is that underground? Oh. It might be underground. It might be in a cave. That cave over there. Okay, complications ensue. We have to go down there and figure it out. Okay, let's do that. So we're going to go ahead and start with something easy. We're going to go ahead and use our power right over here. Run our power from here, from our train station, which then backtracks through our track. And then we'll run another one of these. And we want to offset it so it's a bit at an angle so we can ride the thingy. And away we go. Oh, it's over this way. Oh, look at that Spidey. You don't mind if I put this tower right here, do you, Spidey? Come on, try to get me. Come on, come on. I dare you. Come on. Come on, little Spidey. If I could get my weapon, it'd be awesome. Come on, little punk. What you got? Come on, jump at me. Jump at me. Come on. Later, sucker! Sucker! That's fun. All right, there it is right there. Okay, that was just a guess on the map. So it's actually got to go, got to come up here and then go over there, which is actually not too badly aligned. So we got to get those resources from down there up and over. So, so we could actually make the train come this way a little bit and line it up right there. All right, let's go ahead and take our little thing off the map here. Remove that. Oh, that was just a dog-legged. That's right. That's what that was for. Just to dog-leg that left to where we need to go. Now I remember. Okay, going over here. We need to rework this. This is what's so great about doing blueprinting, everybody. Is you can go in and you can just take the whole thing out in a big chunk, like that. It's awesome. Awesome. Okay, again, we'll ping it. Right there. Okay, so we got to bring this a little bit more forward. So we're going to do some more 3-wide foundations. Can't believe I forgot to do that. Wouldn't be the first time, not going to be the last time. Okay, right here. It's right about where we want to line that up. Right there. Let's say here. Turn off the blueprint snap. Line that up. Take these ones off the end. And we'll turn it there. All right, now we're getting somewhere. I totally forgot to do that. Normally that's what I do. I'll ping the thing before I put the train in. Getting ahead of myself. All right, up. Oop. That is not aligned. Are all these aligned? Stop. Okay, if you misalign one of them, you might be misaligning a lot of them. All right. Now this time we'll put blueprinting on, and it should snap. The one we know is right. Hopefully that one is right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Otherwise, we're snapping to a whole bunch that aren't right. Ping it again. Right down there. Okay, good. So, we want to pass it up here. So let's go ahead and put our 5 train down. Pass it up just a bit. And then put our turnaround in. So we're going to come in on this one. Yeah. Right, like that. Okay, now we're going to go back here and do our curve. We'll also run a line on the way back. It just dawned on me, though, that this track could be a single track. A lot of these tracks could be single tracks when it's just going by itself, like it's just a single train. But I might need a double train later, so we'll leave it as a double track. And even if I had double train, I could still do it with a single line. Just have a place for the other train to pull out when this train's coming here, a little through fare, and then it would then go once that train goes by. Okay, so we're trying to get right to here, and then we'll go ahead and say 1 foundation back, and then 1, 2 foundations back there. There we go. Again, we're turning right here in this corner. So 1 foundation back, and then 1, 2. So basically 3 foundations back. So awkward sometimes how this is flipped. There we go. Oh, it's telling me I gotta take a break. I'll do it in a second. I like to run the tracks again, the maximum distance. Like that. And then once you get the two sides, you have a central one and then two back on both sides. Easy to go ahead and just make a nice curve. Just like that. Looks beautiful. Love it. And then the same thing on the other side, except for it's going to be slightly different. So we're going to go ahead and run it like this. All the way back. We got another long stream going today, everybody. Let's see. 5, 6, 7 hour stream rocking and rolling here. Kismet crushing it. Big time. Every day, all day. Too much dust in here, everybody. Too much sneezing going on. All right. Oh, too sharply. Oh, we started it too early. And that's what it says when you did it wrong. Yes, got to be two back. See that right there where I'm checking where the brake is? Then I just go ahead and put the brake in the same spot, even though the distance is not the same. So I had to move that back because this way I can arc that around the corner. The thing about arcs is the arcs don't always have the same thickness as you're doing an arc because of the radius. So sometimes you'll see that this thickness is not the same, but you can fuddle with it to get it the same if you want, but I just leave it. It's fine. It's fine. All right, we need our station and we need our stuff to pick up. Okay, we're going to go two back. Let's say to here. And then we'll just add a couple on the sides here. And then we'll go ahead and put in our item pickup, our freight pickup. Okay. And we'll have a pickup from the left side. That into there. Nope. G. There we go. Ah. G. G is a dismantle filter, which means it only gets the foundations and not the train tracks. I see it getting the train tracks. I know it's not working right. All right. E to switch these, so I don't have to keep going in and out of that menu. And this should go here. Blueprint mode. There we go. And then back to these three ones. Turn blueprint mode off. Hit H. Nudge it in position. Nice. And then we'll put blueprint back on so we can snap it that way. It's probably good. Middle mouse button to get the train track. Let's see. How do we want to do this? I want to make sure we leave a little bit of space here to backlog our uranium. I kind of feel like we could go here. Where's our thing? No, we want to go way out here. We want to go out a bit further. Nice. And then something like that. Fill in those foundations. Nice. Okay. Now we want to bring that resource up through here. And I guess we'll just use a floor hole for now. Like this. Okay, that running up into there. And now the fun part, we get to dangle over the side. But we need to take this out first. Yes. Let's do our wall. Our wall is just going to tell us where to line it up down there when we run it up. We'll run that up into here and up into this train. Now, we're not going to start any of this, everybody, until we get the rest of the factory done on the other side. So what we're going to do is we're going to set all this up and just let it sit there and not turn the power on until we're absolutely ready. And then we'll have the train going. We'll call this a uranium train so we know which train is what and when it's coming at us so we can watch out for the radiation. All right, so going down, do we build that power thing again? We need a power thing here. Just in case, as a little backup, in case we do end up way at the bottom there with no power. We'll go ahead and run this out to our power platform here. Which way is this thing turned? Like that, okay. And we'll run the power to the power station. Take the power station. I think I already had one down there somewhere. Over there. We want this to be at an angle. So we can slide up and down it if we want. We'll put it over there for right now. And we'll build a wall down to it anyway and extract those resources. So maybe that's what we want to start with. You know what? Let's start with that. Let's run this over here. Let's run this. After a while, you get not as scared to hang off the side, everybody. It is a little scary in the beginning. You should definitely check your power before you go dangling off the side. All right, and then we'll just put this, say, right there. And we'll just do it this way. We don't need this. All right, we'll take that up. And ultimately, we're going to end up running the power up and down these little walls anyway. So we might as well just do it now. Now be careful you don't get down too far and then you don't have your power. And you want to watch out when you're around uranium. This is when all the creepy spiders are out. As you can see, there's some down there. I'll send them a little care package. YOLO. I got that one. Oof. Look at that aim. Look at that aim. Got them all. That was some sweet aim right there. Very nice. All right. You know, even an acorn gets a nut every now and again. All right. And then we got the big boy down here who's radiated and is going to try to get me. But we're going to get him instead. Because I'm going to reload. Or maybe not. Ammo. All right. Oh, we're all out of turbo rifle ammo. We got to make some more of that. But we'll just go back to regular ammo. Turn our light on. Shoot him. My wife does not like games with spiders in them. She would not like this part. At all. Does have an arachnophobia mode, by the way. If you don't want to look at these spiders, you can look at kitties instead. But not too hard to wipe them out when you have the power of verticality. How are you not dead? Oh, getting radiated. I'm sure we got enough power down here, so I don't suddenly drop. Come on out here where I can shoot you. Like in the water or something. Die already. There we go. Okay, warning. other mobs nearby. Make sure to scout out first before we go down. You can see I've been through here, though. I've been through here because I got all these power lines running through here, probably looking for mercer spheres. I don't like to leave resources behind. Got it. And I don't like it. All right. Keep your gun at the ready. Get ready to get on out of here if you got to. Again, you see I'm getting radiated, but I have my radiation suit on and my radiation filters, which is the most important thing. Now, here's the cool thing, is I can get up above the radiation like this, but I can still build. And so I can go over here and say Mark III miner and extract that Mark III miner right out of there, like that. And we're going to go ahead and do our alignment here. I feel like we could have rotated that a little bit more. Say like this. And we'll go do our alignment. We have 9 filters. We have plenty of filters. We hopefully killed all the mobs. And I'm going to show you how to perfectly align to these right here. Again, I'm the only one who does it this way, and it is the best way. You go ahead and get your beam out. You rotate this away, so you pull back on your wheel. And you rotate it like this. Then what you do is you come out until it sticks out like that. And then you go 1, 2, 3, 4. You're welcome. You're done. That's it. That's all you need to do. Everybody else has all these other convoluted ways of doing it. This is the best way. Right there. How come it's the best way? Because look how beautifully that thing lines up. Look at that. Perfection. Beauty. And grace. Right there. Beautiful. Even more beautiful is watch this, everybody, as I align my blueprint to this extractor now. Take that extractor out. We'll take this stuff out. And now we'll go ahead and pull up our blueprint, which is for our extractors. Now, this is extractor foundation, so this one right here. So what I wanted to do is line up how I have my current extractor. Actually, this is kind of reversed. But we want to go ahead and line it up over here so that it perfectly lines up with these foundations. So let's say this a little bit into the edge there, but I think that'll be fine. Oh, we should flip it. That's right. We should flip it because it's going to come out the other side. So we're going to go here. And again, I made an extractor blueprint and we need to flip it around the other way. So what we need to do is run this over here, do it the opposite direction. So basically I'm using the foundations that I aligned to the extractor and then using a blueprint that allows me to snap it right where I want it to be, right where that extractor is. I hit H to make sure I align it properly so I can nudge it like that. Put that in there, and if I did it correctly, which I should have probably aligned it the opposite direction, but we'll go ahead and see how we do. Yes, we need to align it the opposite direction. That's what we need to do, align those foundations. That's okay. We got this. Take all this out. Take all these out. And we will align it the other way. This way. Okay, now we'll just do the same thing again. So you can watch how I did it a second time. Here we go. Metal beam. Hold down control, which links it to it. Scroll wheel, actually scroll wheel forward. Sorry, scroll wheel forward. And then left click. Then get to the side of it to where it's right here, where it's yellow. And then 1, 2, oh, do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's it. And if you're trying to align the oil extractors, it's 5 forward. And then we also learned today that the geyser extractions is 8 forward. So we can align this to anything that we want, which is pretty awesome. All right, align that in the back, and then we'll put a couple foundations in the back to align our blueprint. We'll take all this back out again, so all this is going to be aligned to it. Take our extractor blueprint, rotate it, aim at our current foundations, hit that H button, and then nudge it right into place just like that. And now we've aligned all of this stuff to our actual extractor perfectly as we rotate it around the other way. Boom. That is ready to rock, everybody. That's ready to go. All right, so we'll go ahead and see what we got here. Let's go ahead and put in a different one here. I'm going to go up a little bit here so that I can grab this one here at the top. And then, again, watching how many filters you have over here. I still got 9, so I'm doing okay. And I'm going to go ahead and just kind of put this one... Oh, wait, we need to run it down on our switch in the front. So, yeah, we just run it all the way down. Run it all the way down to the bottom here. All the way down, and we'll snap it. We'll try anyway. Snap it to the edge of this. No, not going to give it to me. There we go. It doesn't want to do that. Here's what we'll do. We'll do this instead. We'll get ourselves a little bit of a ramp. And it'll make it easier to snap to the back of it, like this. Then we'll just run this to the front, which has right here an item that we're going to use right here on the side. There we go. To run that in, and then we can give this a name for the extractor itself, for the uranium, and then we're able to remotely turn this on and off. Now, you don't actually want to give this power, everybody. You want to leave this thing off and remotely turn that thing on later because this stuff's going to be coming pumping out of here and you're going to get crazy radiated. So I highly suggest watching out for that. Okay, now to make this a bit easier, we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of an idea of where that is. We're going to run this all the way to the bottom here. And try to align this. Let's see, another one down, looks like. Let's go there. Let's put this here. And then we're going to put a floor hole here. We're going to kind of look at where the floor hole is up there. Let's say here. Let's go ahead and put this back in up here so we can kind of compare. A little bit out from the corner. Like that. You got to get them perfectly aligned. And then this will go an infinite distance, by the way. An infinite distance that you can connect your two floor holes to each other, and it's just going to run that all the way up, which is awesome. And then we'll go ahead and connect the bottom part together like this. And we'll run this out, do a nice little straight run where it comes up slightly and then runs into there. And now we good. That's golden. That's looking good. We got our power connected. Everything good. We want to make sure that we also go in here and close that up. And again, this is not on, but I'm going to go ahead and do this and do that. And that's going to do 600 per minute with this one, because this is just a normal node. So normal node, the most is ever going to do is 600. Because the max you can do is a tier 3 extractor. And 600 is going to be enough to get us started. We might make some more uranium trains later. But this is a good spot to extract that uranium. All right, so what are we at now? 8 filters, looking good. Now we need to put this in our spreadsheet over here of our stuff. Way at the end here. Resource extraction. All right. We're going to call this one number 13, and this is for factory, or no, this is for power. This is going to be for nuclear power. Power, of course, we're going to overclock it. It's a normal node. If you guys want to see what I'm doing, see, I'm just putting it in the spreadsheet like this. And again, you guys can go and look at the spreadsheet. Again, I'll throw the link in the chat if you guys want to go see it. You can also go in and copy it and paste it in your own spreadsheet and make your own stuff. Uranium MK3, our first MK3 there. Well, really our second, because we did the other coal one. And so we're going to extract 600 from here. 250%. And 600 is going to set the number of how much nuclear power we can make. And this is nuclear protection. I almost wrote that. There's nuclear power. Nuclear protection from Fallout. There we go. All right, uranium, MK3, 600. Awesome. Okay, so now we're going to give it a name, which is why I did that. And I can copy the name from my spreadsheet and actually put it in the game into our little power switch. And when we're ready for it, we'll remotely dial into our uranium power switch over here and turn that on through the uranium power breaker right here. We'll put it right there for right now. Again, we do not want to turn it on. We don't want a whole bunch of uranium flowing up into our thing right now. But we're going to hope that we did that right, and we'll turn that on later. Does it actually have power? Right now it says it's red. We should have checked the power thing. Yes, it's got power. Okay, so the power is flowing in. We could turn it on if we needed to. All right, now we should probably just close this up. Keep the spiders out of it. And up we go. And we can take these out too. Those were just temporary. And this guy over here too. Going up. Okay, uranium train is good. And I call it Uri for short. Uri pickup. Awesome. All golden. So it's going to come over here, grab this uranium, and run it back to my primary base. And we got to go over here and put in some more track. And we're going to utilize the track that we already have. And again, I don't typically do a lot of mixed tracks where I mix stuff together, but I thought we'd do a little bit next level track building in this particular playthrough. See, on the way back, everybody, since this track is electrified, I can just float. I don't have to run along the ground, which is really fun. Okay, now this is going to go ahead and split off and end up over here. I want to put some more over here and just match that out. There we go. And right here. And so we'll want to... I don't really like that. There we go. And we'll make it go to there. And then make it go this way. Go there. Let's just make a small segment here and see if I like it. Now it's got to be back further. There we go. All right, so now we got the return and then merging into both of these. So now we need, because this only had one train to start with, we didn't really need our block signals, but now we do because we're going to have multiple trains doing their job over here. So we'll put one right in the station because that one's going to be the size of that station. We will put one out of the station, so that's a separate one. We'll put one beyond this, so this whole track will be separate from this track. And then when this one comes back, we'll put one on this side, back just a bit. And this one's coming out, but going that way. This should actually be back further. Come on. Let's say there. And this one. Move forward just a little bit. Again, what we're trying to do is separate the segments of the track so that, and you can see the segments, so that they represent the different parts of the track here. This one we can take out. There we go. See, that one's a segment. This part here is a segment. This part here is the yellow segment. And if this one's coming back and this one's on this segment, it will not let it pass. But I'm going to go ahead and put another one up here, which is much larger than the train. So we're trying to keep the trains somewhat separated. But if it's beyond that point, then this train will start coming in and they can actually run in parallel behind each other because they'll be offset from each other. But you can see that long segment there that it will just go right here and stop. And then wait until the train gets all the way to the other side, which you don't want to do. You want to chop it up a bit more so that it has bigger segments that it can do. And again, if you want to space them out, that's the way to do it with your block signal. So you leave a space, and if it's right behind it, then this one will go, get past that block signal, then this one will start up, and they'll be spread out a bit from each other. And this one just automatically coming over here, getting my coal. Keep doing your thing, brother. Okay, so that's going to pick that up, and then it's going to run back in this direction. Now, even if your train leaves you behind, everybody, you can always make another one and get in there. And now decide where you want this uranium to end up. And plus, we need a bunch of other resources as well that go along with our nuclear power. And this is one of my funnest parts of the game, everybody. It really makes the game hugely, you get a huge boost on your power. We're going to try to do power a different way. I have a different idea for power this time, for nuclear power. And we do not want it to be right by our space elevator or right by where our hub is. We're going to have this come down this train, and then we can divert right or we can divert left. And that's why we're riding the train right now, to get this idea of where we want this to divert. I think I'll put my factory on this side. So I think I'll do another underrun, which I think would be kind of fun. And then right here where we have that way out there, I think that'd be a good spot to get it going. So we need to get over there. Let's go. Woo! Just hanging out there in the open, everybody. I was getting by this thing here. Now, also my driveway here, or my roadway, is all electrified. So you can see it's down in the foundations of the blueprint. And later on, I'll come back and add in all the things. But I don't really need to, because we want to go ahead and have this end up over here. And I think way back over here would be perfect. So we'll go ahead and bring our 3 train through here like this. And then we'll have this do something fun, like go underneath like our other train. This train's going to come right up here and drop off this uranium. And we'll work the uranium on this side, way far away from over there. And then we'll work all the things that make the nuclear power. And we'll slowly put the nuclear power closer so that we can check the nuclear power from time to time. But just know that you will get radiated, so you don't want it to be exactly next to your hub. I might actually put it that way. Yes. Might build it out that way. We'll see. We'll see how it is. But first thing I'm going to do is actually replace this one and make this wider. Like that. And our train is going to come back here. Let's say it's going to end up right there. And then our freight platform, where it's going to drop off the uranium to the left. Like that. Perfect. And then we run some more tracks. Let's go. I did not like how that track went. Run more tracks. I feel like we want to curve this out. Just have the track here, so make it a little easier to go up and down. We'll just have that curve in like that. That'll be nice. And then we're going to have this track come underneath. So we're going to actually work backwards. Like this. And then again, we've got to remember that trains are 3 walls high. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3. And then run it under. Like this. Dangle off the side, because that's fun. And we'll run that there. Run this back. And let's say, where's our segment? So we got to get our curve in. So we're going to end up doing a track here. And this can go up to there. Yeah, I'll just do that track just to start. Okay, and then on this side, we're going to need this to go up. So we'll just put some foundations there to give us a general idea. We'll start where we really want it to come down and end up, and then we'll go up here and see where it's going to let us go. So it's going to let us hit that edge right there. And then we just take these other 2 out. And then we can see I have that really nice downward run. And then this, of course, is going to curve under. Like this. So good, everybody. So good. Look at that. Beautifully. Beautifully done. Up, down, turn around. I love that coming in and dropping down there. That's very nice. Okay, now same thing going out here. We need to go, this is 1 and this is 2 back. So if we're going to go down there, actually we'll probably end up here. I do like to run it on the inside. Let's run this way back. Just to get that going. Now what we wanted to do is to turn this corner and snap in here. Oh my God, it just happens to be in the right spot. That was just absolute luck, everybody. I was going to say, we're going to have to put down a thing to cut that, but it was already in the right spot. Sometimes better lucky than good. Okay, and then of course we need our signals. Over here, so block signals before it goes into there. We need a block signal before this one. I wish it would just snap. There we go. Hold down control works good. And then that's a separate segment than this. And see, these are all separate segments. And then again, we're going to try to do this. Now this one we need to do. So we can go ahead and say, let's say right here. This would be a good spot right there. And then we're going to have this one, take that uranium and run it right down in there. Nice little block signal there. And then we don't want to be completely blocked all the way down. So we want to go ahead and put another block signal, let's say up here, just to cut that segment so that if this train is still, on this part of the track, it doesn't block the whole entire track. So the other train can say, okay, that one's going down there. It's past this part here. It can go on to the next thing. Again, we'll test all of those signals as well. All right, all we got to do now is just make the little turnaround over here, and we got ourselves a uranium train, and then we got to take a break because Kismet keeps forgetting to take his breaks, and I'm very bad at taking my breaks. But we're going to do it. We're going to be better at it this year, everybody. We're going to work on that health. We're going to get stronger every day. Right over here. Okay, and then we need our 5, and then I hit E. There we go, just to get my blueprints to rotate. Where's the center of this? This one. I just get close and I hit H, nudge it into position. Nudge it in there. There we go. Take out all these foundations so I can line all this back up properly. You'll build a lot of temporary stuff, everybody, where you put it in, you take it out, put it in, take it out. I build a lot of temporary stuff, so that just makes my job easier. Let's go that side. And 3 on this side. And just soup that in there. feel like it's just beyond the train station is where I'd like to do that. And let's say here. A little too far. There it is. Okay, got it coming in and returning. Okay, we just got to complete the circuit. Right there. And now the fun part, we get to test it. Right there. When we come back. You're like, ah, Kismet. We'll test it when we come back, see how it works. I think it's going to work awesome. All right, here we go, everybody. Turning on the old Words on Stream for you guys to enjoy while I take a little bit of a break. We're going for another long stream over here as well. Been going 7.5 hours. All right, we'll go ahead and hit start, and then I shall be back in just a bit. Descrabble the words. I'll come back and shower you with a bunch of Kiscabs. Go for it. back, everybody. Let's see what we can do on this one. Come on, let's work together. I'm going to try to help you out right over here. Let's see what we can get in there. I see Unforgiven and Megaview was in there trying to help out. Also Zero Fate, or Zeo Fate, trying to get it done. I think all of us together we can get it going. What? Wow. Nothing. Tree? Tree. Ah, there we go. Got one. Oh, care is a word, everybody. Care. Ah, Kimmy got care too. Let's see. Electra. Hey, there you go. Good job. I got Acre there and Cart, a race. Good, good. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. That's not a word. I don't have a thing. Secret? No. Freight? C-R... Oh, yeah, Resistance G already did it. Let's see, there's no X, so I can't do extract. Rack. Reet. R-E-A-T. Reet. This is an R or T word. Tier. Oh, you already got tier. I could think of nothing, especially the 5-letter words. Those are good. I would love it if it showed you the words, everybody, but I contacted them. They said they purposely didn't do that. That kind of sucks, because then I could learn some new words and get better at this game. Or not. I may not get better, but at least I can dream of getting better. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it. Hear me, everybody. Good job, everybody. Good job working together. We're going to go ahead and give you a bunch of Kiz caps. We're going to go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory over here. And we're going to test out our train. So here we go. Trying it out right now. Oh, there's a train on that track. Why is that train waiting? Oh, because that whole track underneath there. Oh, hold on. That's got to be fixed. Yes, we need a one down here. So this thing is not part of the whole entire thing all the way around. For sure. So these have their own signal, and this guy could have went forward because he had to come out of here before that kicked in. And so this whole part of the track now will be its own part. And then this, if this one goes into here, then that one will stop. And if this one goes into there, then this one will stop. And then this comes in here, and then this train gets off of here, then this one can go forward. And I think we're good. We're good. All right, let's go over here and get on this train before that train comes back again. Oh, it's turning around right now. Let's go. Again, it's always good to test your train out, test out all of your block signals and all of that. So this one will come all the way forward if this one's in the station. Oh. I tried to hit the switch. I got out instead. It's got to come to a full stop first. Try that again. There it goes. Right here, pick up that, pick up them resources and run it back. Now we can override the block signals. So this is going to go here. And then this should block that guy. Yeah, I'm looking at the block signal back there to see if the block signal came on. And it did. Now the problem is this whole entire part here is that part. So that train's going to stop way back there and wait for this train to get off of this part here. So we need to go right about here, snap in a block signal so that one can move forward. Again, you don't want to have really massive segments like that, or that train back there is going to be just sitting there while this train is buzzing along. Now, of course, it's a great way to space out your trains, because now it's going to come up and it's going to stop at that signal. But if we go ahead and switch this upcoming track here, there we go, and we get out of here, that train should then be able to continue on, and we're completely out of its way. All right, that's fun. And well, did we give this one a name? Oh, this train station is going the wrong way. Nope, that's not right. How do I know? Because of the way that the words are. But let's just double check it. Make sure I've got it going this direction, like this. And then the word should be on the outside like that. Okay, there we go. And then this is the Yuri drop off. There we go. Okay, then we want to go ahead and make our train right here. And we'll put our train in here, and we'll give this train a name. Over here. Timetable. Train. This is going to be the Yuri train. Uranium. All right, edit the timetable. Go pick it up. Go drop it off. Save that. We'll turn on self-driving. We'll see if it crashes into that other train. I'm not kidding. I'm going to let that run. See if it crashes into it. Now, it's not going to have any resources, but we'll see. Look, they're both coming up to the track at the same time. Yeah, look, that one slowed down to let that one go. And again, we really need another thing, because this is going to wait for a long time before this one goes. See? This is making this one wait right now. Yeah, let's move up. Again, great way to space them out. Eventually, they'll space their way out where that won't be an issue. But we'll see that this one will start up here in a second. Yep. But I think we want to add another one here in the middle, just so that one's coming forward while we're waiting over here. So we'll add another one right there. There we go. And then this one has one at the train station, because the other train went on to the next train station. So this one's now cleared up. And now we have it split on both. So both of these can basically space out from each other. And this guy's going to get it, and he's going to turn around and go back, while the other one is pretending to pick up stuff at the end. But the stuff at the end doesn't have anything. And that's because I haven't turned the uranium on yet. When I turn it on, it'll pick it up and it'll bring it over here if we did it correctly, which I think we did. Again, it'll automatically switch and whatnot. The whole thing is we want to see that train make it back to this station over here. That's what we want to see. Yes, it's already on its way back. I can see it over there. And then once it gets past the next segment, yeah, see, that one's already pulling forward. It's coming around the edge there. And then it should come to a stop. Yep, and then this one's going to pass that point, which is going to space the trains out. Then that one should start going forward. This one should get off this track, and then it should be fine. The whole train will go by now because it'll be busy in the station over here. And if it does come back this way, it doesn't matter because it's not going to affect this other side track. Again, just trying to space them out a little bit so they'll work in sync, where that train never stops and this train never stops. And it'll work out its own equilibrium over time. You got to just let it run for a while. All right, so this one made it over there. Looks good. And now we need to think about all the steps that makes uranium become uranium as well. So the first thing we want to do is go and bring up nuclear power. So we got our nuclear power plant right here. We'll just throw that down because we got all the resources to make it happen, Captain. And so what we're going to need is we're going to need some water. So we got to get water all the way up here. This one we might package and bring the water up. We'll see. We'll see. Or we'll just run it up because we'll just do a bunch of pumps. We'll see. We'll see how we like it. So eventually we're going to need water, and then we're going to need the waste output of our nuclear power. Now what I'm going to do, I think, on this one is I'm going to build in reverse, where I have the nuclear power up toward the front, but not so far to the front that it's radiating me every time I'm going along here, because I'm really not going to be going along this part all that much, because my my factories are going to be on that side and over there, and then I could build some more over there too, but I'm just going to put power over here. We're going to build some rocket fuel over there as well, but we want this to be separated from our base, but not so far away that we can't just come over here and figure out what's wrong, but far enough where we're not just at our hub getting radiated over there. So I think this is like the perfect spot. So to do this, everybody, we're going to need some fuel rods. So we're going to say fuel, and we're going to need our our uranium fuel rods. So we're going to start with those. And so we're going to need, in case uranium in case of double beams, and we'll put that to our to-do list so we can see what it is. But we can go ahead and start with electromagnetic control rods. Now, the best thing to do is, if you want to get this down, is to write down the various power generators and what you need to make them power generators work. And of course, I'm going to pull out the old spreadsheet over here and write this down. So the end result of it is the nuclear power plant for right now. And of course, there's other fuel that we can do later, which we unlocked. But the end result is the nuclear power plant, and the nuclear power plant needs the control rods. So fuel rods. The what are they called? Let's go. Uranium fuel rods. So uranium fuel rod. All right. And you can see it's got another rod in there, the plutonium one. We'll work on that later. So ultimately, we need to get the uranium fuel rods in there at a certain thing. Now, I believe it is 0.5 fuel rods that you need per minute, if I'm remembering correctly. So put 0.5 in there as well. And I didn't even color this in or do any of this. Let's freeze this first row. There we go. And then we want to work our way backwards, right? So we want to make uranium fuel rods. So uranium. I already had it. Fuel rods. Oh, it's weird it doesn't do it on a fuel. All right, uranium fuel rods. So to make uranium fuel rods, we are going to need all of those things. So we'll back this one up. Uranium fuel rod. And then the type 1 input that we're going to need is our case uranium cells. Oh, we might need to put a third input type here. Encased uranium cells. And input type. Next input type is our encased industrial beams. So just roll over it. Yeah. Like this. whatever. Encased industrial beams. Now, the reason why we need to work backwards is we know what, or forward, we can do it either way. We need to know what the end result is and then figure out if we have enough stuff backwards and then figure out how much stuff we can do forward. Because we know that we have 600 uranium. That's the output of the extractor. So we have about 600 uranium. That's kind of its replenished value. And so we want to use that uranium and then balance everything else to say, okay, this is how many nuclear power plants we can have because this is how much uranium we have. And then all the other resources, we'll scale them up accordingly as well. And then this is the electromagnetic control rod. So we're going to add another input over here. Over like this. Show input type 3. Input type 3. Oops, that was a 4. That's not a 3. Input type 3, input type 3. All right. Now, dang, it's getting freezing cold in here again. It's always so cold. So cold. Tired of being cold. Oh, it's actually supposed to warm up a little bit, according to the thing in Los Angeles. My thing switched over to Los Angeles. I was getting a little hope there, but nope, gonna be super cold. I don't live in Los Angeles anymore. Yeah, very cold right now. All right. Let's say uranium fuel rods. Uranium fuel rods, your case uranium beams, in case industrial beams. Yes. What am I missing? Control rods. Yes, electromagnetic control rod. All right. Add that in there. Electromagnetic control rod. Now, we don't know how many we need yet. That's the whole thing. We're going to use a spreadsheet to figure out all of that math for us here in a bit. Again, to make that happen. So we need 50 of the input of these. So the input of this is 50, in case industrial beams is 3, and control rods is 5. Okay. And then that's going to output. Machine is going to be the manufacturer. Back to URER. Man, I can't even spell. Output type is going to be uranium fuel rod. And the output is going to be 0.4 per minute. And I think it needs like 0.5 to get it going. Something like that. So I will figure out that math later on. Okay, so then back from the uranium fuel rod, we have to make these 3 things. So we have to make encased uranium cells, and we have to make 50 of those for this one thing. So we'll put that here. And then encased industrial beams. Put that there. We'll add some more things here. Rows. Put like a thing across there so we know what we're working on. Okay. So encased industrial beams and then electromagnetic control rod. Okay, now we go encased industrial beams and we say, what does this make? What takes this? Okay, so this is where the uranium is. So this is where we're going to put the uranium. Okay, and later it gets, the harder it is for me to spell. Uranium cell, that's, this is concrete here. Concrete. And then this is sulfuric acid, which is another thing we're going to need to make. So sulfuric acid. All right, we made a real fun one last time. That was pretty fun. So this is going to output encased uranium cells and sulfuric acid, which we will package and just get rid of. You can recycle it back into the thing, but I just package it and get rid of it because it's a waste of time. All right, so the final type is this. Over here, we'll figure out how much we're outputting per thing. So it needs how many uranium? Not uranium cells, just uranium. Case uranium cells just needs the basic uranium ore, what that's called. There we go, and that's 10. We need 3 and 8. Okay, now encased industrial beams. We'll go ahead and say opening codex. What do we need there? We need some steel beams. So steel beams. And then we need concrete. Okay, so we can divert the concrete into both of those. And steel beams, we need 3, and concrete, we need 6. Okay, now we're getting there. And let's see, electromagnetic control rods. Let's go look at those. Okay, we're going to need some stators. This is where things get a bit more complex here, because this is a lot of stuff you have to do. And AI limiters. And we need 3 and we need 2. Now, we actually have a backlog of a lot of this stuff, so we could just start it up and get it going. But this is one of those processes that actually I'm going to do all of the process beforehand, figure out all the numbers, what I need for each step, and then build out that factory, because that becomes my power. And then the power is supplying the other factories. And again, if I run out of stators, which I seriously doubt I'm going to run out in any short amount of time, or AI limiters or whatever, again, I will have the production for those already going. So that does help a lot. And then if we do have some extra control rods over here, we can use those for our space elevator later. Okay, so we got that done. So very nice. Now we need to go back even further, and I'll show you this at the end, everybody, how many things we have to do. But the whole point is to start from the end and work your way backwards, and then start from the beginning and work your way forwards, so that you can get all of these processes in a row. Okay, so we got case uranium cells. And so we're going to need some concrete production. Yes, so we need concrete production here. Any more we don't need to do. Sulfuric acid we need to do. So let's go ahead, get this above here. Now, if we have things that have the same, by the way, this is what I'm doing, if you're wondering, I'm filling in all of the blanks here. We can do, the concrete can go to both, but the sulfuric acid is unique to the encased uranium cells. So that's good. So the output of this is sulfuric acid right here. Yeah, copy that. Put that over there. Okay, and then we want to figure out sulfuric acid. So we want to go back to this, and then sulfuric acid, which is going to be sulfur plus water. And there we go. So we're going to need more water. So sulfur, and water. And those are pretty easy things to produce, because we already have another sulfur node, and now we can put it at level 3, so we can make a lot of sulfuric acid. Now we just want to get one nuclear power plant going, and then we are going to just have blueprints, so we can just go boom, 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 add more inputs, boom, 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 more inputs, and so on. Just set it up on blueprints to make it really easy. Okay. So sulfuric acid, concrete, uranium ore, we just got to bring that in, drop that off. We're going to need sulfuric acid, we're going to need water. Okay, so we'll just add a couple more rows. We're working on our water. And the water's got to come before the sulfuric acid. Okay. Okay, now encased industrial beams. right here. It's going to need concrete, so we'll put concrete with it, and then we'll also make concrete go to our encased uranium cells. And then we'll need steel beams over here. Okay, concrete. We need limestone ore. Limestone ore and steel beams. We need coal, and let's double check what the other thing was. I think it was iron. Steel beams. It's iron ingots, so steel ingots, as a matter of fact. Steel beams, steel ingots. That's what it is. Steel ingots, right there. So coal ore. That's ore. And we're just going to put those in, say, a green. Anything that's ore, we'll tag as green. Because those are already pretty much done. All you have to do is extract it and run it over there. Same thing with water. Water we'll just put in blue. That's pretty easy. We don't need to put, I don't think we need to put water separate. There we go. Okay, concrete, steel beams, we need coal ore and steel ingots. We need 4 steel ingots. What are we making? We're making out of industrial, encased industrial beams. Right here. Yes, okay, so it's 3 steel beams, 6 concrete, okay, and then steel beams is now we got to go back one more because we have to smelt it. That's where the iron is. It makes the steel ingots. So just steel ingots, all we need for steel beams. Getting ahead of myself there. And then we make the steel ingots. Back one more, and that's the coal ore and iron ore. Because when we go look at this one in the codex, there it is right there. So iron ore and coal. Yes, at 3 and 3. So 3 and 3. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So we might want to do something like this. This goes along with this. Add a row. Again, I'll show you all those when I get it done, but it's easier when I have both screens, so I can kind of split it up and see in the game and then see over there at the same time. I could make a split screen. I totally could, but I don't think it'd be too small for you guys to see what I'm doing anyway. All right, so basically I split up into sections. So now you've got your nuclear power plant down here, uranium fuel rods here, which is actually all these other things, which is basically uranium, your uranium cells, right? So I need the sulfuric acid, I need the concrete and the uranium ore. So concrete I'm actually putting up in the other tier up here where I'll make concrete for both of these two. And then, of course, steel beams, and then steel beams need steel ingots, and steel ingots are coal and iron ore. And then, up here at the top, we need the electromagnetic control rods, in which we'll take concrete out of there. We need stators and AI limiters. So stators, AI limiters. Again, working backwards really does help a lot. You get the idea. Okay, I'm going to move that back over there. And now we're going to go stators right here. So we need steel pipe. We'll get all this going. Steel pipe at 3 and then wire at 8 to make the stators. Okay. And then steel pipe goes back another couple here. And we got to go Do steel pipe, and steel pipe comes from steel ignits, which is pretty easy because we already have steel ignits on our steel rods or steel beams down below. So, steel ignits here. Well, okay. So there we go. So we do our steel ignits with coal and iron, or we can probably make the pipes and the beams at the same time. So we'll put those together nearby each other so we can run the coal and run the iron and split them, or run individual lines if we need to. Steel pipe that we need is 3. And so that's going to be steel ignits at 3, probably. Let's go see. Yes, at 3. 3 in and 2 out. So the output is 2. Steel pipe. We're going to do all the outputs. Stators. Stators output. Stators. Stators output is 1. Okay, this is 2 steel pipes. Steel ignits, I think it's 1 to 1. It's 3 in and 3 out. Okay, so 3 in, 3 in, and then 3 out. So it's basically 1 to 1. I mean, one of them comes in converted, one of them goes out. All right, electromagnetic control rod is 3 stators, 2 AI limiters, and on the way out it is 2 electromagnetic control rods. Okay. Steel ignits we already did, which is going to be 3 on the output, so we can bring that down. Steel beams. Steel beam. This is steel beam, steel ignit. These are singular. Okay, steel ignit is 4 in and 1 out. Steel beams out. 1 steel beam. Okay, 1 steel beam. All right, and all the concrete stuff, probably 45 in and 3 in and 1 out. Yeah, these numbers actually aren't the actual numbers that we need from the actual machines. Yeah. And I'm not writing the machines down either. Constructor. All right, there's a lot of, it's like a laundry list of stuff that you're going to need. All right, so nuclear power. So uranium, let's go back to uranium fuel rod. Uranium fuel rod manufacturer. Okay, got that right. And then sulfuric acid is going to be in the refinery right here. Sulfuric acid, refinery. Okay, in case industrial beams already knows assembler, but we'll just look at it anyway, just to double check, because it's a 2 input assembler. All right. So this tells you all the things you need to know in here. Steel beams. Steel beams are going to be in the constructor, which I already have, so I don't have to type that out again. And then the steel ignits are going to be in the foundry. Steel ignits is foundry. Okie dokie. Now we're getting somewhere. Nope, I forgot to do encased uranium cells. All right, encased uranium cells. Cell. Oh, 2 L's. Encased uranium cell. Is done where? Done in the blender. Blender. All right. Constructor, foundries. Okay, electromagnetic control rod is done in what? It is done in the assembler. Right there. Stators. It's also assembler, but stator, assembler. Making a spreadsheet, everybody. This is when things get real complex. It's really, you just need to make a whole bunch of stuff that makes a whole bunch of stuff. But in this particular playthrough, now normally I would have already made the factories for these and just use those factories, but I'm going to make dedicated factories that is just for this one process, as opposed to doing all of the, I think, as opposed to using stuff that's going to be using on multiple things. It'll just be solely dedicated to this. And then it will not, everything will be synced to our nuclear power. Steel ignite, we know is in the foundry. That in there. All right, now AI limiter. Thanks for the ones in the chat, by the way. Oh, did I give you a bunch of kids caps? I can't remember. There we go. Oh, March 6th. Oh, awesome. That's not too long. About a month. Cool, Unforgiven. Thanks. Is Satisfactory calculator up to date? What do you mean up to date? What do you mean by that? It works great. That's what you're asking. You know, 50 times 3. It's really the quick search calculator right there. If you're asking about the website, I don't know. I don't use it. I don't use it. I make my own website fun because I just use a spreadsheet instead. Because that's way more fun. I don't like to look stuff up online. I don't like to use those websites and stuff. But you can, if you want, go for it. I've seen them before, and I've seen people have them in videos and whatnot. But I don't like to do it. I like to do it my way. Because my way is way more fun than just looking up the answer. I enjoy looking it up in game and act like if I was really there, what would I do? Well, if I was really there, I'd make myself a spreadsheet and I'd do the whole thing and whatnot, like I'm doing right now, because that's more fun than just go look up the answer kind of thing. That's no fun. Someone else already did the answer for you. You don't learn much from that, by the way. AI limiter is copper. You learn much more by watching people do it and then also trying it for yourself. I find that's the way I do anyway. Quick wire. Quick wire. So copper sheets 5, quick wire 20. And then over here, we got our AI limiters that are coming out at 1. Okay. And this is in the assembler. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's see. Now we need some copper sheets as well. We need to put a space in between here, maybe a couple spaces. Right there. Put a little divider. Wait, no, we don't want that. The divider, actually, this is part of the electromagnetic control rods. That's right. Okay, so this is all in one sequence here. Copper sheets, quick wire. We know how to do those. Those are easy. Those are easy, but we're going to just put all the parts of the process in anyway. So we need to make copper ignites here as well. Copper ignites right here, and it's going to go in at 2, and it's going to output at 1, and the copper sheets. Copper sheet. See, I put a plural on there. They actually call it singular. Quick wire. Right here. Quick wire right there requires some deuterium ignites. Let's do this. So I can spell deuterium properly. Deuterium ignites. Again, I keep putting plural on everything. I'm going to take plural off of everything here. Stator, steel ignites, there we go. Deuterium ignites at 1. Output type is quick wire at 5. Okay, there we go. Got our quick wire in, we got our copper sheets. We have 2 more parts of the process that we have to add because we have to go in and smelt those ignites down. which is this part right here, which is the how many Caterium ore do you need in your constructor? So Caterium Ignite. And so Caterium ore, and it's got to go in at 3. Let's come out at 1. And Caterium Ignite on this side. Then quick wire, basically the same thing. Where's our constructor? Right here. Constructor, 1 there. This is basically the same thing, but with quick wire. Put this up here. And we can say quick again. Get that same thing out of there. Go back. There we go. Quick wire. And then we'll open a codex here. And then again, 3 to 1. So 3. Oh, wait, wrong one. That's what we did. Quick wire. Oh. Something's not right there. Oh, this is copper ignite. That's what it is. Copper ignite. Copper ignite. Right here. So this is 1 to 1. 1. Copper ore. And constructor. Copper ignite. Very nice. Okay, and that's 1 to 1. 2 to 1. 1 to 5. Caterium there. This is the sheets. This is the quick wire. This is via the smelter. All right, very, very fun. Again, now I've played this game for thousands of hours, but I've done this hundreds of times. Before there was all those websites, by the way. I did this way before they even had those websites. When the game first came out, long and long ago, and I still love doing it to this day. It's very, very fun. I enjoy doing it this way instead of just, you know, oh, well, hey, it's already laid out for you. Because you're thinking through the process, and what that does is allow you to learn the steps and learn how to balance all of your stuff and whatnot without just looking up the answer. It's like doing a word puzzle, right? Where you're doing a word puzzle and then you just get the cheat sheet and you know all the words and you just fill in all the words. I mean, that's not fun. The whole point is to try to get the words. You're kind of playing words on stream and you just press a button and it just gives you all the words. Lame. That's why people also like in MMOs and like first-person shooters who just do the same thing. It's like they just, you know, gets the insta win button, the God mode button. It just sucks all the fun out of it for not only you but other people when you're in multiplayer. But it would just suck all the fun out of it for me. I love to think it through and say, okay, I got to start with this, and then I got to do this, and I got to do this, and then this goes to this, and this goes to this, and we're going to do this and that. That's really fun, especially when you're thinking about it in terms of blueprints and when you're setting up your blueprints and whatnot. Okay, so we want to start with our uranium ore. That's what we want to do. Again, I'll pull this over here so you guys can see. Over here. So the reason why I want to start my uranium ore is because that's going to be the max limit of that uranium ore. And let me go ahead and get all the ore ones clicked here. Or just make those green. Okay, so that means that's the starting point of all of those. That one is not one. There, reset that one. Uranium ore. So the input of the uranium ore, and we'll go ahead and add another row below. And we'll put uranium ore up here because it's going to be our primary input is 300. So if, or sorry, 600. 600. That's right, because we overclocked it. So the maximum that uranium ore is ever going to be is 600 because, I'll move my head a little bit here. Actually, I'll slide over here, even better. And make it even bigger for all you people on mobile. I know, look how nice I am. Look how nice I am. There we go. And then we'll nudge this over a bit. Make that a little bigger. There we go. So the most it's ever going to be, that particular node is 600. So if we want to use that to figure out the scale of everything that we're going to do, we can take out, we can say, okay, for encased uranium cells, we need 10. And so if we scale up everything to the encased uranium cells, we know that we're hitting the maximum of our production. That's why you work backwards and then you work forwards again. Now I'm working forwards because I'm starting with the ore and I'm working forwards. Now, of course, I'm not starting with the iron ore. I'm starting the uranium ore. But we go look at this and say, okay, if we did, you know, some output over here. So this is the output type and then the input and whatnot. And we can go back here and let's see, we didn't set what our output was in encased uranium cells. What is our default output? Let's put this back over here. Like this, encased uranium cells. Right over here. All right. Encased uranium cells. Over here, it's outputting 5. Okay, so 5 of those currently. So output is 5. Okay, now we want to do total output. That's what we want to do. Again, I'll bring this back over here for you guys. You guys can see what I'm doing. Okay, so total output is what we want to do. And so if we do 600 uranium, what is it going to cause all of these other numbers to be, right? What's our total output of encased industrial beams? So that's where we can go ahead and figure out those numbers just based on 600, 10 divided by 600, which we already know is 60, everybody. If you do the math, you can... By the way, if you don't know the magic of zeros, you take the 0 off of this one, you take the 0 off of that one, and then you times this. So 0 off, 0 off, how many ever zeros you have down here, you take it off of this number. And so basically 0 out, you take 60 times 1, which is 60. So you know the end result is 60. But zeros are really easy. You can just scrape out those zeros and do the smaller number, and it's easy to figure that out. But I'm going to have it do it for me. I'm going to have it do it right down here. So I'm going to hit the equals key, and I'm going to say 600 divided by this number right here, which gives me 60. Okay. So that basically is our scale. In there. So if we did 10 times 60, which is going to be the reverse of this, right? So if we go in, say we go into Satisfactory here, we can use the search and we go 10 times 60. Right there is going to be 600. So we know that this number is 10 times the amount of the current number that we have. So this is 10 times the original here, right? Or this is 60 times, sorry, 60 times. The original number. So 10 times 60 is that. So that's what this is telling us here. Now, that 60 number, and again, I'll zoom in for you guys. That 60 number there is also directly related to the other number over here. Because if I'm going to go ahead and do 60 times this number... Oh, thank you, Kuja. Thank you for coming in. Show some love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. That's 2 months of sub love right there. Bringing in that Kismet love train. So that means I can also apply this number to the next number. So I can go in and say, you know what, take this times 3, and that's how much concrete I need total, 180 for this part of the process. And then I can just do that again and say, look, take this number over here times this number, and that's how much sulfuric acid that I need. I know, pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. If you have one base number that is the max of whatever number it is, that's the most you're ever going to be doing of that particular thing, right? So we can figure out how much ore we need. We can figure out how much sulfuric acid. We can figure all that stuff out by basically finding out basically what's known as a Rosetta Stone or a prime number or the ultimate number that will affect everything else that you're doing. So basically now we know we're going to be doing 480 of these. And so basically we can also do the same thing at the end here. So basically this is going to be that end number right here, 5, and then that's going to be times 60 roughly over here, which means that the output, oops, that did not happen, times, so I forgot to put the times in there, times, oh no, it just did equal that number. Hold on, we got to go fix it. Like this. This number time. Nope, now we're in the wrong thing. Okay, let's get it together here. This number times 60. Now, I could have just put the number 60 in there, but if I change any of these numbers, it's automatically going to change it all. So that's going to produce 300 of the encased uranium beams, right? And right now I need 3. So again, another, you see how the numbers kind of work out, everybody? That's 300, so that's basically an exponential number on top of that, right? So if this is 300, we can then say, okay, if I have 300 of these divided by 3, you probably already know what the number is, it's 100 times. So basically, I'll move it up just a little bit. It's 100 times that number that we need to do uranium fuel rods. Now, the output of uranium fuel rods, we need to look that up as well. You guys are getting the gist of that. Uranium fuel rods, the output of that is going to be 1. So if we go in, I'm going to just work it over here on the side, and I'll show you at the end. All right, little refresh problem there. If we know that's 100 times, then that means I'm going to output roughly 100 times the amount of fuel rods that I need. So if I need 1 fuel rod, and let's just round it up, I actually need like a half a fuel rod. But if I need 1 fuel rod per nuclear plant, that means I got to have 100 nuclear plants. See where those numbers are going, everybody? They're exponentially larger. Now, of course, you make an arithmetic mistake somewhere along there, all your stuff's going to be off. So that's why it's good to use a spreadsheet with all the numbers tied together. So if you put the correct start number, it actually affects all the other numbers. So that's what I'm doing right now. Of course, if I get it wrong, it's going to get it all wrong, which is how that sometimes goes. Okay, so basically we're producing 100 times that. And then we can figure out, okay, if we're going to go ahead and take 50 and we're going to times that times 100, that's going to be 5,000. Yes. This will be 500. And this will make 100. But again, sometimes the numbers won't look right and you'll go, there's something wrong there. So if this is 600 uranium, this is going to output, I'm going to produce 60. Yes, I'm using 600. So this is 60 times that. Yes. And then the rest of these are pretty much the same. So we're going to take this number and we're going to times it times 60 now. Yeah, same number. Okay, good. I'm just double checking my numbers here. All right, why did that move down weirdly like that? Okay, I bumped it. I bumped the height. Oh, I hate it when I do that. There we go. I bumped the height of the cell there. Uranium ore. There we go. Okay, so again, we're working backwards here. So sulfuric acid, we need 480. Oh, we should work for the output backwards. Yes. Yes, so the output should be 480. Here. How much sulfuric acid am I outputting? Yeah, that's another one. That there. Okay, sulfuric acid, we didn't put the output. Do that. Sulfuric acid. Output is 5. Okay. 5, okay. And we need to backwards engineer that because we need 400. We need a total of 480 output of our sulfuric acid, and we'll just pick up the number for over there. And then we know that the total output that we need is 480 divided by 5, which is 96. Okay. And this is 555, so this is all the same. So this is 96 all the way back. I'll bring it back out again so you guys can see again. Okay, what are you doing here? Nope, what did you do? Some sort of scroll problem going on. Oh boy. What you guys do here? Why did that get messed up? Stop it. So my thing is screwed up. Fine. I hate Google spreadsheets. Stupid thing sucks. It's always some BS I have to fix. Come on, bro. I'm trying to work here. Trying to get some stuff done. Sit here and screw around with your crappy interface. Really? Is that what we're doing? Is this what we're doing? Could I resize it, please? Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, there we go. It's messed up my rows. I don't like it. All right, whatever. Must have bumped it when I was trying to scroll. Okay. Now my steel beams are too close. I can go in and fix the format later, but I'll deal with it later. Okay, so we are trying to take our uranium and backward engineer. We have 600 uranium. 600 uranium. It takes 10 uranium per. So that means it's going to be using the 600 uranium. So this is basically 60 times that. So this actually number should be down here. This is how much uranium is going in. 600. My number block isn't working. There we go. I think that's what probably screwed that up. My number lock was messed up. Okay, so this is 60 times. Nope. God. It's getting annoying. It's getting annoying. Equals. Equals. There we go. All right. It's also because I'm zoomed in, too. Makes it a little more annoying. Okay, there we go. 60. Okay, then this is going to use the prime number of this number. This number. This is our prime number for the whole rest of this. And this is this number. So, no, that's not right. This times, okay, sure. Times this number. There we go. And then over here, let's just take this out because it's going to be annoying. And this times this over here. Okay. Again, we need our total output of encased industrial cells. And encased industrial cell. It's going to be 300. We need 480 sulfuric acid, 180 concrete, and 600 uranium. And that's how that's all going to work out. Okay, so back here on sulfuric acid, we need our total output needs to be 480. Yes, and our normal output is 5. So if we take this number and divide it by this number, that's how many. That's how much it's going to produce each one. So each one's going to produce 5. That doesn't seem right. These numbers seem odd to me. We need to check our manufacturer. These numbers seem odd. There's something odd about it, and I think it has to do with the actual machinery itself. Again, don't tell me part of the fun is me trying to remember, and again, the later it gets, the more I struggle. Which is, I know, always entertaining for all of you. All right. Encased industrial beeps. Let's go. What are we doing? Oh, no. Encased uranium cells. Do we not have that unlocked? Oh, consumables? No. I don't think it's part of that. We're trying to make a fuel rod. Oh, this is uranium fuel rods. Oh, I'm not scrolled over far enough. Again, I'm zoomed out. Let me zoom in a little bit. There we go. Yes, uranium fuel rods. So this is 20 per minute. So the input of this is actually 20 encased uranium cells. Yes. I thought these numbers were weird. Electromagnetic control rod is 2. And encased industrial beams is 1.2. That's the number you really want. The number in the other thing is basically like 53 and 5, which you see there, which makes the number come out weird. What you really need to know is how much you need to do per machine. And then you can always overclock it and stuff like that. But how many of these machines do we need is the number that we're trying to get, right? We're trying to get that number for sure. So 0.4 is the output of the uranium fuel rod. And we'll take out all these other numbers for now. There we go. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So this uranium fuel rod needs 20, 1.2, it needs 2, and 0.04 is the output. All right. Now we'll go encased uranium cells, which is in the blender. Make a little room here. Blender. Encased uranium cells right here. All right, so 50 uranium is what actually is coming into that. This is why these numbers look so weird. So 50 uranium per minute, and then 15, 40. All right, now we're getting our numbers straight away. We got 600 uranium ore coming in, and now we can divide 600 divided by 50, and it's going to be 12. So we need 12 of these blenders to make this happen. Or we can do 12 of these blenders. Wait a minute, let me make that real specific. We can do 12 because we have 600 uranium. Number of blenders. Blenders. Okay, there we go. We're getting our numbers straight away now. It's straightened out. Okay, 12 blenders, which can produce 5 each, and we need 20. So for each part of the process, we're going to need 4. We're going to need 4 of these machines. So right there, you could already say, okay, well, here at the end, I need 4 machines to do 1 nuclear power, or actually half of nuclear power. So then you can say, oh, I can do 3 rows of it or 3 nuclear power plants if you roll it up to just 1. That's the thing there. So you'll need 4 of the blenders, the things making your encased uranium cells, to make this amount of stuff. So that's our magic number. That's the magic number that we need to know per each thing. Yeah, so each one takes 20, and our actual output that we need is 20. Total output 20. And then number of manufacturers is our total output divided by our output of 1, which is 4. And you can see it right here, everybody. I have the calculation right here. So your total output is, you're going to totally output 20, which is from down here, right? This number here. And actually, I can just grab that number from down there, by the way. The total output that I need is 20. So I can just put equals and then click on that number. I'll put it up there. And then this number, the total output I need divided by its output of the machine is 5. And then that tells me that the number of factories, that's what number F stands for up there. Number of factories is 4. So I need 4 of these, right? So that now lets me back up and look and say, okay, that's how many of those that I need. And then we can figure out how much sulfuric acid and all of that stuff we need and concrete. But the other one we want to do is go up to this one here, which is our encased industrial beams, and figure out the same kind of number, which is our encased industrial beams, which is in our assembler. Should just put down a whole bunch of things here to fool around. I'm going to bother to line it up. Our assembler, go. Yeah, I like to work it in the machine, everybody. I think it works a lot better personally as well. All right, what are we building? We are building encased industrial beams. Okay, so encased industrial beams is an input of 18 and the output is 36. The input of concrete is 36. Sorry, the output encased industrial beams here. The output is 6. Okay. So how many encased industrial beams do we need to make 0.4 of a fuel rod? And that is 1.2, which is kind of an odd number. But we're going to be making 6. But we need to make 4 of those other things, but this we only need to make 1 because this is the one that's actually making the fuel rod. So we only need 1.2 of these encased industrial beams. So we actually need a lot less steel beams and a lot less concrete if we're just making the 1. But obviously you'd want to make a bunch of encased industrial beams that would go to the several lines of stuff as well. So you might as well just make the 6 and then divide that by how many ever you need to do. Which in this case would be 1.2, be 2.4, 3.6, 3.6, 4.8, 5, and then you could just keep going up and up and up. Or I can just go ahead and take 6 and divide it by 1.2. That would be 5. So that would be 5 of the assemblers producing, and then you could do it for 5 different uranium fuel rod production, which is great because that's basically 5 different nuclear power plants. So that's the magic number, 5. See, that's what we're finding. We're finding all the magic numbers. We need 5 of this, 3 of this, 2 of that, 8 of this, and then how much raw resources we'll need as well. So that's what I'm figuring out over here. And I love doing this part, everybody. This part's really fun. Might not be as sexy as building it, but it is very, very cool to figure it out ahead of time so that you have all the stuff ready to go. And then you know what to build. You know what to build and how much of each thing to build. So this is, again, total output. Yeah, we're just doing 1. So our total output, actually, if we just put it as 1, we're just going to put it as 1.2. Our total output is 1.2. And our number of factories is going to be 2. I can tell you that already. So this number divided by this number, actually should divide it the other way. Larger number into the smaller number. Divided by this number. 5. Okay. Oh, in this case, actually, you want it to be reversed. You want this number to divide by this number. 0.2. So you need less than 1. You need less than 1 or 1, and then you can underclock it to what you need it to be. Okay, so 1.2 in case it just means electromagnetic control rods. Okay, so that's going to output 2, and we need 2. Okay, so that's perfect. So 1 assembler is going to make the exact amount that we need when it comes to electromagnetic control rods. So total output is 2. And then again, we'll just do that calculation because it's fun. To divide 2 by 2, which we know is 1. There we go. And this one, we're actually going to make this whole column a light purple because that's our end result. Again, I'm doing a spreadsheet over here on the side, everybody. That's what I'm doing. If you're just tuning in, you're like, Kismet, what are you doing? I can't see what you're doing. I'm working a spreadsheet on the side here to figure out all these numbers. Okay, so we figured out each step. We figured out the end result of each step, meaning we figured out how much we need to get to this point here, the uranium fuel rod. And I believe it's 0.5 for the nuclear power plant, but let's go ahead and see. Nuclear power plant. Oops. Here. Oh, okay. Just bring it up. Oh, that's because it's pulling it up where I can put it down. See, the problem is also is you won't know what the actual consumption of this is until you start running it. And it doesn't tell you, hey, you're going to consume this much fuel rods. But I seem to remember it was 0.5. It could be 0.4, which I seriously doubt, because then that would make that a perfect number. And what you have to do is find an equilibrium between those numbers. And there is an equilibrium of all the numbers in this game, everybody. There's a balance between all resources and all production. Because they've gone in and made this same spreadsheet on their end, and they already know the balance of all of the numbers, which I find very impressive. I find very impressive. Now, I've already done this many times before, but we're really going to go all in on this one, everybody. We're going to go all in. Okay, so now we have that we need 4 of our blenders, and then we need 4 to equal 12. Okay, and we can do a total of 12. And we need 4. And so now we go, now we're going to get our numbers right. Yes, that's where I went wrong there. Okay, so again, probably good not to do numbers late at night, but whatever. Or if you've been streaming for 7, 8, 9 hours, how many ever hours it's been. But now what we do is we take the normal output of each machine and how many machines do we need? 4, and we say times 4. And then that's how much concrete we need, 60. See, that's the number I've been searching for. So again, we take this number and we times it times our total number of factories. There we go. Now, if we times this one times the total number of factories, it should be the same number as this total output over here. So this number times the total number of factories should be 20. All right, so now we know that we need 60 concrete. So now we know what our total output is of our concrete over here, which is 60. And then we can again go through and figure out the overall values of those. But let's go ahead and do we do sulfuric acid? I think we're going to redo that because those numbers were not correct. Okay. Or actually, no, that is a correct number. That did pull the number from down here. Okay, so 160 from down there. Concrete, we know it's this number. So we know the total output of our concrete, where did concrete go? Right here is actually this number. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool when it automatically does the numbers. And then what you can do is you can just copy this and say, okay, how many of these we need? We need like 60 if that's the output of concrete, but it's not. Again, got that kind of mixed up because I was looking in the thing where it kind of tells you, oh, this is the inputs and outputs. And it does have 2 different numbers. See, 3 steel beams, 6 concrete, 18 per minute, 36 per minute. What I'm trying to figure out is how many machines do I need and how much raw resources I need. And again, you can look it up. I think that's kind of a sucky way of looking it up. I say challenge yourself. Challenge yourself, chat. Thanks for the lurker love. I appreciate it. Okay, concrete. 45 in, 15 out. That's the real number that we need. So the input is 45 and the output is 15. Oh, 15 right here. And that tells us we need 4 of our constructors running with concrete as well. And then again, we can take the same number that we did down here because they're all kind of lined up the same way. And we can put this here and it will automatically try to calculate it. Apparently it did not. It got confused. It got confused. This number times this number, which is 180. So we need 180 raw limestone. Limestone ore. Okay, so actually it's already written up above it. We need 180 limestone ore, and then that's going to output 15 per. We're going to have 4 of them, and then the total output is going to be 60. Right over there. So that just told us the maximum amount we need for this particular part of the process. Or no, we need this for down here, for this part of the process, down here. Yes. So we need a total output of 60. But we also have more concrete over here that we need to figure out as well. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take this. I'm just going to slide that down there. Put that above there. Just keep that separate, and we'll combine those numbers later. All right, and then we'll take this concrete. Should just left it there and made a copy. Copy of it. There we go. Then we'll take all these numbers out. We'll take our in number out, which it already did. Okay, number factory is 0. Output 15. Okay, this concrete that we need is, we don't know because the numbers are wrong. So let's go encased industrial beams. Again, I'm going to do this all over here. Encased industrial beams are in the assembler. Right here. So encased industrial beams going in 18 and 36, and the output is 6. So that means that we need how much encased industrial beams? That's a real question. Encased industrial beams, we need 1.2. So we basically need less than what we already, less than the base amount. So 0.2. So we want this to output. Oh, we should have done this the reverse. What the base numbers are, and then what we actually need. Total needed. Okay. This is 600. Okay. That's there. Blenders. And total needed is we need 4 machines. On this particular one, we need this times this number. Total number of machines. Okay, so for each encased uranium cells, we need 200 uranium ore, which is easy because we can bring out the 600 and go 200, 200, and 200 and split it into 3 of them, which is awesome. Okay. And then this, that's already done. 60 and 160. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Back to ship. Again, this will be this number. This will be that number. And that tells us how many of those we need. I don't have the number for how many blenders I'm going to need for sulfuric acid. I need 32. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Let's go see. Sulfuric acid. Nope, that's nitric acid. No, a refinery. Refinery. There we go. All right, now we get our sulfuric acid numbers correct. 50, and we need 50 water, and our output is 50. Okay, so 1 to 1 to 1. We need a total output of 160, so that means we need 3.2 of these, and we can put the other one down. We can underclock it. That's what's causing our numbers to be weird there. Okay. Yeah, so that means our input of our sulfur ore is 160 and our water is 160 because all the numbers are the same. So the input of sulfur ore is 50, the input of water is 50, and the input of sulfuric acid is 50. And if you need 160 sulfuric acid, you divide that by the output, the normal output of 1, that gives you 3.2. So you need 3.2 machines to make that happen at its full volume. And then that means you basically need 160 of each item. Because if you do the reverse math, it comes out to 160. So, because I can just take 50 and times it times 3.2, and that's going to be 160, which is the reverse of the math we just did. Okay, so again, concrete. Okay, so we got all that right. And then now we need to figure out how much of this we need. Okay, so this is going to produce more than what we need. So now we want to actually reduce the amount of the output. So this one is going to take this and divide it by, or no, it's this times that. It's this times this 1.2. Interesting. And then concrete is going to be this times the amount of things, 7.2. And steel beams times number of factories, 3.6. All right, so that tells us we need a lot less of all of that stuff. A lot less concrete, a lot less steel beams. So we need 7.2 concrete. That's doesn't seem like a lot. Again, in case industrial beams are 1.2. Let's go double check that again. In case uranium cells, where are you at? In case uranium cells. Nope, see, that number's not right. That's the number I got from the thing. Yes, again, double check all your numbers. So this is 50, 15, 15. Oh no, this is your fuel rods, this one. No, that is right. Okay, that is right, 1.2. So I get myself confused. 220. Okie dokie. It's all good. So 4 concrete, 3.2 sulfuric acid, 4 encased uranium cells. And we have enough to do 3 of that. Because we have 600 uranium ore. And that would give us, if it was 0.5, it would produce 3 at 1. And if it took 0.5, it would be 6 nuclear power plants we could do. Roughly. Yes. That comes out to an even number. That's what you want. You want an even number to come out at the end. If it doesn't come out as an even number, you need to rework your numbers. Okay. This is 7.2. So the total output I need over here is 7.2. Thus, I could reverse engineer this one as well. This one times 0.48. I need 21.6 concrete on that one. Okay, backing up again. Steel beams. Get the real numbers. Steel beams. All right, 60 in. Output is 15. Okay, how many steel beams I need? 3.6. 3.6. All right, 0.24. And then steel ignits. Oh, I need another column there. Steel ignits. Make some room here. It's going to be our input divided by the number of machines. Over here. No, times the number of machines. D. Times the number of machines. All right. We need 14 steel ignits. Okay. And so now we know what our output of our steel ignits are. Again, this is why you work backwards, everybody. If you get the numbers right, you can figure out how many of each thing that you need. And so we're going to take this and make that number this number. And then this is going to take these two numbers, 4.8. So we need 4.8 foundries to make that number. So this number times the number. And this is, it gets repetitive, so you can just copy paste a lot of this stuff and it will figure out the numbers for you. So the input is the ore, so ore times the number of foundries that we need, 14. I need 14.4 iron ore and 14.4 coal ore, in theory, in the foundry, but then that's not the right combo in the foundry because we took those other numbers. Those other numbers throwing me off. Steel, right here. This is what we need. These are the numbers that we need here. 45. 45. Steel ignite output is 45. So 45. I mean, it still kind of works out the same number, but there you go. We really only need 14 of that number. So it still did the calculation correct, but we want to balance those numbers. Steel beams, 60, 16, 15. Where's our steel beams? 16, 15, yes. Okay. So we got that, steel ignits, electromagnetic control rod in the assembler. Electromagnetic control rod, where are you hiding? Right here. All right, now we're working on this one. Okay, input is 6. Wire. Oop. Over here. Stators. 6. AI limiter 4. Output is 4. Okay, how many do we need? Total output of our electromagnetic control rods needed is 2. 2, okay. Again, I should just take all these other numbers out. We're going to redo all these numbers. Redo all the output numbers. We put all those numbers in wrong. And I could just sense there was something wrong because the numbers didn't add up very well. Okay, so stators, 6, 4, and 4. And we need 2, so it's 0.5. So we can go ahead and say this times the number of factories. This to here times factories. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I should really be calculating this for, should be calculating this for 2 nuclear power plants. Yeah, because the math works out better if you do for 2 as opposed to doing for 1. It's going to balance this out better. All right. Just figuring out the big math now, everybody. We're figuring out the nuclear power plants. Man, I didn't feel like I had that much problem last time, but I foolishly was using the numbers in the thing. Again, when you go in here and you say encased uranium cells, get my cursor. case uranium cells. See, it gives you these numbers. Now, these numbers are not the same numbers as what you need, right? Because this says 10, 3, and 8. But if you go look in the encased uranium cells machine that you're going to be using, which in this case is the blender, you can see it actually says 50, 15, and 40. Because you want to know how many machines you need, right? And then once you figure out how many machines you need, you can then adjust the either overclocking, underclocking, or make more of those machines. And it works out way better numbers-wise than using those numbers. Those numbers suck. And I got all down the wrong path there. But that's okay. We've got it fixed, and we're working our way back the other direction. Okay, so we want to output 2. So this times this equals 2. Okay. Need. There, okay. This is need. Okay. Control rods, we did. All right, stay on control rods. Control rods are in the assembler. All right, right here. So 6 stators, 4 AI limiters. Okay, to make stators, we need an assembler right here, and then we'll just say stators. I don't know why it's way at the bottom, but whatever. Stators takes 15 steel pipe, 40 wire, 5 stators. There we go. And then, how many total stators do we need? 3. All right, now we can speed this up because I have all of the stuff automatically calculating. There we go. So this total number of stators, which comes from this one down here. But what I'm doing is I'm setting it up where I can put in one number and it'll calculate the whole thing. That's basically what I'm setting up right now. So say I double this or triple this or do whatever I want to do, it'll make all the numbers change, which is awesome. Steel pipe is the next thing that we need. Let's leave that on stators. Steel pipe over here. And steel pipe is 30. Steel ignits, and then output is 20. And we need a total of 9 steel pipe over here. So now a lot of this stuff, you can just make a whole bunch extra and just run it in there. You don't have to do all these numbers, everybody. You can just make a whole lot of it, put it into a box, and then run it into the next part of the process. I'm just figuring out the balance of everything, and then I can auto-calculate all those numbers, which is awesome. Very, very awesome. Right over here. And then the number of steel pipes I need is 9. Puts this number here, which auto-calculates all of that. Okay. 13.5 steel ignits. And this number, let's take these two numbers, another gap here. Put those there. Like that. And then the foundry, which we already did, we can just copy all of the foundry stuff here. And Then we need 13.5, which is 0.3, which is 13.3, and 13.5 iron ore. There's something odd about these numbers. See, when you're going down into the lower level of stuff, the numbers should be going up, not down. So when you need to have a whole bunch of limestone, the overall stuff should be going up, which is kind of weird. The overall numbers should be going up, but it doesn't need a lot of steel beams, so that's kind of why those numbers are real low. And it doesn't need a lot of control rods. So those numbers are pretty low too. Oh, where's our quick wire thing over there? Over here. We'll get there, everybody. Got to take the journey. Up there. Oh, this is this. Okay, I see. Okay, let's back up where we're at now. So we did our steel ignits. So we got those squared away for our steel pipes. Now our AI limiter is what we're working on next. All right, AI limiter. That's not in this one. That's not the one. That's assembler. It's got to have multiple inputs. AI limiter. There we go. Okay, AI limiter, 25 copper sheets, 100 quick wire. All right, and our total output that we need for our AI limiter is 2. Okay. This here. And then AI limiter here. There we go. And then the output of the AI limiter is 5. 0.4 of those. And these calculations here go there. Okay. And then what do we need? Copper sheets. Copper sheets, we need 25 total on the output. So we will grab that from copper sheets. No, we need 10 on the output. And then copper sheets, copper ignited over here. Copper sheets is 20 and 10. Copper sheets is 20. And again, everybody, this is how you understand the deep mechanics. If you figure it out, if you go look it up on the website, which it'll tell you, and you can go through and do. But you want to understand those deeper mechanics. It's kind of like someone telling you something versus you doing it. If you're doing it, then you are figuring it out, and thus you'll remember it much better in how it works. But if you just look it up and get the end number, you have no idea how that problem was solved. And thus, it doesn't lead to other problem-solving things that you learn along the way as well. Which I prefer to figure it out and then problem solve it as I go along, because that's really fun. All right. So copper ignits, yes, okay, from our copper sheets is, so that's 1-to-1. So the total output is 10. That's how many copper sheets it needs. Okay, there's an equilibrium number there, where the number of an output equals the number of the input that you need. All right, copper ignite to make this. Now we need our smelters. Probably need to go back and figure out the iron as well. Put that there. And this is 30 to 30. I already know what it is, but I'm just going to look it up anyway. 30 to 30. So copper ore is going to be 30. The output is going to be 30. How much do I need? Be 20 to do copper sheets, which is back here. Right there. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do these calculations over here. Nice. 6666666. Whatever. And then we need 20. So we need 0.6 of this. This needs another column. And then if we reverse this math here, we actually need 20 copper ore to make 20 copper ore to make 20 ignits, 20 total output ignits. And then you put those into your copper sheets, and the copper sheets become the AI, goes into the AI limiter at 25. No, okay, and the AI limiter at 10 because of reverse engineering. All right, and then we need quick wire at 40. So output a quick wire. We need 40. Get up like that. All right, so total output of quark, the normal output of quick wire is 12 to 60. Quick wire. 12 input, 60 output. And I need 40, so it's less, 0.67. So the total amount of deuterium ingots that I need is 8. Okay, and then we go to our smelter and we look up these numbers. And this is 45 and 15. 45 in, 15. On the output, we need a total of 8. Again, I'll show you this all at the end, everybody. Total of 8. This here. And the total amount of deuterium ore I need is 24. And this is all to make a 0.4 uranium rod. All right, that's pretty good. Okay. So what I did is I started at the end, basically on how much uranium ore I had. Right, and I'll zoom in a little bit here. And let me roll over and bring this over so I'm not blocking it. There we go. So I started at the end, the nuclear power plant. Now, the nuclear power plant, I believe, uses 0.5. I can't remember. It might use 0.4. I don't remember. But we'll find out when we do it. But the cool thing is I can change one number, and it will tell me what all my inputs are, which is awesome. So basically what it does is it says, okay, I have this much uranium ore, and I can do 12 blenders, right? So that means I can do 3 sets of 4. And it just so happens that I need 20 in case uranium cells. That's what this is right here, uranium cell. Stop using plural. I gotta stop using plural, everybody. Blender. All right, so in case uranium cell, I need actually 20. So I need 200 uranium ore to start. And then concrete, I need 60 concrete. And again, now you know how much of those things you need because you know what this number is up here of in case uranium cell, which is capital as well. Can't block. So this way you're reverse engineering. So now the total output over here is 20, right? The normal output of a machine is 5. And so you just divide 20 divided by 5, which is 4, right? So how many total output do you need? 20. So you take 5 times 4, that equals 20, or you take 20 divided by 5, that equals 4. All right, now you do the same thing over here. You take 15, and you times it times how many machines you're going to use, which is 4. And that means you need a total of 60 concrete. And you take 60, you take 40, and you times 40 times the number of machines that you need. And now you need 160 sulfuric acid. Then you take the 160 number and you go up to the sulfuric acid and you reverse engineer it, right? The total output of a single machine on sulfuric acid is 50. Right here, the total output that we need is 160. And thus you can have it automatically figure out how much sulfuric ore you need and how much water you need by dividing the total of the total input that you need for the machine divided by the number of machines that you need, right? So 3.2 in this case. And so now I need 160. Now, this 3.2 number over here for the output is a number of machines. So I can go in and I can balance each of those machines so their output is 160. And I can also balance the inputs so each of those inputs are equal. So that means the inputs are equal and the outputs are equal and the total output will equal 160. So that's basically what I've been doing, everybody. And then all the way back up across all of the resources that you need to get all the way to the end there as well. And it's pretty awesome once you get it figured out because then what you can do is just use those same numbers over and over and over because they're pretty much the same. Pretty much the same. You start at the end and you say, okay, what is my total output that I need? Really, the total output is your primary number, right? So you go in and you say, I need a total output of 20 encased uranium cells to make 0.4 cells. 0.4 over here. So this is my output here, and this is my total output at the end of all of this right here, 0.4. Now, again, and then I need this many control rods. I need 2 control rods. So if I go up here to control rods, we can see over here the total output is exactly the same. That's how much I need. And actually on this, I can just go like this. I can say, you know what, just grab the number that I need down here and put it up there, and then it will automatically do all the calculations. So if I change that number down at the bottom, it'll change all these numbers at the top of how much input that I need for each part of the process. Now, again, there's websites that do this as well and whatnot. It's really getting the process of what's the number that you have and working your way backwards, because working your way forward doesn't work. You got to know, one, what is the most uranium that you have? That's usually where I start. What's the most possible uranium I have? 600 right now, right? So the most I can make is 12, or I can produce is 12 of the, using 12 of the blenders. It would be 12 times 5, right? So we go in and we say 5 or 5 times 12, either way, it doesn't matter when you're timesing. So 60. So the total output of encased uranium cells I can make is 60. Right, so actually that's 4 times what or 3 times what I need. Yeah, 3 times what I need. So basically, it's going to allow me to do 3 of the nuclear reactors in the end, in theory. Because again, I forget what the nuclear reactor number is, and I don't want to know. I'm gonna find out when I get there, and if I have to put that number in. See, ultimately, I just want to change that number. What number do I need? Friend, don't tell me again. Don't tell me, no backseat gaming. How many uranium fuel rods do I need for a nuclear plant? And then when I put that number in there, all those other numbers are going to change and tell me exactly how much of each resource and each machines that I need for each step of the process. And that's what I just did. So again, that gives you a general idea of how complex that the nuclear power can be. Now, we're just getting into the math a little bit here, everybody. I'm not going to get too much deeper into it. I know that was pretty hardcore right there, but I believe it's 0.5. So, again, what you got to do is figure out if you do 4 of them or 3 of them, what's 3 times 0.4, which is going to be 12, so 1.2. And 1.2 is basically not enough. If it's 0.5 to do the nuclear reactor, it's not enough to do it. What can we do to test this? We could do our uranium fuel rods. So we can make control rods. We have encased industrial beams. Yes. So if we make just a fuel rod, we make the encased uranium cells. That'll be the radiated one. That's the one we want to put way off by itself. We make the encased uranium cells. We can then just use the encased industrial beams we already have, make some control rods, take it, make the uranium fuel rod, put it in the nuclear reactor, and then we would know that magic number that we need at the end. So we need this many fuel rods per every single one. Now, I'm the type of person, everybody, even though I just did all of these numbers, I will actually make extra of everything. And the reason why I do that is because if your stuff stops and you have your power goes off or whatever it is, then you have extra to start it back up again, so you don't have that problem of being exactly on point, and then you have to wait for all your fuel rods to fill back, or all of your concrete to fill back up again, and all your stuff to fill up along the way. So that's what we'll do next time, is we'll go in and we will add all that extra detail in there to that. So add all that extra detail of, okay, we need to add a little extra here and a little extra there, a little extra there, kind of thing, into that calculation. But again, if you guys want to see that and have some fun with it, there you go. There's the link to that spreadsheet. So very, very fun. Again, it's very fun to figure that out, because this is one of the most complex parts on this part of the game. It does get more complex coming up, by the way. There's even more stuff you need to do. But these are going to be autonomous. These are completely autonomous for any other processes that I'm doing. Instead of having it like I normally do, where I'll just make a ton of concrete and then run the concrete into the next process, these will be, okay, I'm making this concrete specifically for nuclear power. And they'll all be separate nodes and all be separate from everything else. Which is a fun way to do it. That's kind of more the mega way of doing it. Now, I could have already finished this game, by the way. I could have already finished this game. Actually, I could probably finish it with 30,000 power right now, because I already have tons and tons of resources. And so I could go up to those resources up there and just make the next parts of the process until I've unlocked everything, including all that stuff up there. I could already do that right now. But again, I'm not that much of in a hurry. I'm having the fun along the way, because we are mega playing along the way. So I hope you guys enjoyed that deep dive into nuclear power. And we're going to build it out next time, but we'll go ahead and let this run. Now, we got anything else running? I think we've got our train running here. We've got our coal there. We have our nitrogen running there. And we were running out some parts on this other side over here. That's what we were doing. Yes, so let's head over there and get this going on. Dee. Flying across the way here. Okay, yes, this one needs aluminum casings. Man, we burned all those aluminum casings. We don't have any aluminum casing production right now. But I think it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Put that in there and make some more. Probably already has some. Yeah, there's a ton of them along the thing here. What are we waiting on here? Water. All right. Package of water. Take it. Throw it in there. There we go. All right, that's going to make more of that. And this is going to make more turbo motors. This is waiting on rubber. Again, this is all stacked up above. I don't need to run up there. It's just going to go ahead and rubber. And why is this like this? Something funky here. We got a wrong resource going in there. Motors. Cooling system. This does not belong going in there. Why are we running that in there? Use modular frames. You do not belong in there. No. This should be rubber. I'm glad I came back and checked that too. There we go. All right, now we got it going. More turbo motors. I don't know how that got messed up. I think I switched it. 19 turbo motors there. I think I have rubber over here too. Oh, okay. I was using it over here too. Okay, there they go. All right, maybe some more turbo motors. We'll deal with that later. And again here. Now, of course, you can also have this all on production. And every single one of these processes in the entire game, we will make. In fact, even dedicated processes that just make plates and just make rods and just make this and just make that. But the thing that you need to do all of that is always your power. So right about now, what I love to do is just to revamp my power and set up a bunch of trains and have fun with trains. And just set up a massive amount of power like this, 30,000 power, and then scale up all production. So you're scaling up your iron production, you're splitting your iron production, by the way, very smart. When you get to this point, when I go down here and I'm tapping these pure nodes that are down there, I'll go down there and I'll use that pure node to make plates. And I'll be like, how many plates do I really need to make to just store just for me, right? And I'll say, maybe just a little bit, right? And so I'll have it make those plates and I'll say, okay, I need to make, say, 250 plates. So it'll make 250 plates. I'll need a certain amount of resources, but I'll have a certain amount of resources left over. And then I'll say, okay, how many rods do I want to make? Okay, I want to make about this many rods. Now, those are not for any purpose other than for me to build. And so those are dedicated building resources, as opposed to resources that are going to go from plates and then basically go in and make encased industrial beams, which is a whole different process, because those can go to that. But you can do both. You can actually make it go both as a backlog and also to your encased industrial beams if you want. And the same thing with your rods. You can make extra rods, make the rods go and into your backlog, and then go into your encased industrial beams. And then, of course, you take those rods, you turn them into screws, combine them with your plates, and bam, encased industrial beams, you're off and running. Just like that. Just like I was showing earlier, right over here. Wherever it went. Where'd it go? Or, sorry, not encased industrial beams. It's reinforced iron plates. That's what I meant. Right here. That kind of thing. Right here. Getting that going on. Okay, so we got all that squared away, I think. I think we're good. We got it figured out. And so what we're going to need is to tap all of those nodes. And we'll go down. And what we really need to do is clean all this up. That'll probably be the first thing we do. All right, we need a to-do list. Let's get down here. Let's get over here and let's get our to-do list going on. All right, if you didn't know, you can make your own little to-do list over here. In the little notes. You can make it public or you can make it private to you, whatever you want to do. I'm playing on a server, but it's just me on the server. I like to use the bracket like that when I'm doing stuff as opposed to the period. I don't know. Just makes it easier to tell the difference. I don't know. So the next thing we need to do is clean up all leftover production. All right, and then we need to set up basic nuke power resources. Let's put it as res. And then get nuke power online. I think that's probably good enough. There we go. So we'll get all of that popping and locking next time. We're going to come in here and we're going to remove all of this excess stuff. And we'll probably turn off our coal power. And we'll just take all this stuff out. We'll probably leave this for our train or redo that for our train. There's actually some caterium ore over here that we could just grab. I ran the caterium ore from way down here, and then I realized, wait a minute, there's one right there. Which I rarely ever remember that there's one right there. That there's one right on the waterfall. So if you go over there, it's on one of these things. Which one is it? It's way on the left one. Oh, we can't see it. It's behind there. It's way over there. So instead of running that all the way over there to get the quick wire, I could have just ran it right to there, grabbed it, ran it back, which is awesome. And we'll probably run this up high where our base is. Just basically take this all out, run this up high, bring that Deuterium ore up, and then we can use it on our nuclear power. That sounds like a plan. What other ore do we need? Limestone, sulfur. We already got sulfur already done. Limestone, we got a pure node of that. Copper ore, we got a pure node. Way more than we need. Yes. All right. Well, I think that's good enough, everybody. Sorry for the deep dive there. Sometimes I get deep in those spreadsheets. And again, you can just say, look, I want to make some nuclear power. You go on a website, put the thing in there, and it'll tell you all the stuff you need to do. But again, I like to reverse engineer it and see what I did is I got started on the wrong numbers. And so if, you know, the best thing in life is how to problem solve, I find, is how to fix the problem and recognize when you're doing something wrong and not let it be an ego thing. See, some people don't want to be wrong and they can't admit when they make a mistake. And that is your biggest mistake in life, is your inability to say, wait a minute, nope, I'm doing this wrong. This should be like this. And I've always been that way where I'm like, no, that wasn't right. Because that's the only way you learn. It's the only way you progress as a human being, is to learn beyond what you already know. And if you make a mistake, you say, you know, my bad, I made a mistake. Let's go ahead and fix it. Let's get it done. And that's what I did. Again, I got all sidetracked by those other numbers. I really needed the numbers of the actual machines, because that just makes it easier when you're calculating all of it. Thanks for explaining everything. It's very interesting. Thank you. Yes, well, it's going to be even more interesting when I build it next time. But let's go ahead and get over to the Kismet Love Train and roll on out of here. All right, everybody. That was a 10-hour stream. I hope you guys liked that. That was a lot of fun. Man, we got a lot of things done, though. We got our train set up. For our uranium, we got a train set up also for our nitrogen. So we got that coming in. We unlocked our tier 3 extractors, which we're going to use extensively next time when we go to pull all those resources for our nuclear power, as well as we went in and merged trains, and I showed you how to make tracks line up and how to use your block signals and make the loop arounds and, you know, keep it all separate, but actually use the same tracks for different lines. I did a lot of a bit of advanced stuff there, and then really advanced when we get into nuclear power. You'll see that it's really simple once I start to do it in game. Okay, I need this much copper. I need this much copper sheets. I need this much quick wire ore or Deuterium ore. And then I need to convert it into ignits and then take the ignits and make it into quick wire. And I need this much quick wire. That's it. That's pretty much the whole gist of the whole entire game, is you need to know what the numbers are. Pretty much. Now, if you don't care what the numbers are, you make a whole lot of everything, and then you run it in the thing, and you see if your nuclear power is working. If it keeps going off, you don't got enough. So go make a bunch more of everything and run it in there, and then, okay, now it's working. It's not turning off anymore. Now you got enough. So you don't have to do it by the numbers. You can just do it based on if it's working or not. That works really well as well. Again, if you don't want to get all deep in the numbers. But eventually what I will do is I will illustrate the entire nuclear process for you guys. That's the next thing I'm going to do, is make it modular. So what you can do is just say, okay, I want to have this many, and what we need to do is find the perfect balance of numbers. So say it's half is what you need, right? You need a half of a nuclear fuel rod. Well, that doesn't come out right? So what you really want is one nuclear fuel rod, and then you're going to do 2 nuclear powers for every 1 fuel rod that you make. And then you reverse engineer all those numbers, because if I change that one number, it'll change all those numbers, and it says, okay, I need this much sulfur, I need this much copper, I need this much and this much and this much. And then you can modularly go in and say, okay, these are my inputs. And you can actually label it in game. You can label, okay, I need this, I need this, I need this in your blueprint. And then you take your blueprint, you put it down in a row, which you'll see me do next time. I'll put it down in a row with all the inputs set. And then all you have to do is just say, okay, I got to split this and put 30 here and 30 there and 30 there, and I'm done. That's it. Again, you can label everything so that you don't even have to think about it anymore. So as long as you have your numbers right, it'll all work out in the end. That's the fun part, everybody. And even if you don't have your numbers right, go back and check them, or just make more of whatever. Make a lot of everything, and then you're fine. Like me. Like, I have a lot of everything up there, and again, I could finish the game already, which I have already done. But even with only 30,000 power, I know I could do it now. I know I could do it with even 30,000 power, maybe 20,000 power. I could finish the entire game. Because what I can do is I can backlog so many resources and then turn all those powers off, and then do the next stage and turn those off, and the next stage and see. So I do one stage, backlog all the resources, turn that off. Then I have plenty of power to do the second stage, backlog those resources, turn that off, and you can do that over and over, and then boom, you're done with the game, just like that. Just like that. I could probably do it. It's kind of like a challenge now. It makes me want to start a new playthrough, but we're going to finish this mega playthrough first. Makes me want to do a new playthrough and try to do it with 20,000 power. But here's a bunch of Kismets, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed that. That was some deep dive into some serious resources that we'll do last time. But you can see that the numbers weren't too big. But they get much bigger, and you can find, again, an equilibrium in those numbers where, okay, I need 120 in, and then, okay, now it does 30, 30, and 30. And you say, oh, wait a minute, this is 30, 30, and 30. I need 90. See, and then, okay, I need 90. Okay, I need 90 because I'm going 30 here, 30 here, 30 here. So now you know your input number, and once you have that input number, boom, the rest of the numbers fall into place usually. Like, we know that we have a maximum of 600 uranium. And so our numbers are going to fall into place based on the maximum amount of uranium I have. Now, of course, there's other uranium I could go get, but I'm using that as a maximum number for right now so that I can say, okay, I'm going to extract all that uranium, and then I'm going to produce as much nuclear power from that uranium that I can. And that's why I started with that as well. All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed that stream. Pretty awesome. Now, guess what we're going to do later tonight, everybody, on Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? We're going to be playing my team. I have streamed for how many days in a row now? 23 days, going on 23 days in a row, or 22 days so far, in a row here in the stream, and I'm going to keep on going and try to get this Van Vault Life thing unlocked. So if you did enjoy the stream, consider donating toward that project as well. Remember, $1 gets you as a Vault founder, whether you do 100 bits or $1 donation. It does help the stream, push us forward. I'm trying to get to 200 bucks so far. We will try to hit that next milestone as much as we can. And again, it's a long-term project over the next 6 months, but we're going to try to hit those milestones as we go and see how it ends up. All right, everybody, let's see what else we got here. Let me go ahead and bring up my buttons. See, what's my buttons? Right here. So go ahead and do me a favor, everybody. The thing that's totally for free is to pump over to... jump over to youtube.com/KismetBP and hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and of course leave a comment over there. You can also check out twitter.com/KismetBP and hit the follow, and you can check out Discord and also check out the website as well as become a patron over on patreon.com/Kismet for a bunch of exclusive stuff, including all of those things that you just saw me make, all those diagrams and stuff. Those are all up there for easy understanding of, okay, this is how much I need, this is how much is the next process, this is how many constructors I need, this is how many assemblers I need, all illustrated in a visual way instead of being just the numbers, right? But if you want to see the numbers, you can also see those on the spreadsheet as well if you want. But those are all based on people who, like me, who are more visual people and just want to know, okay, what's this, what's this? And I'll illustrate that whole thing I did in the spreadsheet, I will illustrate that all in visual format. So you can see, okay, these are the inputs. These are my raw ores that I need. These are all the machines that I need. This is how many machines that I need. I even put the overclocking and underclocking of each machine and all of that more advanced stuff in the future. I don't know what we're doing next time. We'll have to build it out first, and then I'll illustrate it for you all. But that's it for me, everybody. I'm on out of here. I'm going to go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of Kismets for future giveaways. There you go, for being awesome. And I'm just going to peace out because I'm super tired. All right, everybody. We'll see you guys later tonight as well. Oh, thanks to Monsterholic as well. Oh, I missed him. Monsterholic coming in earlier. Sorry I missed you, Monsterholic. Appreciate you, man. for coming in earlier as well. Thanks everybody for the Prime sub love, all these awesome people subbing and donating and whatnot. Biddies, I appreciate you. All right, again, see you guys tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.